Hello, my Teaser King family. How the hell is everybody today? I think I nailed the college games yesterday, too. I think. I've been hot on these MAC games. Betting against the Z team is actually working. Let's find the. So we're going to go through the NFL first and then just recap the major college games. So let's look at what we did. Now, I've got a 35-unit lock and a 31-unit lock, and I have an NFL lock that I'm waiting on. There's a couple injuries that are questionable. As long as there goes, I will add a pro lock. And I need week 11. That might help. There it is. Okay, yeah, I thought I entered the scores from yesterday. All right, so Bowling Green, 49-19. Hit that one. As Kenton was a Z team and pretty pathetic. Bobby Bo, how you doing? You made it on time today, I see. Miami of Ohio, 19-0 over a shitty Akron team, but they covered the 17. And Toledo, 49-23, won by 26, I believe. My math is right, and laying 12 there. So I am 4-0 in the max. Pretty good so far. Betting against the Z with Bowling Green, 1. Betting against the Z, I didn't bet Miami of Ohio. That was the other Z. I took Toledo against Eastern, and then Ohio over Buffalo. Oh, yeah, and the over in the Western Central game. Not a bad start. When I can hit the max, I know I'm on fire. I went back and watched beginning yesterday's playback. Thank you, Bobby Bo. I aims to please. I do. I really am here to help. So that's my goal. But yeah, I'll put things in the beginning because I know it's a long class. You're not gonna find it. Well, when I go through the football, it's pretty much in order. So if you're looking for Miami, Florida State, and I'm starting at the top, you can see I'm coming to it. And then I kind of dance to economics when I'm done with football. So you can pick that part up. Because Cam Rising was like a third-string quarterback in Utah, and they weren't playing well, and all of a sudden they start scoring 50 points a game, and what's going on? And it's Cam Rising. But again, it was the third-string quarterback. So my point was you don't know who you're getting. So that's why it's scary to bet. For the couple guys that are injured, here comes a new guy. And it's scary because you don't know who you're getting. And that is the point. In the pros, we know they all suck. The starters suck. So how good can the backups be? I was watching the film of the Minnesota game, and Joshua Dobbs, he sucked. He won the game, was a fluke. He did a lot of running. Don't sit there and tell me he's any good. I noticed 2 injury guys who are getting close to coming back. Kyler Murray, I think, is starting, and Jefferson is now questionable with the hamstring. So we might get those 2 guys back. I noticed Chase was questionable with the back, which that kind of pissed me off because when I looked at injuries on Monday, I didn't see it. He wasn't there. And all of a sudden I looked yesterday and he's injured with the back, but he's questionable. So I don't know if they're playing games or what. Higgins was also questionable. So I'm going, wait, I want to bet Cincinnati. What the fuck? So I'm sure if they're questionable, they're playing, but I just want to wait on a day or 2. Huge lock going this week, 2 of them. 4 different teams, 35 unit, 31 unit. I love them both. I think I like the 31 unit better. As I'm watching highlights of the other games, like UCF's playing West Virginia, and I'm watching the game, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you, the best player in college football is the running back from Oklahoma State, Ali something. This guy reminds me of Jim Brown. And I never really saw Jim Brown play, just the highlights, like in the 65 championship game against the Packers. But I've seen highlights of Jim Brown. He was strong and tough and fast. And he played in the Dirty Dozen, of course. I watched this guy. It's like a man playing with boys. I mean, this guy runs right up the middle and just breaks a few tackles and is gone out the door. This is why Oak State's on fire. People are like bitching at me about the quarterback. The quarterback's not great. He doesn't have to be. Just give the ball to Jim Brown and it's goodbye. He had 2 or 3 really long runs. This was against UCF. Then they go beat Oklahoma with him last week. He scored a touchdown or 2. Yeah, he's the best player in college football. He should be the number 1 player taken with him and Brock Bowers. Forget Caleb Williams. This guy's like so much better. It's not even funny. What's his name? Ali somebody. Let's find it. Ollie Gordon, 174 rushes, 1,224 yards, 12 touchdowns. He leads the rushers, 11-18 for some guy at Troy Vidal. Carroll, I don't know where this guy's. Oh, Florida International maybe? It's a little bear. I don't know what that symbol is. Florida Atlantic, Florida International. And then you got Hampton from North Carolina and Boone from Toledo. But when you have that gives you balance. And the way it's all set with this rushing bullshit or our passing, nobody can handle. If you can have balance, which Oklahoma State has, they got the good coach, they got the good defense. Their defense, Oak State, is a 24. You had decent passing, this running back, and we liked their coach. Yeah, look out. Then you were teaching Greg what a Ponzi scheme is. I can't believe people don't know what a Ponzi scheme is, but yeah, I mean, basically, you give me money and I pay somebody else, and then Greg or John gives me money, and I give it part of it to you. And Bernie Madoff's an idiot because all he needed to do was go to the J.P. Morgan, say, I'm running this Ponzi scheme, but I need money printed to cover it. And they would have printed it because they were in on it anyway, and go to the printer, right? And if he was smart enough, he'd have printed the money on his own. He wasn't that smart. And it was clearly run by the mafia, not him. He was just the face. So, anyway. Titus, is the NFL turning into flag football? I think so. I think it's already there. The quarterbacks have to wear dresses. And the referees are all cheating. Every other call, it's pass interference, it's defensive holding, it's illegal. I've never seen anything like it. It basically, to me, is ruining the games. They're trying to make it socialism. What do you mean by that? How is football socialism? Because of the rules, right? They want to control us. They want us to obey the law and the rules. Well, we watch football and we see all these interference penalties. we basically see the control where the referees are the cops or the government. And that's as liberal as football is getting with stop hate, stop racism. What the fuck? How are you going to stop racism by having a little thing on your helmet or a little sign? What the fuck is that? How is that going to stop it? Could you imagine, Bobby, you got your little Met hat on and on the back of your jersey is stop racism? What the fuck is that going to do? Austrian economics stops racism because you don't care who your customer is. You got money, come on in. You can buy it. I don't care what color, what religion, nothing. You want to come in, come on in. And you buy, go right. I got a restaurant, go buy. There's no discrimination. There's no racism. There's no hate unless they don't pay. You can't end it. You don't even know what it is. What is racism? Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing. It's just people like people don't like people. That's all. I mean, there's a lot of whites I don't like. Does that make me a racist for the whites? Bobby, you know who was a solid throwing quarterback in Tennessee? Tyler Brayback in like 2014. Unfortunately, didn't make it. Yeah, I kind of remember him. But they've had bad coaches until now. Now their coaches got. Look at Milton. Milton sucked at Michigan, goes to Tennessee, and now they run a great offense. But I remember he could fling that football. Well, yeah, there's more to it, though. Look at Josh Allen. He can throw it 90 yards. It doesn't matter because half the time he throws it to the other team. Versus you eat green beans at all? Whatever you go to. Well, my go-to vegetables are here. I mean, I'm eating my omelet. So it's my broccoli and onions. Right. So I got yellow pepper, onion, and eggs. So my go-to is broccoli, red and yellow pepper. I eat all the time. I have salad veggies and omelet veggies. So my onions go in the omelet. I don't eat them much in the salad. The salad is lettuce, and celery, and cauliflower, and broccoli, and mushrooms, and the peppers. And in the omelet, I throw in the onions, and I don't throw in the celery or the broccoli or the cauliflower. I don't think it cooks. I don't know. I think you boil them more than you cook them. Right. So if you put them in hot water, you could do broccoli and cauliflower probably better. Celery, I just put it in a salad like lettuce. What are you going to do with lettuce? Green beans, I'll eat once in a while. That reminds me, I made a mistake. I thought I was buying 2 cans of chili at the grocery store, but it wasn't chili. It was beans. It was beans and chili sauce, not chili. So I got a whole thing of beans. So I got to take them back and exchange it for chili. And anyway, I got to see tomorrow if I get my Social Security check because I owe the 5th third my credit card payment, and I wanted to wait till Saturday. It's due the Sunday, so normally it should go till the Monday, but I think it's Veterans Day, so they're saying, well, you got to come in tomorrow and pay it, not Monday. Because I thought, well, if it's Sunday, it doesn't count. It goes to Monday, which is usually what happens. So they're like, no, you got to come in Friday. And I'm like, okay, fine. It's not a lot of money, but it's just waiting for the check. Anyway, do they have a Sprouts or Whole Foods store nearby? Yeah, there's a bunch. There's Whole Foods. There's a couple of health foods. To me, I just go to Meijer's and get veggies as veggies. I don't need organic. I cook it. So this has been in a frying pan. I'm not really worried about anything living that was there. I think the organic stuff's like meat you might want to eat. Anyway, so one thing I want to talk about first is games. I've been thinking about this. Well, being an INFJ, I kind of think differently than everybody else anyway. Take to buy metals when you get the check. Yeah, grass-fed meats, of course. Time to buy metals. Yeah, I'll probably buy some silver. Luke bought another box of silver. It's like, what, $15,000? Let's see. Luke's funny because he thinks he's running out of money. And I said, no, you're getting rid of fake money for real money. That's the big thing about people not understanding. When we go and buy gold, we didn't spend anything. We exchanged it. Like if we're in Europe, let's say we're in Amsterdam. If I go and exchange $100 for 100 euros, did I spend any money? No, I just changed it. Well, that's what you're doing with gold. So if you take $20,000 and you buy gold, did you spend 20 grand? No, you bought gold with it. You made a great investment because your 20 grand dollars going to zero, but your 20 grand in gold's going to 100 grand. Yeah, he's one day closer. He's got 6 boxes, he says. He's got a big safe at home. He says if he puts all the silver, the boxes of, that takes up the safe. I said, put the gold in the safe. I'm thinking of disguising my gold by buying copper or brass or something. There's another shiny coin, but it's not worth anything. It's either brass or copper or tin or something like that. And I'm thinking of putting that in my safe. And then somebody grabs it thinking they got my gold and they didn't get it. It's all worthless. I got that from Money Heist. The professor at the end, he returns brass coated in gold. And so the Spanish gold reserve is all brass, worthless. And he's got the gold, and that was his out to get out of the bank. He says, I won't say that you got brass, but that's what he gave him, brass, because he wasn't going to give the gold back, right? Did the bank question you when you withdraw your cash? Yeah. What are you using it for? To buy gold. Oh, okay. It's my money. They can't really question. Now I showed you where some banks are shutting accounts for some reason, which we don't know. I'm like, they'll never shut mine because I opened up a credit card. So Fifth Third dismisses me. I got $1,000 in there, but I owe 12 grand in the credit card. So then you gotta cancel that out. So they'll never do it. I mean, in worst case, you just open an account in another bank and pay your bills out of that. I just did that about 2 years ago. I was at Flagstar, and they gave me problems when I went to Europe. And it was like I couldn't use my cards. And I was so mad because I had went to Romania way back to meet Irina. She stands me up. But when I'm there, my cards don't work. I can't use they want PIN numbers for credit cards. Who the fuck has PIN numbers for credit cards? For debit cards, but not credit cards. At the time, I didn't have a debit card. So I'm trying to buy things. I'm trying to buy food. I'd already paid for the hotel online, so that wasn't an issue. And so I get back and I'm bitching at the banks going, what the fuck? Why can't my credit cards work? I'm in Romania, not on the moon. So next time I go to Romania to meet Carmen, I'm like, okay, I want to make sure the cards work. I'm going to Romania. Don't freeze them. Of course, what did they do? They froze them. And I said, fuck that. And Flagstar, I said, I told you. And they said, well, it wasn't us. It was Visa. It's who your credit card's with is the one who blocked it. What the fuck you talking about? Anyway, so I got out of there. I went to Fifth Third. Not a big deal. You go. I like to open an account. They're happy to do it. you switch your debit card, takes a couple of weeks to get, and then you just put in whatever money, and you just set up your utilities and whatever else comes out of the debit card into the new debit card. So it's not a big deal. You got the interest free for 15 months credit card, 21 months. Yeah. The 0%. So I moved my gold. So when I was in Alabama, I kept thinking gold's about to go, like now, right? And so I started hitting the credit card with it. I go, well, I might as well pay it, and I can pay it back when gold goes up. I'll just I'll sell 1 ounce and I'll pay off the credit card. It was my thought. So I got like 10 grand on the credit card, then the trips with Jenna, and that's all that's on the credit card. So then the interest starts going up with all the inflation going on. So I moved it into this Fifth Third 21 month 0%. Plus, if I make a purchase, so let's say we go to Turkey, and I make a purchase, it will still be 0% up to the 21 month thing. Now at Wells Fargo, where I had my 21 months, 0 or 15 months 0, you couldn't make a purchase. Then it would fuck you up, and you'd have to pay it off, or you got 20%. So I think tomorrow I pay off my Wells Fargo. It's like $160. I pay it off, and I move part of that with the gold credit card into this Fifth Third credit card. So that's what I got to go pay. It's due. It's due on the 12th for some reason. I told them I want it on the 15th, and the 12th is Sunday. I keep getting fucked because the 12th is Sunday, and the Wells Fargo and that are both due on the 12th. It's so weird. They're due on a Sunday, which should normally fall till Monday. So because the Wells Fargo is so cheap, I just paid it tomorrow, and then I'll have to go in tomorrow and pay the other one, which is not expensive. And then I just gave Daria rent. Her sister's, well, I won't go into it, but sister has to go to the doctor. So I said, well, as soon as I get the check, I'll pay. And she needs it today, so I didn't argue. It's $200. My problem with Daria is going to be when the ruble becomes gold back. Right now, $100 buys you 9,700 rubles. When the ruble is backed by gold, I'm going to need $9,700 to buy 100 rubles. So I'm going to need $20,000 to pay her rent because it's going to be gold back, and that's where the money's going to. If we're really smart, like the reverse Big Short, we would buy ruble. But the problem is, I don't know if these rubles will hold the value, or you need the gold back rubles. Like, is there a difference? But that's what you would do: is buy the rubles now, and then the ruble's value will go up because it's backed by gold, and then we can all be like Batman in the movie and make $20 billion, and all our customers are mad at us. Okay. When did Sue stand you up in Russia again? Was it last year? No. Irina stood me up. I assume, when did she stand you up in Romania 10 years ago when I was divorced, and I met her online, and I flew there, and she stands me up. And I kind of was a little bit like, what the fuck? Then I kind of played it like, well, I'll give you a second chance. Oh, I never thought anybody would fly across the world to meet me. Don't give me that shit. I told you a day before I'm going, are you sure? And you said, yeah. And then she didn't want it. Then she checked out, or I don't know what. I had a gold necklace for her. I said, you could have come to the hotel. You could have said, I changed my mind. I would have bought you dinner, given you a present. And then maybe if you wanted to go to the zoo or the park or to the casino, we could have done that. But I gave her a second chance, but I never got serious with her. I knew, it's like, how far can I trust her? So you moved the same balance twice. I moved my Chase credit card to Fifth Third. I had initially moved Chase into Wells Fargo. That was a lot with the Alabama stuff. And moved it to Wells Fargo, 0%. And then all the gold I bought started to pay interest, moved it to Fifth Third. I'm considering doing something similar. Well, you should, because it's 0%. By the time you have to pay it, it'll be gone anyway, right? We won't owe it because it won't exist. I remember me card. I did that when they said I can only transfer over 4K. I have another credit card with a bigger credit line, but not sure if they would let me transfer a big amount. Well, they looked at my credit at Fifth Third. It's like 710 or 20. And they gave me $14,000 in credit. So it's based on your credit history. And, I got $14,000. Now at one bank, I got like $1,500. A couple of years ago, I was looking at transferring, and they only allowed me $1,500. I said, fuck it. If we're going to do a transfer, I want 10 grand. Now, so occasionally I'll get $8,000. This time I got 14 grand. Really depends on your credit. If you got a good credit score, you got decent money. Keep in mind, I was working at Harley when I did it. So they asked me my income. I said, well, it's $120,000, which it was at the time. $120,000 was $700 credit. They had no problem. Now it might be a little tougher. I'm not working, but with your background, you shouldn't have any problem. And, again, probably it shouldn't be a problem for you to get 10, 20,000. Well, in my case, about transferring, it was limited per day. So it was like, well, I got it right here. So I transferred my Wells Fargo $3,800 and my one Chase card $7,700. So it was $11,000 I transferred over, and I think it was capped at $10,000 per day, not in total. So I have $14,000, and so then it was then the other couple thousand I had to wait a couple of days to transfer over. But that's all it was per day, not if your limit's 14,000. Now, one thing I'm going to advise that you should check is to see if you can just pay it using the credit card. So in other words, had I paid Fifth Third with my Wells Fargo credit card $3,000, I would have avoided the fee to do it. Right? They charge you 3-4% to move it over. Not a lot of money, but $500-$600 here and there. But had I used the card to pay it, I wouldn't have had a transfer balance. I would have just paid it with Wells Fargo. Instead of transferring it, I would have paid it. So there's no transfer balance amount, 4% or whatever. Now, question is, can Fifth Third take credit cards? That's the question. And that's where I never got that answer, because it took about 3 weeks for the balance to go. So that's another thing you could have, you can avoid if I can use credit card A to pay, so in other words, I could have, once I got accepted, I owed $14,000. I didn't know anything. I had $14,000 in credit with Fifth Third. So I could have paid down using Fifth Third. Let's do it right. Using Fifth Third, I could have paid $3,000 to the Wells Fargo, and it wouldn't be a balance transfer, which is basically what I did in a balance transfer. But they charge you 4% to do it. If you just make the payment with it, there is no balance transfer. if Wells Fargo would accept a credit card payment, if Chase would accept a credit card payment. I don't know. Maybe they say yes, maybe they say no, but the transfer balance they definitely take. So at first it took a few weeks, and then finally Chase did it. So I'm like, okay, but that's what happens. Hey, Eric. Bobby Bo is in class today. Greg and John always asks about you, Bobby. Where's Bobby today? I don't know. How do I know where he is? I have another card with a bigger credit limit, but not sure if they would let me transfer a big amount. Yeah, I mean, they should, Bobby. If you open a new, Fifth Third, right, and they give you 15,000, you can transfer up to 15,000 on it. Now they might limit it to 10 grand today and then the other 5 tomorrow. But if you have a $15,000 limit, that's how much. So basically what you're doing is taking that, okay, I got this new card. Now I'm going to use the card to pay down my other credit card. So it depends on the bank, but you shouldn't have a problem with 10 grand or 15 grand if the card allows it. So, if the card says you got 10 grand, like mine, okay, I got 14 grand. I could have taken 14 grand and paid my Chase card off with my Fifth Third card. And it's 0%. Professor, I want to ask quick food. Sure, Barney will. So in making the omelet, do you first put the peppers, meat, etc., in the center of a pan, let it heat up on high, then pour the eggs over it with the sizzle? No, what I do is first heat up the pan, then put the olive oil in. Then I throw the meat and the onions in all over the pan, not in the middle. Then I throw in my veggies, the peppers and broccoli, mushrooms don't need as much cooking. The onions I like cooked pretty good, and the meat. Now the meat should already be done. You should have already made the hamburgers, let's say. This isn't like fresh meat cooking a hamburger for 20 minutes. You've already cooked the hamburger. The hamburger's done. You've made 10 hamburgers. That's what I do. I made 10 hamburgers in the oven. I boiled them. Now it's the next day. The hamburger's done. It's cooked. I can nuke it and eat it in 10 seconds. So I crumble it up and throw it in the pan. But the pan's hot first. You always heat your pan first. You always preheat your oven first when you're doing roast or chicken or barbecue or ribs. It's always, you never want it in a cold oven. You always want the oven on and ready. If you bake it, if you broil it, and if you're on the frying pan, you want that pan, you already want it hot. So when you put it in, you hear that sizzle sound. Then you put all your meats in. You scramble your egg with the milk, and I put a little pepper and garlic salt in, and salt if you want. Not a lot, just a little. And the best is the basil. The basil is very sweet, but you wouldn't think it is. And so that's all mixed over here. So after a couple minutes, and I can see the meat's good, maybe 5-6 minutes. And I don't put it on high. I put it on like 6. I put it on like medium high. And then I toss it a little bit. And then I throw the eggs over the top as I show you. So it looks like this. And that's my omelet. I don't try to fold it like they get at the restaurant where there's these little chunks of broccoli and onion in it. I don't fold it. The egg is laying over it and all the veggies are inside. And this is a Gordon Ramsay. He does it for Christmas. Puts a lot of, he makes like 12 eggs, but it's for his family. And he showed me. So he did all that. And then he dumped the eggs over and let it sit in, and it looked great. And I've done it ever since, and it tastes great. When I do have the hamburgers, I will sometimes then bake it in the oven at 290 for like 5 minutes. And it tastes great because then the eggs are like a bun. So it's like you're eating a hamburger with a bun of eggs, not a bun of bread. and it tastes great. But that's how I make my omelets every day. It's good because I get my veggies. It's important I get my veggies, and then I just put the egg over the top. And I lacked some meat today. It's a veggie omelet, but I want meat. I got chicken breasts that I got to cook. I was going to cook them last night. I got tired, and it's hard because I do the class. So I went swimming. I've done the class, and now like after I'm hungry, but I have to make the chicken breast. But it's one day, and I just cut them up. I marinate them. I put them I broil them. It takes about 12 minutes, like 6 minutes aside. And then I got chicken for 3 days. And of course I get General Chow on Saturday. How many eggs? As much as you want. I put three large eggs or 3 extra large. So I do a 3-egg omelet all the time. You can do as many as you want. You can do 10 eggs. It doesn't matter. They're very healthy for you. By the way, I saw a segment earlier. Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp said that the Ravens are the biggest threat for the league. I don't. Biggest threat what? Ravens are the biggest threat for the league. In the league. The biggest threat for what, Bobby Bo? What are they threat? To win the Super Bowl? All right, so I'm gonna do. Ravens are the most dangerous team. That's okay. You did another one there. Our two most. Well, it's because they just beat the Lions, and then they killed Seattle. How about the Arizona game when they won by 7? Let's see what they are this week. I mean, I think they put a new offense in. And teams are playing zone because of Lamar, so they put in a zone offense defender. In other words, if they run zone, they're not going to blitz Lamar. He's got time to throw, and then the receivers run zone patterns. And it's just going to take time to pick that up. But that's what he's trying to do. The idea is to blitz. If you blitz Lamar, it's all over. They will not beat Joe Burrow, and they will not beat Mahomes. Sorry, not with those defenses. The real D. Well, today we're talking, Bobby, we're talking credit cards and banks, getting a 0% car, transferring money over, stuff like that. If you go to Europe, make sure you tell the bank and the credit card that you're going to Italy. So when you start seeing charges, Italy, from shopping at Italy and eating at Italy, to it's okay, I'm there. Otherwise, they'll freeze your card and you're fucked. You're on vacation, and your card won't work because they see charges from another country. Maybe they call you, maybe they don't, and you get fucked. Now, it seems to be Western Europe, you're okay. The problems I've had were Romania. I don't think I had a problem in Russia, and I don't have a problem in the Ukraine. Now, my topic's going to be on games right now. Then we'll get into football. Think about the financial system as a game. It's a paper game, though, right? The financial system wants you in this. They don't want you out of it, and then they look for ways to steal it from you. So besides the inflation which steals it from you, think about it. You go to an investment advisor. You go to a stockbroker. What do? They put you in stocks. They put you in a bank. They put you in CDs and real estate trusts. They're stealing your money, basically. Then here's the government. We're going to you made money. We're going to tax you on it. I mean, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. You go to a casino. What are they trying to do? Take it from you. Come on in and play slot machines, and we're going to win 95% of the time. We want your money. You go work for the money, and then we'll take it from you. And the odds on you winning in a casino, unless you're playing poker, are very slim. And they don't even teach you how to win. You're supposed to win at craps. They never tell you to pull your numbers down, and then 7 comes and everybody loses. So I've told you how to win at craps. You basically just hit a few numbers and take your money down. Same way I do at poker. I hit a set of 7s. The guy's got aces. I win $300. I'm gone. Thank you very much. That hits every 200th time. I just hit it. I got 200 times to wait. I'm out of here. The banks take your money. The government steals. I mean, when they're not stealing it, they're inflating it. They're killing the value of it. So it's all. I was just thinking about this. So it's all a big. It's really. It's just a game where they're stealing your money any way they can, but it's all the same game. Wall Street, the banks, the government, the casinos, going into the grocery store, going to Target, going, Saks Fifth Avenue. It's all, go to a car dealership. It's all about getting your money. So you go to Target, it's about getting your money. How do I make a sale? So it's all about, this is why marketing is so critical, is to get you to want to buy something, because we want your money. And we'll make products that you want because we want your money. Do you really need it? But we want your money. So the bottom line is we want your money. And that's the whole the whole thing of the financial system. And nobody's there on your side. Nobody's trying to, you go to Target, I need laundry detergent, soap, and I'll get cookies, and I'll get a Coke and some ice cream, and I'll get, chili, and, I need bread and tuna. And, it's just about taking your money. Do you really need any of it? Well, maybe some food to eat, but that's about it. Then you go to the bank, it's the same. Oh, put it in a CD. Like the idiot trying to get me in an annuity at 9%. Yeah, I'm the professor. I don't want to be in paper. Sorry. And then we finally stumble onto gold, but what does everybody say? Oh, you don't want the gold doesn't move. And that's part of the scam. That's part of the game, is to keep you in paper. When you go to Meijer's and Target and the restaurants and grocery stores, and everything you go to takes this, not gold. They take this. It's taking your money. And when you go broke, they don't care. We're done with you. We want this guy because he has money. So you're treated nice if you have the money, but if you don't have, once you're gone, then you're gone, right? Oh, you don't have any more money? Yeah, you can't come in. We can't serve you. And this is the brilliant part of gold that they don't want to tell you is, see, but nobody takes it, right? So why would I want it? Even though it's the only safe place to be is gold and silver. So always when I talk gold, it's and silver. I just don't say and silver all the time, but it's joined at the hip. When gold goes up, silver goes up. When we go to the store and they only take our gold, they'll take our silver. So don't ever think silver's not moving, but that's what they're doing. But if you're in gold, I can't use it at the grocery store. I got to use paper. See how the game is fixed, so it keeps you in paper. So you got to have money. So any money you invest and win should immediately go into gold and silver. Any excess money you make in your job, or if you got inherited. Our friend Todd got an inheritance, and it's like, put it in gold and silver. That's what I told him. Put it in gold. He did it, but there was something. So Todd sends me an email, and this is confidential, but I think I can talk about this. So he's talking to a friend, advising him about rare coin, double eagles and collectible coins. And I'm saying, no, we want to buy gold and silver. We don't want collectibles because you're going to pay more for them, but we don't need it. When gold hits 30,000 an ounce, we want an ounce of gold. We want something that says an ounce of gold. We want to make sure it's real gold. What do I want a double eagle for? Or one of those James Bond in that From Russian with Love movie pulls out 25 gold sovereigns. Well, I've seen those at the coin store. They don't say gold on them. So if you go for the gold sovereign that James Bond used in the movie and you look at it, and I've done this, doesn't say gold anywhere on it. You do not know they're gold. Now, the gold coin store says, oh, yeah, we know they're gold. Yeah, bullshit. When you're selling it, you know they're gold. But if I come in and gold's 30,000 an ounce and I'm going to get whatever, this is like a quarter, it's like a little bit more than a quarter of an ounce, like a third of an ounce. You're going to say, I don't know if it's gold. Don't give me that shit. So, or these double eagles. Be very careful if you're going to buy collectibles that it says gold on them. Because if it doesn't say gold on them, so if I try to sell it to Bobby, he's going to say, how do I know it's gold? I don't know. It doesn't say it on there. Well, how do I know how much is it? Is it an ounce of gold, a half ounce of gold? I don't know. It doesn't say on there. Let's go to the coin store if they're still open and let them, or we can go on Google and say double eagle and we can see, oh, it's a half ounce or whatever. But how do we know it's actually gold? Well, you got to go to the tester machine that they have at the store and put it on and see it comes back. And I said to Todd, don't buy collectibles. This is not about buying an old penny or an old dime. If you want to do that, you go buy the Tom Brady card we look at, or the Mantle card, or the Montana card. Buy those if you want a diversification of your portfolio. But with gold and silver, you just want to buy gold. You want a 1 ounce Old Liberty, a 1 ounce Cougaran, a 1 ounce Maple Leaf. Don't fuck around. Or the silver, 1 ounce of Troy silver. That's what you're trying to do, is buy the identification. Because if you're in a different country, we're in Switzerland, they're going to know what a double eagle is. They're going to know what a sovereign. Well, they might in Europe, but I'm in Turkey. I want to sell an ounce of gold. If it says 1 ounce of gold, I probably can sell it. If it's a double eagle, are they going to know are they going to take it? And the whole point here is to protect yourself. Is you want to buy something that if people see 1 ounce gold eagle or 1 ounce Maple Leaf or 1 ounce Cougaran, I might have to bring Cougaran. I might have to give Daria Cougaran, because are they going to take an eagle in Russia? I don't know. I hate to give her an eagle and then she can't use it. I need money. Well, I gave you the eagle. Well, yeah, but they won't. It's American. They won't take. So I might have to give her Cougarans, because South Africa is in BRICS. So I'm sure they would take it. Now, probably they'll take gold. I know the Russians, if they can get their hands on gold, they're going to take it. But I wonder if they'll give her a fair price on it. So don't buy. The bulk of it should be, okay, I got 100 ounces of eagles, or eagles and Maple Leafs. Okay. Now I got a little bit of money. Do I really want to see? Because buying the 1 ounce gold coin is the investment. It's going to go through the roof because it's been suppressed and all the dollars are going to zero and everybody's going to get off the Titanic. Like I say, Bobby, I love this. Me and you, we hit the iceberg. We walk right to the lifeboat with our gold. We're on the lifeboat with our gold. Lower us down, please. Well, the boat's not sinking. Yeah, well, it just hit the iceberg. I give it 2 hours. That's how we are. So we already know that the dollar's is sunk, but people, the frenzy hasn't happened yet. Me and you are over here going, we're in the lifeboat already. We've got gold and silver. We've already bought it. We're already prepared for it. So when it does sink, we're in the boat. And that's really what it is. So get your gold and silver that you need. And then if you want to get these little things, but I don't see the point. Okay. So I don't know what a double eagle is. Let's say it's, I don't know. Is it an ounce? So if the ounce of my eagle is $2,000, how much is the double eagle worth? Is it worth $4,000? Well, if it's an ounce of gold, okay, it's limited. What's it worth? Now, of course, the 1906 Honus Wagner is worth, what, $10 million. And if you have any Babe Ruth or Gehrig or DiMaggio card, they're probably worth $1 million if they're in good condition. But just generally, the gold will go up to 50,000. Is the double eagle going to go up to 50,000? I don't think so. I think you're better off with the gold because the gold price zooms up. Is the collectible part of the double eagle going to go up in price? Who's going to pay for it? Am I going to want that, or am I going to want the ounce of gold? Because that's just to buy food and energy. So I don't know that I'm into the collectible gold versus the ounce of gold versus I know I got gold, I got an ounce, and they can't take it from me, and it can't go to zero. So really, when they say it on these shows, zero counterparty risk, they don't even know how to explain it. They just know it, but they don't know what it is. It's not zero party risk. It's they can't print. It's zero risk because they can't print it because it's not something you can print. So you have zero risk because they can't print it. It's not zero counterparty risk. The fuck does that mean? I think it means is they can't print it, but just say that. But since they don't really know what they're talking about, they can't just say that. I just checked. Silver is currently 22. Yeah, paper. Okay. Todd Huntley got an inheritance. Who's Todd Huntley? Is it baseball or is he the football player on Baltimore? Oh, we can Todd Huntley. Okay. How about Gary Carter? Is he in gold? I always liked Gary Carter. He was a good catcher. Well, how about Doc Gooden and Darryl Strawberry? They must be in gold, surely. Or did Darryl Strawberry just buy Coke? Kind of. I was thinking of the Huntley as the backup quarterback on the Ravens. A little bit I remember. Huh? Not a lot, though. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I remember Gary Carter as the Mets catcher and when they won the 86, but I don't recall after that. I don't, maybe I remember Todd Huntley a little bit. If I saw him on the street, I'd walk right by him. I would expect him to go, "Hey, professor, it's me. I'm Bobby's friend." So that was what I kind of told them is buy the gold. Don't worry about collectibles. I'm diversifying here. This is my diversification. Mahomes, gold, silver, and Mahomes and Brady and Mantle and Orr and those guys. That's my diversification. The cards and the gold and silver, real assets that can't be inflated. This can't be inflated. They only made 50 of them. You can't inflate it. You can't inflate Barry. They only made 100 of them. That's it. They only made 100 of this card. They can't inflate it. So you're good with it. A regular, this card, these cards, there's a million of them, right? The Bobby, the Reggie. You're probably worth more than Reggie because this is your rookie card. And I have his rookie card. I think it was 71 or 72. I think I have his rookie card. Maybe I have a second-year card. But this is inflated. They made 1 million of them. That's why it has no value. Do you ever, as long as I have you, did you ever get the Desert Storm cards in 1990 or 91 from Topps? If you did, those are worth a fortune. Every Desert Storm card is worth like 100 times value of the regular Topps. The kid from UCLA, Huntley, he backed up Aaron Rodgers and played himself out of the league. Who's on Baltimore? Isn't that Huntley? Maybe I think he's the Utah Huntley. The card would be worth millions once they stop suppressing the price. Well, we need Russia to buy your card, Bobby. You had Topps. Okay, so this is the Topps Desert Storm 1990 or 1991. Do you have that card of yourself or of anybody? All those cards are worth a fortune. Also, in this, there's a leaf version, which I think is Canadian. So this says Dunros on it. That says leaf on it. That's worth. I have a Maddox leaf that I've been trying to find. I know I have it. And the regular car is like $200, and the leaf car is like $2,000. Yeah, I remember the guy from UCLA. Okay. Yeah, they're all named Huntley out there. Yeah, so the guy at Baltimore is from Utah. He's pretty good. Better than Lamar. I love how everybody thinks Lamar's so good. I don't know. There used to be. I would probably sell them on eBay because you don't want to sell to a seller. If I sell a card, I want to sell it to a buyer. Somebody who wants it, not somebody who wants to turn around and sell it. He's not going to give me a good price. So I would go to it. I would just sell it on eBay, I think. I don't know where a card. I haven't looked at cards in a long time. I used to go to a trade show every other Saturday, me and my ex, and then we started bringing the girls and table by table looking for old cards. I'd find one. I'd tell my ex, go look at it, because she was the eyes, and she could make sure it was centered, corners were good, and there wasn't any scratches or anything on the card. That was her job. My job was to find the Mickey Mantles and the Willie Mazes and those guys. You got that great Mahomes card. I'm sure you can cash that one in down the road for a good amount. Yeah. The best part is I paid $50 for it. The kid didn't know what he had. I think it was in Beckett, ungraded at $50. Well, my mind thinks in grades, is this a PSA 10? Now, there's no centering to worry about. It's only a 50 count, and it's not scratched, and the corners are sharp. So as far as I'm concerned, everything looks fine on this card. 2020 Peony Prestige Football. It's a youth movement insert, and it's numbered 50. So I got it for $50. But that's what I do is I know it's Mahomes. He had just won, I think, the first Super Bowl, and then he lost the second one to Brady. And then I bet he's glad Brady's out of the league. And then, and now he won the second Super Bowl. Now, if he wins this year, then it really jumps up. But I was thinking about that. I should probably go to the card show and get some ungraded Mahomes rookies and Joe Burrow rookies. I don't have any, and they'd be dirt cheap if I get them ungraded. See what they're selling for. Right now, everybody needs money, so I can walk in and buy them cheap. That's the one reason you have the money. You go to a card show, and you can buy the cards cheap. That's what these people are thinking. I'll buy. People will need to sell, and I'll walk in with money and buy houses and cars and all this stuff cheap. What they don't realize is the money won't have a value. Oops. Warren Buffett didn't realize that one. I used to love baseball cards. Yeah, well, I mean, I still do. Go look at 1961 and 1965 tops. You'll really like those. The 65s. Well, that's what this mantle is, right? So this is what the 65 is. I love the pennant look. So that's, but it's got everybody in it. Aaron, Bob Gibson, Koufax, Aaron Mays, Pete Rose, Brooks and Franks Robinson. I think Stan Musial's in this. Everything's there. So that, and then this one, it's just like an insert. Mantle hitting a home run in the World Series, and this is, by the way, 48,000. That's why if you just get Mantle cards, even if they're the All-Star card or he got a hit in the World Series, or in this case, the 3-run homer, Mantle's clutch home run. If you just get that, I got a lot of Bobby Orr, like assist leader and this and that, and all of a sudden those are like really expensive because he's in it. Or Jordan, I got so many Jordan inserts that he's just at the playground that he's in it. But as you can see, we still got our goal at 2092. We got our goal at 2050. So look at, there's $30 difference. And look how the Cougaran is 2060 and the Maple Leafs 2059. Yet at the store, I can get the Cougaran $20 cheaper. And I just look at the guy like it's an ounce of gold. Why would it be cheaper? And that's where they get into supply and demand. People want the US one. You're not buying collectibles, you're buying gold. So as long as it's an ounce of gold, I don't give a fuck. It's got a deer on it or a maple leaf on it, or it's got a Liberty head on it. I don't give a fuck. As long as it says 1 ounce of gold, that's all I care about. Hey, Greg and John. I've got family members that are 70 and still wondering how and when to retire. They waiting on that 401k to go back up. Oh, my God. I'll do a shake my head for you. I do try to help some of them. Do you remember Bill Ripken era? Yeah, I was just looking at, I got one of those. I bought the set, and then it's in the set. So I got it somewhere. We'll get to football in a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's just an error card. I got some really cool error cards. I got the Pro Set Hockey 1990. It's Brett Hall #1, but it's like a promo card. His real card's like 120. This is card 1, and it's an error card. So there was a lot of errors in the Pro Set that I have. Well, Barry, they're just jealous of you. You're the one who didn't do steroids, so they got to keep your value down somehow. They can't blame it on steroids. I mean, look how ridiculous it is. Mark McGuire, Clemens, Barry, Sammy Sosa have no value because they did steroids. What the fuck does that have to do? Well, they really didn't do it. That's really cheated. How is that cheating? It's like the sign stealing. How is it cheating? It doesn't help your hand-eye coordination. It's not like McGuire hit a home run because he had steroids. It has nothing to do with hand-eye coordination. So how is he cheating? Same thing with Clemens. Same thing with Barry. Barry hit 780 home runs. Yeah, it's all because of steroids. Like, really? I don't know about that. Well, if you don't have Barry in the Hall of Fame, you don't really have a Hall of Fame, do you? You don't have Pete Rose in it. What the fuck is that? We were 2 killer bees back in Pittsburgh. He batted third, and I was cleanup. Yeah, I remember that. He was at Pittsburgh for a while. And then he went to Frisco, and you didn't go to Frisco. You should have went to Frisco with him. You could have still batted cleanup. Although they walked him. That one year, they walked him like 1,000 times. You could have hit home run after home run. That's when baseball was good. As we said, they just had the World Series. I bet I watched 2 innings of it. Although I did pick Texas to win because they're the only ones who actually know how to hit. And that's my whole thing about this money ball. The money ball, walk. You just want to take a bunch of pitches and walk. You don't really want it. We don't want 300 hitters. We want guys that come on and walk and get hit by the pitch and don't steal, and we're going to tire out the pitcher. Really? You think a pitcher can only go 100 pitches? Really? Okay. I was actually close to signing with the Angels, but the Mets offered me more money at the time. Well, you got to take the money because it's the same job. I do the same thing. I'm a senior financial analyst. If you want to pay me $50 an hour and somebody wants to pay me $55, I go to the 55. Why not? Why wouldn't I? I go, it's the same. I'm sitting at the desk for 40 hours. If I can make an extra $5 an hour, that's what I'm going to do. Texas had the best hitting team this year. They never won a they did win the World Series. Hello. They never won a World Series before, but they never had the best hitting team like they did. Houston had the best hitting team for years, and they won like 2 or 3 World Series. And then you added Verlander to the mix. Scherzer was hurt this year. But anyway, so when you're buying, you've got to understand the ounce of gold is the investment. You don't need a rare double eagle or a Mercury dime or buying regular dimes and quarters thinking that's going to be barter at Target. There won't be barter because the dollar won't have a value. McFly, is anybody home? There won't be value in the dollar. That's why they'll take the gold and silver. Because right now they have to take the dollar. So as soon as that goes down to zero and out and nobody wants it, they can't force you to do it. And now the stores are going to we'll take gold and silver all day. And that's what'll happen. Tuna fish, Bobby. I know you're ready to ask, what am I eating? Right out of the can. I just got to watch the mercury in it. There's nothing you can eat. You get tuna. Well, you got to be careful of the mercury or mackerel, they say. I think it's mackerel. It lives like 150 years. And our doctor's saying, yeah, but all that mercury in its system, you can't eat it. We're getting fucked all this. I go to the grocery store. I don't know what to buy anymore. I can buy broccoli and lettuce and bread and an apple, maybe bananas. I don't know what to buy. I used to, not now. I just eat it. If I do, the only mayonnaise I can put in is Hellmann's because there's no high fructose corn syrup. If you look at Miracle Whip, which is what I always used to use, high fructose corn syrup, not Hellmann's. But since I don't eat that much tuna now, I really don't eat. I just put it in what I do is I put it in my salad, and then I'll put my Ken's dressing on it, the French I have creamy Caesar I've been eating. I'll use that as the kind of the mayonnaise. I mix it up, it tastes fine. So you don't really need the mayonnaise. Like I said, you can just use the creamy Italian, creamy Caesar Ken's and use that as the mayonnaise. That's fine. I have a hankering for ribs. I might go tomorrow. I'll have to see because Chinese is Saturday. So I might go tomorrow for some barbecue ribs or the ribs chicken combo. Problem is the sauce is so sweet, it always fucks my foot up. So I almost don't. Now I just bring my Ken's French dressing and I say, I'm like, I use that for my salad. I use that for my baked potato or coleslaw. And then I use that if I get the ribs and chicken, I use that instead of barbecue sauce on that. There's a little barbecue sauce on the ribs, which, that'll be okay. I wonder why my foot would always hurt after. It was the barbecue sauce is so sweet. It would drive me to gout right after as I'm walking out. All right, so be careful. Understand, buying the ounce of gold and silver is the investment. You don't need is the collectible. You don't need the collectibles. That is the collectible. That's been suppressed. Goes to 50,000. You bought it for 2. That's pretty much an investment in my book. That's pretty much a collectible in my book. And will the collectibles go up? Will the double eagle? That's I don't know. I don't know what it costs. I would think it's cheaper than the ounce. Otherwise, why buy it? Will it go up because it's a collectible and it's gold, or will the gold go up? I'm more comfortable with the gold that says 1 ounce Troy gold, and everybody knows it's a 1 ounce gold, than I am the sovereign or the diamond. So I told Todd Huntley to do that. I said, just you want to buy just the gold. So we'll see what he does. But anyway. Oh yeah, that's the barbecue spot you go to. Yeah, he takes silver. I wouldn't let it go at this price, but it's funny. I'll tend to go there from the coin store. So I'll go there with I got a whole case of the silver coins, and his question to me was, why will it go? I know it's going to go up, but why now? And I tell him bricks, and he goes, oh. And then so now I think he understands bricks wants the gold price to go up, will kill the monopoly of COMEX, and now the gold will go up. But I think he's starting to understand that because he's frustrated. Again, I don't think they know there's a paper gold and a physical gold. Again, part of the game being played by the banks, by Wall Street, by the government, to not tell us there's a gold and a paper price. Shame on them. But everybody thinks gold doesn't do anything. He told me his friend had bought it at 400 an ounce and sold it now. And I says, why would he sell it now? It's just about to go to 50,000 and the guy's selling it at 1,900. I was like, okay, great. He bought it at 400, but why is he selling it? Don't sell it to sell it. Sell it. Okay, if you need some money, but it's about to go to 50. Why would you sell it at 2? You can buy all his ribs with 1 silver Krugerrand. Yeah, I mean, see, that's why you don't want to trade it in now. If you think and or know, as we do, that the price is going up, why would you sell it now? When I went into the store, he asked me, do you have any gold eagles? We need 1 ouncers. I go, yeah, we'll give you 2,000 for it. That's too cheap. Add a 0 to it. 20 grand, I'll give you 1. 2 grand, I ain't parting with it so cheap. And he knows, everybody knows it's cheap who knows what's going on. Everybody who understands it realizes it's cheap. Why they keep selling it at 2 grand, I have no idea. And I literally laugh and sing and dance out the store. When I leave, I'm like, hey, I got gold for 2 grand. These idiots. And I don't, well, we got to pay rent. I'm like, man, now with this shit, this is not something you sell. You go sell your jewelry. But this is not what you sell at these prices. This is what you buy at these prices. So you can buy all his ribs with 1 silver one. Yeah, exactly. You can buy a month's worth of ribs. I can buy a year's worth of ribs with 2 of them. I predict that Luke is about enter class any minute and ask when is it going up. Yeah, probably. Luke came on late yesterday near the end. You came on, and I guess you left. And then Greg John came on, and he left. And then Luke came on. That's why I was on so long. It's like, oh, here comes. Now I gotta see what Luke wants. But that's the beauty of the live show. That's why they go long, is because if you come on after 2 hours, well, I got to be here for you. So that's why I go long, but I don't care. I mean, this is fun for me. I like teaching it and knowing that most people don't even understand it, but I can explain it so you do understand it. I was talking to somebody and it said, my students actually say they love economics. And I go, who loves economics? Because it's all Keynesian and nobody loves it. I hated Keynesian economics. I couldn't understand what the fuck they were talking about. In simple terms, it's government runs everything. There is no free market. Oh, it's communism. That's Keynesian. And that's what they're teaching. So nobody likes it. It's like gold. Nobody likes it. It's got no value. And then all I hear here is I love economics. And it's because I talk English. And it's when you explain it very well, people enjoy it if they can understand what the hell you're saying and it makes sense and it helps them. So I like that when I hear that. This is the best class. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah, Gregor wants to have me go on TV, and I said, well, if you can find me if you can do it, Greg, I'll go on TV. I tried to get on some of these gold guys. They're afraid of me, I guess. They don't want anything to do with me. They don't want their customers to actually learn what is reality. They want the customers to keep going to them to get morsels of bad information. But I like our broad range of subjects. So, so it looks like we're going to go. Daria's going for her passport renewal today, I think. So we'll go to Turkey. And Turkey, there's two. There's Istanbul and Antalya. And Antalya looks nice. You got the Turkey Riviera. You should check that out. Have you been to the Riviera? Got anybody? Very nice. I went to the French Riviera with Carmen. Went to Monte Carlo, Cannes, Nice. Very nice. You're on the Mediterranean, on the beach. Nice, a lot of shopping. And this is Turkey's Mediterranean, is Antalya. And I said to Daria, I said, this is probably a better place for it. I'm not into mosque and museums. I don't give a shit about that. I'm not religious. I don't need to see a mosque. And then it's a bunch of marketplaces where, it's like the James Bond movie where you go in or Taken Two, and it's just these marketplace, they sell everything. But Antalya was different, better restaurants, much more beaches, an amusement park, just beautiful views and everything. So I think depending on the flight and the hotel, which probably would be the same, it might even be cheaper because people probably want to go to Istanbul to see the mosque. I don't give a fuck about that. But you might want to check that out. The exchange rate's great. I'll be living really good. $100, as long as the dollar's still in existence, I'll be living good. Well, we're planning on Christmas. She's going she doesn't have her passport. See, this is where an INFJ comes in, Bobby. So we agree on Turkey, and I go to her as I'm going, well, let me look at tickets and hotels and where do I go? And as I'm doing the research, I said to her, do you have your passport? And she says, oh, it expired. I got to get a new one. See, that's what the professor brings to the table. We would have thought about it at the 12th hour. She'd have packed up everything, getting ready to go to the airport, and then she'd realize her passport's expired. But again, being ahead of the game, now she's doing it now, and now we can plan. In Russia, I don't know. Here it takes a month. You go apply, you pay, and then a month later it comes in the mail. So I don't know how long it'll take in Russia if she gets it while she's there, or they say, okay, we'll send it to you and maybe take a month or two. I don't know. I don't know how fast the Russian government is. If it's not gold, I don't know. So it looked very nice. Check it out on YouTube. There's like Istanbul, and then there's Antalya, and things to do there. And they're a little 15-minute, and it's Istanbul, but the other one looked very nice. And then there's all these little cities around. You can go and see this and that, and it's very pretty there. I'm not religious, so I don't care. They're Muslims or whatever. Stay out of my business. And we'll go there. But it's the only country Russians can go to. I think Dubai and there, they can't go. Like, I can't take her to Switzerland or Austria or Sweden. I can't take her any place. So therefore, this is the only, place, and I can't go to Russia. Otherwise, I'd just go to Russia and meet her. But I can't do that. She can't go to anywhere else in Europe. So that's why I do think this war is ending very soon, because that's what Israel's about. Israel's a magic act. It's, oh, look what's going on in Israel as we end the war in the Ukraine and Russia without saying we've ended it. So we don't look like idiots for creating the war that was meaningless in the first place, killing all these people. And now they're saying that the weapons we give the Ukraine is showing up in Hamas in Mexico, where they're taking our stuff and they're selling it to these places and they're using them. It's like, this Biden is just too much. And the one thing I want to bring up is Afghanistan. We left all our weapons there. And do we think that was an accident or on purpose? Now we see Hamas has half the weapons. It was on purpose. Put it like this. Let's say I'm moving out of my house and this car's worth $50,000. You think I'm going to leave it? Or do you think I'm going to take it with? Who leaves all the weapons? Like, did they forget to take the weapons? Really? Yeah, I forgot my Mahomes card when I moved. Really? Nobody's that stupid. So it doesn't make any sense. They forgot the weapons. They left them for Hamas. And that just, it's so much bullshit that goes on. It's very just, oh my God. That's what I'm saying. It's all a Ponzi scheme. The whole thing's a Ponzi scheme. Then they have the little, whatchamacallit, what's his name? Goebbels, Goebbels. So they're all doing a Joe Goebbels here, where the propaganda, this is when you know you're in a communist country, the propaganda is not real. And the news is fake. We're like this far from being 100% communist. The money's no good. The government controls everything. They tell you what you can and can't do. The news is phony. Check. We're so fucked right now. But if we have gold, we can kind of sneak out the back door. And believe me, other countries will accept us. Oh, you got gold? Yeah, welcome aboard. Come on in. Yeah, we got the light on for you. Yeah, we don't let other Americans in, but you got gold. You can come. That's part of the game. So right now, the goal is to take our money, either at the grocery store, at Target, government, Wall Street, the banks. It's all to take our money. They don't tell us. They present it in a way, in casinos especially. They present it in a way you're going to make money. You're going to get rich. You're going to hit the slot machine. There's no way in hell you're hitting the slot machine. So that's their goal, that's the scam, right? Bernie Madoff, you're going to make 14%. You don't even know what it is, but here's $100,000, Bernie, and I make 14%. And you don't even know what it is. You don't care because you're getting the percentage. And that's what they do. What do they tell you? Oh, you'll make 9% in an annuity at the bank. Put your money in the bank. It's safe. We'll give you 2% on your savings. Inflation's 10. Yeah, that's good. Oh, go to a stockbroker or an investment advisor. Well, I'm going to put your money in stocks. You're going to make a lot of money. Let's go to Attack on Wall Street. Oh, you got $60,000. You want no risk. I can get you 9% in a real estate trust. I won't tell you, however, if people stop paying, which they're about to because they can't afford it, because we gave it to anybody with a heartbeat. We gave a mortgage to, and none of them can afford it. So when they stop paying, it's gonna go to zero. But I won't tell you that. I just want your $60,000 in commission. and you're going to lose it all, but we don't care about you. That's the problem. So nobody's on your side. They want your money and they want the commission. Then you can lose all your money. And that's their idea. It's nothing is about you making money but they'll sell you're going to get rich. Oh, buy stock, buy Tesla, buy Apple, buy Micro. Oh, you're going to make money. You're not going to make a dime on it because you don't know when to buy it and you don't know when to sell it. Football is easy. If it's 8 and you can tease it to 2, it's under a field goal. Oh, okay, I can get that. Or if it's 2, I can go up to 8. I can get that. That's fine. You can see it in football at least, but you can't see it in the markets. Okay, you buy Apple stock. What are you going to pay for it? What is it, $200 a share? I don't know. I don't care. $200 a share. Okay, you buy it. Is that a good price? You have no fucking idea. When are you going to sell it? I don't know. There's no strategy involved. How do you win the game? By making profit. But how do you you got to know when to sell it, which you don't know. You don't even know why you're buying it. You don't know if the price you paid is a good price. You're totally fucked. So that's the problem. What they're doing to everybody. They're just fucking everybody over for themselves. Oh, I make commission. I don't care. As long as he buys a REIT or buys stock or buys a bond and I make commission, that's all I care about. And you go talk to a financial advisor, he's in on the game too, where he's moving you into, well, go buy this mutual fund or buy this stock or bond. How about gold? No, I don't make commission on gold. Don't go into it. Even though that's going to save you, don't go into it. So the one out you have, gold, nobody will let you get into. Nobody will tell you about it. Nobody will tell you the price is fixed on it. So they make it sound like, well, this doesn't go anywhere. It goes down. Or, silver's 25 an ounce. Why would you want to buy that? Because it's freedom. It's the only freedom. It's real money, and it's really valued at $2,000-$3,000 an ounce, not the 25 that you're fucking printing phony derivatives to keep the price down. And they've been playing the game long enough, and now Russia and China have had enough and saying, okay, it's over. And it's very close to ending. Like I said, once they go gold-backed currency with BRICS and the ruble, they're already doing gold for oil. Think of it as the Titanic. It just can't. It's not like a little speedboat. You could turn left, you'd miss the iceberg. It's a big fucking boat. You can't just turn it. Although I don't know why they didn't try turning it. It probably would have turned. But instead of like reversing the engines and trying to move it, why didn't the guy just do a hard left and go, yeah, let's turn it. But that's the problem. So it takes time that's what I was saying. It takes time to do this stuff. It's not, Luke, a 5-minute thing. It's not a football game that's 3 hours and you know who wins. This is it takes a while, but we know it's going on. We know it's happening. We can see the Russia-Chinese buildup of gold. We know what's next. They want the price to go up. We know we don't want it to go up because we're not smart enough to have any fucking gold. We have more gold and silver among us than the fucking Federal Reserve does. Than the U.S. government doesn't have. We have more gold than they do. And I kind of am starting to hate when the alligator says, oh, nobody in the U.S. has any gold. Nobody knows what it is. You might not want to. There is a professor here, alligator, that knows what's going on. There's a few of us that actually have an understanding, but it's not taught. That's the problem. So nobody teaches you the way out. So you're in a big maze and there's this side door. If you understand it, you go out the door. But if you don't, you're trapped in the maze. You can't get out of the maze because you don't know how to get out of it. And that's basically what money is. You can earn it based on a skill set, but you don't know how to get out of it. You don't know how to use it. Okay, I've got this money. Now what do I do with it? I want to make money. I don't want to work. Nobody wants to work. I want to make money with it, but how do I make money with it? Oh, well, go into stocks and bonds, or you ask your dad, or who knows? Nobody knows because they're all under the same delusion. It's like the Matrix. Everybody's in this delusion that, oh, I got to put my money in the stocks in the bank, and the bank's safety. The bank will protect me from whom? How are they going to protect you from the banks? It's like Lord of the Rings, and Frodo goes to Aragorn. Aragorn says, "I would have went with you," and Frodo's like, "Well, who's going to protect me from you, or you from yourself?" Because Aragorn, like if Aragorn took the ring, who's going to protect you from you? And that's what it is. Nobody. The only thing with zero risk that's going to go to the moon is gold and silver. You don't need collectibles. You don't need to buy double eagles, and you don't need to buy any of that stuff. You just simply need gold. That says 1 ounce of gold. It's real. Silver, you're sure it's real. You get it checked when you buy it. Okay, everything, it's real silver, it's real gold. And that's it. And just as much as you can buy. And that's it. There's no more risk. You can't go to zero. Do you wake up, if you have money in the bank, worrying about, can I get the money out? Is my account still open? Is it froze? Ask the people in Canada. Their account got froze. Am I getting interest? If I do get interest, I got to pay tax on it anyway. The best part about gold is you don't have to pay any type of income, any sales tax, income tax, saving, like, your savings made $500. And now that's income. You got to pay income on that, or tax on the savings. You don't have to do it. Gold just goes. It's going to go to 20 grand. There's no savings. There's nothing, because they don't even know you have it. That's the beauty that's why they don't really want us to have it. They can't track it. Once Bobby Bo has his gold and silver, mostly silver, under the bed, but they can't do anything. They don't even know you have it. And then you start selling it. How are you going to, they can't tax you on it. They don't even know you had it in the first place. And you go sell it. They don't know you sold it. You look at what the 1099 is. Oh, it's 10,000. You sell 9,000. No record. You walk over and you just do it 15 times, and off you go. And that's the beauty of it. And that's what the government doesn't. But the government it's a strange government now. They want to control us instead of serve us. The point of the government was, we elect you to talk for us, not you're elected to control us. And the biggest problem is these people that aren't even elected, who are running these, Bill Gates and Buffett and all these clowns and George Soros, aren't even elected officials who are running everything into the ground. Believe me, somebody, and Russia and China want the U.S. to collapse, and they're doing a good job of doing it. And there's no backbone here. There's nothing here. And it's just, I can see it a mile away. I can see exactly what's happening. And that's why I go to Europe, to see where I want to live. And that's why I'm like, as much gold and silver. I already had the cards, because I knew that was right after, and I knew that was real assets, that you had to buy real assets, because they'll hold their value when it's really this going out. But this isn't going out. This is only 50. This is going out because they print too much of it. So this value will go to zero in this, but then here comes the new medium of exchange, and then this gets revalued, and this gets revalued. So this goes to zero in dollars, gets a new value in gold and silver. The currency that replaces it must be backed by gold for it to have any point of worth. Otherwise, it's worthless. They might tell you, they'll give you a song and a dance. Oh, we came out, it's because of Putin. We got new dollars, and we're going to use these instead. That's what they'll say. There will not be digital currency, because the banks don't want it, because it's central bank digital currency. And if I'm JP Morgan and Chase and Wells Fargo, do I want to get out of business? No. I run the government, So is the government going to vote for it? No, because I run them. So keep in mind, the banks run the government. There never will be central bank digital currency. There might be a digital currency that you get at Wells Fargo and Chase and JP Morgan, but I don't know about this control shit. I don't know how we're not controlled now. You don't think they know what we buy with our debit card and credit card? Fuck. I go into Meijer's and I go do my shopping and then I pay for it. And then out comes these coupons, broccoli, cauliflower, whatever the barbecue chicken, whatever I buy there comes out in these coupons. They know exactly what I buy because it's all done now. So when I ring it through, they see what I'm buying. I pay with my card. The next time I come, out comes these coupons for exactly they know what I buy. So don't tell me they don't know what we do. The question is, there's so many of us, they're only looking for the big hitters, let's say. Bobby Bow, sounds nice, Professor. You're going to, okay, well, I got to eat out there. What kind of food do you eat out in Turkey, I assume? There's a lot of lamb, a lot of pork, not a lot of meat, I don't think. And I think it's a lot of Middle Eastern stuff. Turkey's like right between Asia and Europe. So I think it's some Middle Eastern and I don't know. I probably eat a lot of lamb and a lot of stuff like that. Just give me my normal buffet at the breakfast, the bacon and eggs and some fruit and stuff. And give me apples and oranges. Give me stuff like that. I'm sure there's chicken. I mean, they have normal restaurants there. So even in Russia, or when I was in the Ukraine, we were there for like for Christmas, and it was New Year's Eve. I got a New York strip in our hotel in Lviv, Ukraine, and at Odessa near the Black Sea in Ukraine. I got that great salmon, and it was a very expensive restaurant, obviously mafia owned, and but it was nice. But highly recommend if the war ever ends and you could get to Odessa, go to fucking Odessa, man. What a beautiful city, the Black Sea, the women are incredible. Everything about it was just very nice and cheap because of the exchange rate. So that's what's going to change is the dollar won't be worth anything, but nothing will be worth. The Ukraine won't be worth anything. This is what's going to be really interesting is coming out with new currencies and then figuring out the FX. Maybe that won't change too much, but then the big daddies, the BRICS and the Russian backed by gold will be the US, will be the main dog, and that's what it'll be. All right. So let's get to pro football. We went over college pretty thoroughly yesterday. So we are up to week 9. I'm on week 11 of college and week 9. No, I'm up to week 10. That's right. 8, 9. Where's my 10? Here's 10. Here we go. All right, week 10. I knew we were 1 week behind. That's it. So we got 4 buys this week. I got 2 locks going this weekend. I got a college 35 unit lock and a college pro 35 unit lock and a college 31 unit lock that I absolutely love. Highly recommend playing a 4-team teaser using the pro at the end that if you want to trap it, you can. But these college games are unbelievable. Oh my God. All right, let's go to NFL. So tonight we've got the Bears 3 and 38.5. See, I like mixing it up, Bobby, where we started economics, then we get into football. Yesterday was football and then into economics. All right. So the key about the games with Wall Street and the banks and everything is gold. Gold is the way out of the game safely. Everything else is to trap you to take your money. So you must understand and avoid the trap. Oh, buy stock, buy this, buy that. Oh, the stocks are down. It's all the Ponzi scheme to get you to get your money and get their commission. So everything is about that. And that's the bottom line. All right. The Bears 3 and 38.5. We got Indy 1.5, 43.5 in Munich or Frankfurt. It's in Germany, 9:30 Sunday morning. So that's probably something you want to bet Saturday. It's a pain in the ass because we got all our Saturday games, and then we got the late games to bail us out if we get screwed earlier. And then are we really into the Indy New England? I better bet that Saturday night too, or get up at 8 o'clock in the morning Sunday to make that bet. Baltimore 6.5, 38.5 to Cleveland. We've got Cincinnati 6.5, 47. And be careful here because Chase is questionable with a back injury. What does that mean? Spasms? I think if he hurt his back, he'd be out. He's questionable. So I think it's back spasms. Again, it's early in the week. I would think by Sunday, at worst case, he's taking the shot. I can't imagine him not playing. They need the game, and they're playing Houston. We'll get into the games in a minute. The Niners 345.5 after losing 3 straight, got the bye. This could get ugly, folks. New Orleans 340.5. Let's keep moving from 2.5 back to 3. Pitt 338.5 over Green Bay. Tampa Bay 1.5, 38.5 against Tennessee. Atlanta 1.5, 43.5 to Arizona. Now, is Kyler Murray playing? He's probable. I would assume they don't want Tune again. So Murray could be your starting quarterback, and that's a whole different world. Now, he doesn't have timing. He's not in shape. He likes to run. This will be really his timing with his receivers will be non-existent. This will be curious. The Lions 348.5. I don't understand this line at all. I look, San Diego's healthy. There's a question. It's a probable with Herbert on his left finger. Well, he's a right-handed quarterback. Who gives a fuck? He'll wrap it up and he'll go. It's not going to affect him throwing the ball. So I was shocked he was probable. Nobody else. Bose is fine. Everybody's fine. I do not understand this spread for the life of me. Dallas 17.5, 39.5. We got Prescott against Danny DeVito. I think DeVito's better, actually. I mean, Prescott's terrible. Seattle 6.5, 44.5. We've got the Jets in a bounce back game, 1 and 36.5 to Oakland. I think the Jets handled that one. And the last one is Buffalo Monday night, 746.5 to my Denver team. Now, doing teaser trends, there's a trend on the Bears, probably against Carolina as a road dog, but there's a trend on the Bears. Play against New England as a road dog. There's a Cincinnati trend, 10-1 is a home favorite. There's a Minnesota trend, 8-1 this year in a teaser, and play against New Orleans in a teaser, 8-1. Now, is it Joshua Dobbs, quarterback? He did not look good. I'm sorry. I watched the game. All he did was run. He ran in a touchdown. He made some runs. He wasn't a quarterback. He wasn't throwing. I think at the end they got lucky and he threw the touchdown, but he was mostly running and just ad lib. It was all luck. It was all ad lib. I'll throw it here. hopefully he's open. He catches it. Oh, we got the pass interference. So in my mind, he wasn't anything. Jacksonville is 8-1 in a teaser this year. They are they're strong home dog. A strong home dog, but they're a good home dog. The Niners aren't a great road favorite. They did lose to Cleveland and Minnie at home as a road favorite, so we will see. Baltimore, slight trend over Cleveland. Atlanta is the big trend over Arizona as a road favorite. Arizona is a terrible home dog. Now, again, we got Murray against Heineken. Play against Arizona 22-4 the last 26. Detroit, San Diego, a big trend on San Diego. 22. They're 22-3 in a teaser the last 2 years, last 25 games. Dallas is a good home favorite against the Giants anyway, although you're looking at 17 points. Seattle's a good trend against Washington, mostly playing against Washington. The Jets playing against Oakland, plus they got the defense. And playing against Denver, 7-1. So Buffalo is the play there, but you got a different Denver team. So that's our technical look at it. Tonight, we got Carolina, a Z team with the 28 defense against Chicago, a W team with the 27. That means Carolina scores like 16 a game, gives up 28. Chicago probably scores like 21 a game, gives up 27. So they're not a Z. The Z, you just don't score. But then you got to be careful on that one to see who they're playing. You got Young against the grocery clerk, over under 38. I mean, Carolina doesn't score, but neither does the grocery clerk, although he put up 30 on Oakland. I don't know, how do you bet on the grocery clerk? How do you bet on Steve Young? I mean, they're both terrible quarterbacks that you can't really bet on at this point. I doubt Young. I watched the highlights of last week. He threw like 3 interceptions. He's lost out there. The grocery clerk works better, but he's still the grocery clerk. I don't know. I think I got the Bears winning 27-24. I think the Bears at home. I just think Carolina's so bad. They got a lot of injuries. Are they going to just win? Both receivers are out for Carolina. Chenault and Chalk are both out. So what's Vince Young going to do? The grocery clerk, they don't have receivers to start with, so we'll see what happens. But I think it's a close game. You got a 28 defense with the 27. Normally this would be an over. If Fields is playing, this would be an over. But I still think it goes over with these two lousy defenses. But you have weak offenses, so it's kind of a counter move here. So I think the best way, I think Chicago wins the game, and you got 3, so you get +3. Who can you trust? And since you can't really trust the quarterbacks, how could you go over? So it's a very strange game. We'll find out more. We can look at last week. Last week, Chicago lost to New Orleans 24-17. That's a 19 defense. That was pretty good. Carolina lost to Indy 27-13 against the 29 defense. So Carolina surely showed you nothing against Indy, who's got a terrible defense. So I think the Bears are probably the only way to play this game, because I don't think you're going to get a lot of help from Carolina. Not that the Bears have a defense. That's the other problem. So it becomes just it's really, you got to be kind of a sick person to bet this game. But maybe we can go college today. We got Louisville, Virginia. Maybe if you need a bet, if you need your fix, we can maybe put you on that one. But I honestly can't. The only way I can play this game is the Bears, just because Carolina is so bad. And the grocery clerk looks better than Steve Young, so go there. Indy and New England, the German game. We've got 1.5, 47.5. They're expecting a high scoring game. Or is this 43? No, it's 43.5. So they're not expecting a high scoring game. Minshew against Mac Jones. What the hell Mac Jones is still doing in the lineup? I have no idea. Let's look at last week. New England, did they play? They lost to Washington 20-17, and Washington's a 29 defense. So New England is just pretty pathetic. Indy's a 27 defense. So you're not going to get a lot of scoring from Indy or from New England. Indy, the 27 defense, New England, the 25 defense. Again, New England's a Z team. They don't score. They've got Mac Jones. God knows who their offensive coordinator is. Maybe they'll hire this Oakland coach back as their offensive coordinator. He seems to know what he's doing. Right. Okay, so play against New England. So New England's play against them this year is 8-1. Just every week we're playing against New England, we're 8-1. We're pretty good. This is the best. Thank you, Bobby. Oh wait. Okay. Okay. Mac Jones needs to have his NFL quarterback license revoked. Well, I thought Belichick was the greatest coach that ever lived. Yet he's got a quarterback that can't make a good high school team. Okay, he made Alabama. That was the system. Let's go see him in Utah, what he does. Not much. Let him go to Miami or Florida. He'll throw 20 interceptions. I'm thinking what to eat for dinner. I don't want to eat too late. Well, I would suggest meat, maybe salmon, or get some ribs or some chicken. When I'm really hungry and I'm too tired to cook, I'll go get the rotisserie chicken from the meat grocery store. It's a little more expensive, but it's better quality. But the meat's the same price as Myers, so I get the meat there. But you get the rotisserie. You go to the deli and you have them slice up a pound of Sara Lee, and at least you don't have to cook. I'm in no condition. I get so tired after class. I got chicken breasts that I have no desire to sit there and cut them up and marinate them and cook them. So I'll probably have. Let's see, I had the omelet. I'll probably have the salad for dinner with the pita bread. And I already had my avocado on the way back from swim. I'm getting smarter. I'm bringing the avocado with me. Chinese, stay away from Italian, stay away from pizza, something meat, go get hamburgers or chicken, whatever, fish. All right. Cincinnati, 6.5, 47.5 to Houston. Cincinnati's on fire. They beat Buffalo. Again, I don't understand. It's 24-10. Buffalo scores. They go for 2. Why are you kicking the extra point, going 24-17, then scoring another touchdown and tying it up? No. We're going to go for 2 on the first one. And if you miss, it's 24-16. Now you need to score and get the 2-pointer to tie. It makes no sense because the odds on you getting the 2-pointer is slim to none anyway. Okay, you got it. Now what are you going to do? So now you're down 24-8. You're down 6. You still need a touchdown. I don't get it. It's the stupidest thing I've ever. You kick your extra point, you're down 7, then you score, you're down 1. Now If you want to go for the win, you go for 2. That's fine. But why would you go for 2 first? And if you miss it, now you're down for 8. Now you got to hit a 2-point conversion, which you're not going to do. You're not going to hit the one at the end of the game either. Anyway, so again, Chase and T. Higgins are questionable, not out. Burrow's fine. Houston just pathetic anyway. If I get Chase and Higgins, then it's Cincinnati here. Your free play in the pros is San Diego. Take the 9. Your free play in college. What is the free play? It's the Oregon USC over 73 down to 67. That is my free college. After looking at Oregon, Washington, and then looking at Oregon, Washington State, I think USC can put up points for us. That's what you're worried about. At Oregon, man, that Colorado game, 44-6 is still in my head going, well, can USC score in the game? But Washington, 36-33 them. In Washington State, it was 60 point. It was 36-24 or something like that. Washington, the kid threw for 400 yards. And now all of a sudden, Washington State's gone. I mean, they can't even – they lost to Stanford 10-7. I mean, it's really? You just lost 10-7 to Stanford? Wow. So, anyway, I do think that USC can score. I think it's the only thing they do well is Lincoln Riley figures out a way to do against these strong defenses. So I give USC 24. I give Oregon 50. Because USC can't stop a good high school team. So that's 75-80. And looking at the Washington game, 52-42. If they can score 42 on Washington, they can score 42 on Oregon. Pretty much the same team. The only difference is they did it last week at USC. This is at Oregon. A lot tougher. But I think they can score. So anyway, the free pick is USC over, San Diego over. Again, I have 2 the strongest locks I've had this year, 35, 31 unit. I would advise a 4-team teaser at least. I'm sure we can find a few others. If Chase is fine and Higgins, and add Cincinnati into the mix. But this is a very strong weekend and a very strong 4, 5, 6 team teaser that has about a 95% chance of winning. Even as unlucky as we've been on some of these games, not this week. And keep your eye on that Oklahoma State running back. Holy fuck! It's this guy's Jim Brown. I mean, if you watch Jim Brown, or if you watch highlights, he's powerful and fast, this guy. Anyway, Ali Gordon, I believe is his name. He's your Heisman Trophy winner. Will they give it to him? I don't know. He's the best player. Not even close. This guy's the best player in college football. Not even close. Forget Caleb Williams. Forget Bo Nix. Forget any of these other guys. It's this guy. If you want the best player, it's this guy. All right. New Orleans is 341 to Minnesota. Minnesota, it's Carr against Dobbs. Big mismatch here. This is the problem with the trends. The trends say take Minnesota, but the trends are Kirk Cousins trends. Part of the class. You can't use them. You can kind of use them, but you don't have any Dobbs at Minnesota trends. So what the fuck are you going to do with it? You can't do anything. He sucks. He won one game. He beat Dallas. That was it. All he does now is run the ball. That's, I can run. I can't pass, so I might as well go back and run. Well, New Orleans is wise to that. I mean, they've seen what he did at Arizona. Wouldn't it be funny if they played Dallas, Minnesota played Dallas, and he'd play him again? That would be hysterical. But Minnesota's playing very well. Jefferson might be back. He's questionable this week. I I don't know if Dobbs, I assume he's the starter, but you could have, they could have traded for another quarterback, but I think Dobbs is your guy. He won the game last week, so I don't know why they wouldn't use him. I don't, New Orleans at mini Dobbs. Probably be tease the dog, but I don't know. I can't really trust Dobbs. If I can get more than, if it goes back to 2.5, you get 3.5, I'd take New Orleans, I think. Over or under, you get a 19 defense and a 21 defense, but over under 41. I think this goes over because I think New Orleans with Kamara scores more than New Orleans the first 4 weeks without Kamara. So with that said, I think you can look at that as an option here. Dobbs will run and get some touchdowns. 19 defense and a 21. It's all up to the quarterback. Orleans wins, and I think it's probably over 35. I mean, they should be able to do that. With Dobbs, Minnesota should be able to score. Green Bay, Pitt, both teams are under. Both teams with the 20 defense, which means they give up 20 a game. Love against Pickett. Neither of them are pro quarterbacks. Over under 38.5. I got under circled. Now I got under circled because it's the Steeler defense. The 20 on the Steeler defense, I understand. The 20 in the Green Bay defense, I don't. Again, what's happening in the NFC North is you got the Detroit and Green Bays. I mean, they're playing the Atlantas, the Carolinas, the Tampas, and the New Orleans. And they're pretty bad. They're bad teams. Plus, they play each other. So it becomes like the Lions making the playoffs. They're the best. They're like the U.S. dollar. They're the best of the dirty laundry. So Detroit's terrible, but because Green Bay doesn't have Rodgers and Minnesota now with Cousins out, Chicago couldn't win a game in the Big Ten. Let's put it that way. Makes it very hard to, so the Lions can win beating a bunch of nobodies is what I'm trying to say. All right, so Green Bay, Pitt -3, 38.5. Like the game under. I like Pittsburgh. I think Pickett's looking better. Love's terrible. It's going to get crushed here. I don't see them doing anything. Last week, Green Bay beat LA 20-3, and I thought, oh, Love looked good. No, I watched the highlights. He didn't do anything. They scored on I think it was a couple of defensive picks that led to very short drives and a bunch of field goals. So Green Bay didn't do shit last week. Tennessee, Tampa, 2 under teams, a 20 defense, 21 defense for Tennessee and Tampa. Levis against Mayfield, which it could be Tannehill. Not sure. We'll go over this more. We can talk about this Saturday after we talk college at noon. Who's going to – do they really want us to watch Michigan Penn State at noon on Saturday? What the fuck is wrong with these people? You're not just sitting around watching football. The best game should be the night game. Michigan Penn State should be at 7:30 because you're done for the day. And you don't want to watch it. You don't want to be like, oh, it's noon, I got to watch that game. Then I'm going to go swimming and get Chinese. But I want to watch the 3:30 game. So it makes it very difficult. These noon games are ridiculous. Anyway, Tampa, Tennessee, both unders. Tennessee's a 20. Tampa's a 21. Over under 38. I like the under because both teams don't score and have good defenses, basically. Seems like an under game. And Levis against Mayfield. You don't do a lot of scoring against Tennessee. I like their coach. So, again, we'll see if it's Levis or Tannehill. Doesn't matter. Against Mayfield. So, again, this should be low scoring. Do I want Tennessee as the dog? I don't know. Do I want Levis, Tennessee, lost 20-16 to Pitt. See, that's what I'm expecting with the Pitt Green Bay, but I don't expect it to be 20-16. I expect it to be like 20-3. I got to put the scores in. The only score I put in so far is Chicago 27 and Carolina 24 tonight. Yeah, I don't think it'll be low scoring, even though both quarterbacks are terrible. When you got bad defenses, there should be some scoring. Anyway, so I mean, I like if you have to pick the game, I like Tennessee. If you have to go the other way, you go under. If it's Levis and Mayfield, or even if it's Tannehill, Henry should run the ball a lot. Pretty good defenses, so I shouldn't think there'd be a lot of scoring. San Francisco 3 against Jacksonville. The difference is Frisco's still an A team with an 18 defense. Jacksonville's an E team with a 20 defense, so they don't score as much as Frisco, and their defense isn't as good. Purdy against Lawrence, that's pretty much in, 45.5. Well, we've seen the under in the Niner games, so we could look at entertaining the under. This line hasn't moved. It's 3. They're on 3 losses in a row. Jacksonville is 8-1 against the spread this year and a pretty good home favorite. What do you do? I mean, my first thought is the Niners off of 3 losses, getting spanked by Cincinnati. You're getting their best effort against Jacksonville. How good is Jacksonville? We don't know. It's like Michigan. They played Houston twice and Indy. I think they lost one of those games. I think they played Baltimore. Then they did the fucking crap in London where they played 2 weeks in a row, fucking up Buffalo, because they're used to being there. I think they beat Tennessee there. And we look at them. I don't think they played last week because of the flight back. 2 weeks ago, Jacksonville beat my Pitt. That was my lock, was Pitt. Jacksonville was a road favorite, winning 20-10. So Jacksonville was off last week. Right? Yep. So they beat Pitt. They're off, and here they go. Pitt's a good defensive team. They put up 20. They ain't seen a good defensive team yet. This is a good defensive team, obviously, the Niners. I think the best defensive team, I want to say, is Philly. There's a few of them. Philly's no, it ain't Philly, is it? Dallas, Jets. Well, this week there's the Jets 18, Buffalo 18, Dallas 19, Baltimore 14. Yeah, they're the best. Cleveland's next at 17. Then the Niners at 18. And New Orleans at 19. And you can see how you play a certain level of team, and then you might go to a more of a passing offense, more of a run. You play Baltimore, then you play San Francisco, and maybe you play the Rams. So you're playing different quarterback styles. So it all evens out. So this is a toughie. I mean, do we really think the under is good? I don't know. Frisco lit it up against Dallas when they get going. I think you have to play Frisco because they're on 3-game losing streak with the bye. Most of the guys are back, and they have to win. I mean, this is the thing. Jacksonville's comfortable now. They've got this big thing. Now, what they did to Pittsburgh is Kenny Pickett. Big fucking deal. We go back a week, and they beat Pitt the week before. They beat New Orleans 31-24. I'm going to say that was in London. No, that was a Thursday night game. 31-24 to New Orleans, which I don't remember anything about that game. So again, they're probably playing against the best quarterbacks. I don't think they played. They lost the playoff game. They had trouble with Herbert. They had trouble with Mahomes, and they were all done after Mahomes. So that's what we have. They're going to have some trouble with Purdy. They're going to have some trouble with this defense. I think they just had a weak schedule, and they're taking advantage. This probably should be a 6 or 7 point line. It's 3. My line I put was 3, but I think it's a little because they've lost 3 in a row. It really makes it higher. You could try under 51. You've got an 8. You've got the 18 with the 18 defense against the 20 defense. Purdy and Lawrence. So I think you take the Niners plus the 3. If you can get a 2.5, but I haven't seen the line move from 3. If you get a 2.5, take the Niners and 3.5. That would be a big bet. I don't, again, Jacksonville got me against Pittsburgh, so it's a good revenge for us to take the Niners here. We'll see. Cleveland, Baltimore, 6.5, 38.5. Watson against Lamar. Watson, I think, is terrible. I don't know what to say here. Cleveland's got the real tough defense. I think this is an under game all the way. Cleveland with the 17 defense, Baltimore with the 14 defense. You can take Baltimore even, but Cleveland's been playing really good, especially defensively. Lamar's due for his normal shitty game, so I don't know. I don't know about taking Baltimore even here. Possibly the under 38.5. You go to under 44.5. I could see that in a Cleveland game. Terrible quarterbacks. Yeah. Atlanta 1.5, 43.5 to Arizona. I need like a wake up shot. Excuse me. I probably need some water. Sorry about that. All right. Where are we at here, Bobby? Kind of getting in the mood for Chinese. Always in the mood for Chinese. Should I get a double cheeseburger? Could do that. Jefferson is an LSU guy. So's Chase. So's Burrow. All the good players. Funny how the LSU quarterback's good. The Alabama quarterbacks suck. Philadelphia Madoffs. Yeah, I like coleslaw, especially at the barbecue place. It's the real creamy kind. It tastes good. Or maybe I'll just get some Ramon soup. So many choices, Bobby. But aren't you glad you're in America where there's choices? In Russia, you wouldn't have a choice. No, you do have choices there. Traffic, it's 4 o'clock. Yeah, that's the front patio. I don't have a back. Yeah, it's a sliding door. Yeah. I like to keep it open and get some sun in here, get some light, natural light. I don't have a table out there. I never brought it from Alabama. There is a picnic table not too far away near the main park I go, but that's why I go to the lake a lot. And I can go sit at the table. I got the lake, and then I do my studying. By the way, I meant to tell you big news out here in Tampa. I just found out there's a sports book at the Tampa Hard Rock Cafe is now open. There you go. They say we'll open a big room to get and watch games and cash tickets right there. That's what MGM's here has that, and Vegas, of course. What do your Russian girls eat out in Russia? I don't know if they do. Well, I'll get a picture like they're eating pizza at like a little cafe or something. Europe is most of Europe is outdoor cafes. So when Carmen came from Romania, she always wanted to get a view of the lake or be outside and eat is what she wanted. Not a lot here. There is some, but it's mostly it's not like Europe, right? So Europe, you're just walking down the street and there's all these stores, and then there's the cafes. Every corner in half these countries. So I don't know. I haven't been to St. Pete. I've been to Moscow, where you would basically go to restaurants. But there's a lot of meat and chicken. Now Odessa and Lviv was very good. I mean, you could there was a lot of restaurants you could go to. Amsterdam, I showed you those pictures of the steakhouses. I don't know if there's as much outdoor dining there as there is go to a steakhouse or restaurant. A lot of bakeries in Amsterdam. Now, Barcelona, there was a lot of the outdoor. I mean, there's always a mix, outdoor or the indoor. But I asked her, we got to keep in mind the money's not as strong. They're poor people there. She says, we like steak, but I'll show her I'm cooking a steak. And she said, well, I like steak, but we can't afford it. I give her enough to eat, but not necessarily steaks. I think she cooks at home a lot more. And then when she works, she's like working a 12-hour day. She works at a store. So it's like, 8 to 8 or whatever. It's crazy there. We don't know how lucky we are to work an 8-hour day and get paid for it versus her 12-hour day. And she doesn't make anything. So she'll like me in Turkey. We'll eat well. I'm excited for that part of it. I don't like Indian food. I don't like the spices, and there's no meat and everything. So I'm not a big Indian, at least the Indian restaurant I ate at one. I was working at this place, and there was Indian people, and we went to the Indian restaurant. I didn't like it at all. Not my cup of tea. I like meat. Give me a steak. Give me chicken. Let me go to the barbecue place. That's mine. Now I got a hankering to go to the barbecue place. All right, where are we at? So Baltimore, Cleveland, over under 38.5. Baltimore minus 6.5. So is Lamar the greatest player that ever played, and Baltimore is going to win every game by 30 points? I don't know. I think this is a beautiful under game because Cleveland's really strong defensively. Watson stinks. I took at Cleveland last week, if they even played. Yeah, they beat Arizona 27-0 with the wonderful Clayton Tune at quarterback. So I think you'll see a low scoring game here. Because I think whatchamacallit on Cleveland, the defensive end, I think he can blitz him by himself. You don't have to blitz Lamar, but they can't stop him, so he'll be all over him. And I think he's the new. I think that matchup's not good for Baltimore. They have somebody, just a regular front four of your defense, get pressure on them, and you can still keep the 7 guys back. Lamar can't handle that. I think it's an under game. Atlanta, Arizona. Atlanta's an under. Arizona's a Z with Dobbs. It's funny, with Dobbs, he's a Z. They're a Z team. So you got to kind of transfer it to Minnesota. However, if Jefferson plays, they're better than the Arizona receivers. So keep that in mind. But with Dobbs, Arizona's a Z team. They have no offense. And keep in mind, they got rid of Dobbs for Clayton Tune. That's how good Dobbs is. Atlanta 1.5. A 27 defense for Arizona. That's still there. And the 21 for Atlanta. They've been running the ball more. Heineken is the quarterback. Now, what will Kyler Murray be the quarterback is the question. He's probable. I would think he's the quarterback. If the line's 1.5, he's the quarterback. But he hasn't played. It'd be like you, Bobby, going out and playing without, you're out for the year. And now you're coming in the middle of July. You're going to just light up and hit 300, and it takes time. And I think that Kyler Murray is, going to take time. Atlanta, interesting game. Over under 43.5. Arizona's a play against team. So is Atlanta. Well, it is a junk game because you don't know enough about Murray. One Atlanta. If Atlanta was a dog, I'd like it. But Atlanta 1.5. If Murray plays, it's going to be a toughie. Detroit, an E team against San Diego, an over team. An E team, they score mid-20s, give up 21. San Diego scores upper 20s, gives up 24, so they're an O team. Over under 48.5. Goff against Herbert. Big edge to Herbert. He's a pro quarterback, not a choke quarterback. I don't understand this spread. I got San Diego -7. Why would Detroit be a 3-point favorite? Okay, Montgomery's back, the running back. And they got Bosa and they got Khalil Mack. So there goes that. They're going to put pressure on Goff, which means he throws interceptions. He chokes in these type of games. I don't see how you could take Detroit +3. I don't see how you could do that. I don't see how Detroit wins the game. At San Diego, they're going to go and beat San Diego. Yeah, sure they will. Okay, this is a free play. Take San Diego in the 9. This will probably be like the Kansas game last week where Kansas took the 14-0 lead. We're getting 7.5, 8, 8.5, and they win the ball game straight out, and you're getting 8.5. That's what here you're getting 9. I think San Diego. The way they beat my Jets, I think they're very strong. They're 22-3 in the teaser of their last 25. They're not going to get blown out by the Lions. Maybe the Lions kick a field goal to win it at the end in a close game, but we got 9 points. Are you fucking kidding me? So take San Diego here. The Giants in Dallas. The Giants are the Z team, the worst team in the league, right up there with Carolina. Right up there with the Z teams, Arizona, and there might be one that isn't playing. New England's a Z team. Jesus Christ. 4 Z teams, and there's a lot of W's, a lot of stinkers. So the Giants give up 24. Dallas gives up 19. Danny DeVito against Prescott. I mean, they're gonna be lucky to get first downs. Let's go to the. I have a thing that says starting quarterbacks. And where did I put it? Why isn't it in my football field? This is so weird. Why wouldn't it be here? Where did I put it? Here it is. It's in the wrong folder. All right. So Bryce Young, and they're listing Fields, but we know it's the grocery store guy. Let's see. Minshew against Mac Jones, right? Watson against Lamar, right? So this is a website that gives you the starting lineups, quarterback, running back, wide receivers, tight end. C.J. Stroud against Burrow. Chase is still listed as questionable, but we're hoping he plays. The Niners, Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence. Okay. Is Debo Samuel's ready to go? Huh. Joshua Dobbs is the starter against Derek Carr. Pickett and Love. Aaron Jones questionable with the hamstring again. Tennessee Will Levis against the Baker. Okay. Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is our starter for Tune against Heineken. This will be interesting. What does it make it? An over, under? Goff against Herbert. Keenan Allen. Guyton. I think they got the guy from TCU, San Diego. That's how smart they are. We get guys from Alabama that can't catch, or we, the Lions. Yeah, Danny DeVito. Barkley's okay against Prescott. Jesus Christ. They're laying 17.5. Over under a 39. The Giants with the 24 defense. Dallas with the 19. I think the only way to really play this game's under. I think they shut out but I don't know that you. How do you lay 17? So tease it down to 11.5, or Bobby can money line it at $50,000 to win 100. Which team has the grocery clerk or quarterback? Green Bay, or no, Chicago. Found out his real name is Tommy DeVito. Yeah, I know that, but we're calling him Danny DeVito. We all know that who we're talking about. That's why when people bitch at me for calling him San Diego, I go, if I call him LA, you're going to know if it's the Rams or the Chargers. And I'm not going to call him the Chargers. So if I call him San Diego, we all know it's San Diego. Yeah, I know it's Tommy DeVito, but I like to bring a little humor to class. Matter of fact, it was funny the other day. Shannon Sharp accidentally called him Danny DeVito too. And that said, my bad, I meant Tommy DeVito. And Stephen A. said, what's the difference? Well, they're listening to my show. Good. That's hilarious. You call him the grocery clerk. Well, that's what he is. He's like Kurt Warner. He's stacking shelves at the local Target. Kyler's back, yes. Best the house on Arizona Avenue. Guess, huh? I think you're saying Kyler Murray's back to bet the house on Arizona. I don't know. What is Avenue? Bet the house on Arizona Avenue. Guess, huh? I don't know. Like I just used you as an example. You're going to be out the whole year and just come back in and be all-pro quarterback. Anyway, Washington's Howell against Geno Smith. Walker is questionable, and Lockett for Seattle. Dotson and Samuel are questionable for Washington. Zach Wilson, Lazard's questionable against O'Connell for Oakland. They do have Devontae Adams and Myers. I'm surprised they're so bad. They're an under team with all that. Great coaching. Russell Wilson against Josh Allen Monday night. And that's it. That's it, folks. Gold's up big today, 1961. Took a nice spike, paper gold. Silver's still waiting at 22.59. Man, when that blows, holy shit. All right. So what does it mean? The new, like, we know Dobbs sucks, right? He was a Z. So let's go down the list. Young against the grocery clerk. Grocery clerk doesn't look that. He looks better than Young. Let's put it that way. Indy, New England. Minshew against Jones. Minshew's better. Houston, Stroud against Burrow. It's not even close. Joe Burrow. New Orleans, Carr against Dobbs. It's Carr. Green Bay, Love against Pickett. Pickett is a lot better than Love. Love just is terrible. Tennessee, Levis and Mayfield. Probably a little bit for Mayfield. Frisco, Purdy against Trevor Lawrence. Purdy all the way. Cleveland, Watson, Lamar. I guess you got to give it to Lamar over Watson. They both suck. Atlanta, Arizona. Heineken against Murray. Murray's better, but you can't just step in without preseason or practice. Detroit, San Diego, Goff against Herbert. Herbert wins. DeVito against Prescott. I'm going to go with DeVito there. I think he's the better quarterback over Prescott. How is this guy in the league? Oh, my God. The problem is you want to use running quarterbacks. They're going to get hurt. You cannot have running quarterbacks in the league. We tried it with Randall Cunningham. How many Super Bowls did he win? None. We tried it with Steve Young. How many Super Bowls did he win as a running quarterback? None, until he went to the Niners and stopped running. Only the pocket passers win. The others look nice, look pretty. I consider Mahomes and Burrow pocket passers that could escape. Brady and Rodgers could escape. I mean, they could run. They don't. They choose to throw because then it gets the secondary all nervous and the pass rushers all nervous. It puts pressure on. If you're just a running quarterback and there's no threat of Lamar throwing a 20-yard pass, it makes it a lot easier. Let's see. Washington, Howell against Smith. Smith a little bit, but he's not great. Zach Wilson against O'Connell. Give the edge to Zach Wilson. He's good at BYU, but he's not good here. He's struggling a lot for some reason. And probably he's got the new Green Bay receivers he's got no timing with. And then Denver, Oakland. This is the best matchup. Russell Wilson against Josh Allen. I like Russell Wilson better there. So we try to look for the dogs. We try to, where's the week? Let's look. Week favorite tonight. Week favorite Chicago. How the hell are they favored over anybody? Except for Carolina's so bad that they're still a weak favorite, but Carolina's a weak dog. Well, let's go through this. The Z teams, Carolina, New England, Arizona, the Giants, and I think there's a couple others. But now you've got the Giants are a Z team, and now DeVito steps in. So they went to a double Z. I mean, can you get worse than a Z? A Z means I think they score 15 a game. They give up 24. How the hell do you score 15 points a game? Daniel Jones, he's your man, and he's your $30 million quarterback. He can't get you 2 touchdowns a game. Then you got Arizona with Dobbs as a Z team. Now Murray comes back. I don't know. He'll light it up the first week, but again, how good's his knee? Is he just going to run around? I'm sure he's excited to play, but he doesn't have anybody on the team. Still is a weak defense. This will be in, Atlanta's. Okay, yeah, we're doing weak favorites. Okay, so let's go. Indy's kind of a weak favorite, 1.5. Not Cincy, not New Orleans, not really Pitt. Tampa's kind of a weak favorite, 1.5 over Tennessee. Not the Niners, not Baltimore. Atlanta's a weak favorite at 1, especially on the road. Detroit's a very weak favorite, laying 3. Dallas is not. Seattle is not. The Jets are not. Buffalo are not. So you got a few of these bad teams as weak favorites. Yes, we can get the Giants at 24 in the teaser. That's way too much in for almost any NFL game, let alone a division game. Yeah, but you got Danny DeVito as the quarterback. I mean, he was from Syracuse. He wasn't any good. How is he even on the team? This is the best you could come up with. You don't trade for Kyle Trask, who's sitting at Tampa as the backup, or Will Grier. Jesus. Go trade for Bo Nix and Caleb Williams. Wouldn't that be funny? I'm going to trade Danny DeVito to USC for Caleb Williams. USC wouldn't do it. USC be like, no. Caleb's much better. How is that? How is this possible that the college quarterbacks, we can name 10 of them now that are better than these quarterbacks in the NFL? How could this happen? Injuries? Yeah, because you guys go to all these running quarterbacks who all get hurt. The only one who hasn't gotten hurt yet is Lamar. Fields is out. Richardson's out, although he's not an NFL quarterback. Cousins didn't get hurt. He's not a runner. Love, what's he doing? What's he even doing out there, Love? Where did you get to think he was a pro? And Pickett. Levis is Tannehill's not really a runner, but got hurt running. Mayfield, all right. Purdy and Lawrence, okay. Watson and Lamar. Watson's terrible now. Lamar, maybe a little bit better. Heineken, what's he doing in the league? Murray, okay. Goff, he's a choke. Herbert, yeah. Even if it was Jones, he sucks, right? So New York, what are they doing with Jones as their starting quarterback, thinking they're going to win a game? Prescott chokes too much. Howell, I don't see it. Geno Smith, he's a backup. Zach Wilson, okay, we got Aaron Rodgers got hurt. Okay. He's a good backup. O'Connell, what is he doing there? He played for Purdue last year. He blows. What is he doing? And then Russell Wilson and Josh Allen. Okay. I still question Josh Allen, but all right. At least he's a pro. I mean, you've got so few pro quarterbacks. This is, how do you get a predicted outcome? How do you project the outcome of tonight's game? What in God's name can you use to project this outcome? Somehow I came up with 27-24 because I think the grocery clerk can throw some balls. Both defenses are terrible, so I expect some points. That's it. If the Bears didn't have such a bad defense, I wouldn't think Young. Then I'll have a big game and everybody will talk how good Young is. Yeah, you played the fucking Bears defense. Indy, New England, I think Indy wins, but the games I got to remember the games in Europe. So they're a road favorite, but New England, it's not at New England. So with that said, I can see taking Indy with the better quarterback. Houston, Cincy, you got to go with Burrow. They have to win. We got to get Chase going. So I could see Cincy, 28-17 or something like that. I know my friend Alex is all excited that Stroud had a big day last week against who did they beat? Tampa. He puts up 39 on Tampa. He's all excited. Okay, put up 39 on Cincinnati. I'll bet you $1,000 he can't do that. He won't be able to put up 19 against Cincinnati. They got a good defense. Plus, Joe Burrow is going to have the ball for a while. He doesn't like to give it up. So, Cincy by 10. New Orleans mini against Dobbs. Yeah, New Orleans by at least a touchdown. Pitt, Green Bay, Pitt by 14. With this defense, Pickett's playing better. He's not great, but he's playing better. He looked good against the Rams, got hurt against Jacksonville. Won last week. I never saw the play because I'm not about to buy the NFL Network to watch a Thursday night game of Chicago and Carolina. That'll draw, 100 viewers, maybe. Yeah, and they lost to Philly. They lost to Jalen Hurts. Hey, Luke, how are you? When's gold going? It's going up tomorrow, they said, Luke. My prediction was right in point, Luke is asking. Well, that's because he heard you ask say the question. That's why he's asking you. If only I could have wagered in it on the sports. Well, maybe you can. Go to MGM, see if there's a Luke to ask when gold will go up parlay. We can put it with the Danny DeVito lines. Tampa, Tennessee, I think is a draw. I think that's a field goal game at the end. I think the Niners win by at least 10 over Jacksonville. I don't know what Jacksonville's doing. They're pretty good beating pretty bad teams. There's no fucking way they're beating the Niners. They're not beating the Niners on 3 losses. Okay, why are they losing? Okay, a missed field goal against Cleveland. I don't know what happened against Minnesota. And they were injured after the Cleveland game. Cleveland hurt them pretty bad. And then they ran into Joe Burrow, and they ain't beating Joe Burrow. This ain't no Joe Burrow. This is Trevor Lawrence. They'll put pressure on him. He'll try to run, and they'll end that pretty quickly. So if we look at the matchup, I don't think Jacksonville, they got a 20 defense. They're not stopping Purdy. Look at the Dallas defense. The Dallas defense is a 19. He's shredded that. Look for him to shred this Jacksonville defense. But when Jacksonville's got the ball, Lawrence can't pass. He likes to run, and they keep doing these reverses, and it's like a high school team. Frisco is well aware of that now. Look out for these misdirections and Lawrence running. I think they're just going to go right after Lawrence, and I don't. If they lose 4 in a row, we lose. Right? There's some points you make the bet, and if they lose, you lose. There's nothing you can do. How can you not take the Niners on 3 losses in a row? Baltimore, Cleveland. This should be an under. Should be close. 20-17. Baltimore, maybe it's 2017 Cleveland. Watson's not good, and Baltimore will put pressure on him. Cleveland will also put pressure on him, on Lamar. Myles Garrett, that's who I'm thinking of. He's the difference because you don't need to blitz him. He just comes in at the defensive end. He'll be all over Lamar and sack him, and he won't get away from him. He'll be the disruptor. He'll make Lamar look like Jared Goff. So that's the key, is him. And, this should be low scoring. 20, maybe 2017 if they're lucky. Atlanta, Arizona. I have honestly no idea how to predict this. What's Murray going to do first week? A 27 defense for Arizona. Atlanta's going to run, although I'm not really sold on this Robinson guy. I do like the other guy, Algiers. But Atlanta's an under team with a 21 defense, so we always go to the defense. So I think Atlanta at 4.5, I think should win, should cover. Detroit, San Diego. It's not, I got San Diego 31-21, 31-24. There's no way the Lions do not have a 21 defense against this type. It'll be like Baltimore killed them and Seattle beat them. Detroit's not playing. They're not playing Steve Young, and they're not playing Mayfield, and they're not playing love. I mean, look at the guys they beat, and they're not playing. Who did they beat last week? O'Connell or Garoppolo? I don't think Garoppolo played. Who played for Oakland last week when the Lions beat them? Goff against I think Garoppolo did play. So again, another weak quarterback. You don't got a weak quarterback. So this is what I was analyzing. Detroit versus the Steve Youngs and the Garoppolos and the Loves, and then against Lamar and against Geno Smith. And neither of those are really great quarterbacks. They're okay. But now he's got Herbert. Good luck. And then they got Russell Wilson. That could be my biggest lock of the year because I'll have Detroit like 7-point favorites, 10-point favorites over Denver because everybody's so high in Detroit. They don't even understand Detroit, how to look at them. Like I figured that out. So when they get Russell Wilson and they're laying 8 points, we are going to be so strong on Denver and Russell Wilson. Let's not forget they just crushed Kansas City 24-7. Let's not forget that. So when they get Denver in Detroit and they're getting 8, we're backing up the gold trucks. We're got to bet some real money on the game. Dallas and the Giants. The Giants have a 24 defense. As bad as Prescott is, he'll throw his 2 interceptions to somebody on the Giants. I'm like 31-0 here, maybe. I think you go under 45. I don't think the Giants score with Danny DeVito. Washington, Seattle. Washington with the 27 defense. We got to check Seattle's receivers and Walker if they're if they can get healthy. Washington's got no defense, and didn't they let up their Chase Young and the other guy? Didn't they go somewhere else? So I think Seattle at home, but they're not that good at home. They're not a good home favorite. I mean, now after getting killed by Baltimore last week, I don't know what happened there. They got a lot of pressure on them, but Washington isn't the same type of team as Baltimore is. I don't know, 24-20 maybe. My Jets, -1. An 18 defense against Oakland with the 21 defense. Wilson against O'Connell. 24-0, the Jets, I think. I think they just shut out O'Connell. And they'll probably try to run Jacobs a little bit, but maybe 24-7. I think the Jets win handily here. And Buffalo and Denver, 22 defense for Denver, 18 for Buffalo. Let's not forget the 24-7 beating of Mahomes. You beat Mahomes, you're beating Allen. I think Denver wins the game 24-20, somewhere in that neighborhood. I just think their defense is outstanding now, and their offense with Sean Payton's getting much, much better. I got them as an over team now, so I think they score. Their defense, though, is playing very well. Buffalo can't handle a defense like this. They can handle Miami with the weak-ass defense. Look what Cincinnati did to them, right? With the 20 defense, Cincinnati just crushed them. I think you see the same thing here. So even though Buffalo off of a loss to Cincinnati 24-18, I'm not sure they get healthy, get well against Denver. Denver's very underrated. People still think about the 70 that they did against Miami. That was in the heat in Miami. Miami was running it and kept running it and piled it on. They don't want to see Denver again. If Denver were to play Miami in Denver now, or they meet in the playoffs, Denver's going to kill them. You don't forget a 70-point loss. And now that Denver's playing well, now that they're used to Sean Payton, look for Denver to go on a run here. Denver's the Oklahoma State of pro ball. All right. So that's pro. So tonight, you got to be a sick fucker to bet on this game tonight. 27-24. My pick on Chicago. I think you got to go over just because the defenses are so bad. Let's see. Chicago. Yeah, Chicago, New Orleans, 24-17. New Orleans got a 19 defense. This is a 28 defense. Chicago's going to be in the 20s. Carolina was where are they last week? They lost 27-13 to Indy with the 29 defense. So maybe Carolina gets you 17. Chicago's in the 20s, is 40-something. Over-under is 38. This is an over game. Let's go over. Roll Tide. All right. College, let's just do tonight and tomorrow's college because we went through everything yesterday and it's exhausting. Tomorrow's Friday. We'll go back over the college. We got Louisville 20.5, 50.5 against Virginia. Virginia with the W team. Louisville's an A. They are very strong at home. They handled Notre Dame and Duke at home. Let's check. I got a question on Virginia's quarterback. Musket was lifted from the previous clash with the right. Who the hell writes this stuff? So he's questionable with a foot. So I'll have to go to my other injury thing. And Lou Lafayette down to 8.5. What's going on in Lou Lafayette land? And 52.5. Lou Lafayette. Southern Miss is the W. Lou Lafayette's an over. Southern Miss with the 36 defense. And Lou Lafayette's. See, this is the perfect conference for half the NFL court. Dobbs should be in this conference. Playing teams like Southern Miss with the 36 defense. He might look good. Or the grocery store guy. He couldn't even make the Division I football. Yeah, that's great. Can't make Division I, and he's on the Bears. Oh, good God. So those are the two tonight. Tomorrow we've got SMU 16.5, 67.5 to North Texas. North Texas is an over team. 30. They give up 37. They score way more than 37. SMU's an A team that gives up 16. SMU's quarterback's questionable, so we've got to see about him. And then Wyoming, Vegas 5.5, 50.5. Wyoming's an E team, gives up 25. UNLV's an O team, gives up 25. And I got all these quarterback questions. So let's go to our handy dandy injuries. We're just going to do these games. So let's go to Virginia. Big Virginia. Their quarterback, Musket, questionable with the foot. It's Thursday. He's still questionable with the foot. I guess we assume he's playing because he would be out if he wasn't. So if he does play, they got a 32 defense. Louisville's going to shut him out. Yeah, I like Louisville minus 14 here, I think. Now, you got to ignore the Duke game because Riley Leonard had the ankle injury. The Notre Dame game, however, you can look at, and they beat Notre Dame like 30-13 or something. It wasn't even close. So Louisville must have this incredible defense. I might actually have to watch one of the highlight videos from last week's game to see how good they are. But apparently they got a really strong defense. And Virginia doesn't. Virginia with the 32. So Louisville should light them up. and shut them out. So, yeah, go Louisville, lay the 14. Lou Lafayette, what the fuck? All right, we got to go to Lou Lafayette. Why are they down to 8.5? Or is this the algorithm betting on them? Lou Lafayette. LSU, Bobby Daniels, questionable with concussion. I need him to play so I can bet the over. Otherwise, I can't bet the game. Louisville, pretty healthy. I'm looking for Lou Lafayette, though. The Lou Lafayetters, Liberty. Where the hell are they? Okay, they're not in the L's. Lou Lafayette. Lou. How can they not be in the L's? They're Lou Lafayette, Louisiana Lafayette. They're not in the L's. I think, yeah, they're at the bottom for some reason, which makes perfect sense to me. They're in. So Lou Lafayette's in the U's because it's UL Lafayette. So, of course, we would put Louisiana Lafayette in the U's. Quarterback's out. The other quarterback's out in the other quarter. So they're using their 4-string quarterback against Southern Miss, who's a W who gives up 36 a game. Lou Lafayette's not an over. QB out. Don't bet. So what are they going to do with the 4-string quarterback against the 36 defense? Southern Miss has whatchamacallit, the running back, the kid's son, Al Gore Jr. is on Southern Miss. This is such an over game too. Well, you got to just I don't know what to do with it. With their first 3 quarterbacks out, hard to jump on Lou Lafayette. So we'll leave that alone. Louisville's healthy. Virginia, the quarterback's questionable. So we like Louisville there. Let's go to North Texas. We care about SMU. SMU Stone, questionable Friday with a head. Not a concussion, but a head. I would think he'd play. So we don't know SMU yet. And then Vegas, I don't know if this quarterback's their quarterback. I think it's Brumfield. Yeah, Brumfield, is he their starter? I have to check. So that's tonight and tomorrow's college ball. I can see betting Louisville minus the 20 down to minus the 14. And they're an A, so they're scoring in the 30s, Louisville. So they should have a big night against Virginia's weak defense. Virginia did recently beat North Carolina, but North Carolina does not have this defense. Look at the Louisville defense to dominate. And then you're really stuck because you can't – we can wait. We got to wait for SMU and Vegas as quarterbacks. Vegas is pretty good this year, and SMU is very good. They're an A team. North Texas is an over team with a 37 defense. I like the game over if the SMU quarterback plays because North Texas, they give up 37, they score 47. So they are very much a high-scoring game, and SMU will play right with them if their quarterback's there. So should be a very high-scoring. But we need the SMU quarterback. We need the LSU quarterback, right, Bobby? Is he playing? Why don't you give him a call and see if Daniels is playing? Big games this week. Kansas, Texas Tech. Kansas 3.5, 60. We've got Michigan, Penn State, A versus A, down to 4.5, 45.5. I keep having the hingering to bet Penn State as a home dog, but I keep watching these Michigan games going, this could get ugly for Penn State, but they're at home. I watched the Penn State-Ohio State game again, not the whole game, the 25-minute game, and they were able to make some drive. They got fucked on that fumble for a touchdown, strip sack, and the terrible call. And I love the announcer. Yeah, he was holding, and the ref can't really see what's going on behind him. If there's no ball, there's no penalty. You don't just call it. Now, in defense, the problem is the secondary guys are so bad because they, who knows, with all these injuries, you're getting guys that are not very good. In my field, it's like a guy I'm injured and some guy comes in, he's the fourth stringer and he doesn't know Excel. I mean, that's about what it is. So these DBs can't cover anybody, and that's why there's all these penalties. So should the refs be calling them? No, they call way too many defensive holdings and pass interferences, and then they let some go that or that Alabama hit. What'd you think of that Alabama hit last week, Bobby? He fucking crushed our quarterback, and I think they called a penalty. What was that? That was targeting. He hit him with his helmet to the chin, breaks his jaw, and the guy, no problem. That's why I'm surprised he's got a concussion. You don't have a concussion. He's broke his jaw. I mean, did they watch the same game we did? The Giants with 24.5. Yeah, what are you saying, Greg and John? You want to bet on Danny DeVito? Okay. Well, no, UL Monroe's the Z team. Actually, Troy's playing UL Monroe. They're only laying 21. I think they're going to kill him. Troy's pretty good. I don't have the Giants. I wouldn't bet on. See, I bet on defense and quarterbacks, and the Giants don't have either. So I couldn't. I don't just look at the number. I got to look at what's creating the number. I wouldn't bet the Giants if you made the bet and if it lost, you paid it. I wouldn't bet the Giants. Not a chance. So Michigan, Penn State, I think it could be a close game. I think I'd be surprised if Penn State won, but if they did win, I don't think I'd be that surprised. I think it's a dog play. The line went down from 5.5 to 4.5, which scares me if I'm taking Penn State. Over under 45. I think the under is the only way to play the game. I think it'll be low scoring. Michigan, I'm watching their offense, and they're playing 4 or 5 wide receivers, and they're getting open, and this guy's got all time to play, but he's playing bad teams. Penn State will get to the quarterback. They will put pressure on him. You put pressure on Michigan's quarterback, he's done. He's not a good quarterback to start with. He's got time, and they're just, they're these guys are open, but again, they're playing teams that are, couldn't win a high school championship. Bobby, the professor wouldn't bet his can of tuna on Danny DeVito. I wouldn't bet. I wouldn't bet my dollar bill on Danny. I wouldn't bet what this is worth, like 3 cents on Danny DeVito. I mean, you got to be smart about it. First of all, there's all these games. I'm waiting for Chase to be healthy to bet Cincinnati. Much better bet. And San Francisco off of 3 losses. Much better bet. The fuck do I need to bet on Danny DeVito for? The Giants are this bad, like the Packers, like Arizona, like Chicago, like half the league, because they have idiots in charge. They can't draft. They've got injuries up the ass because they don't play preseason anymore. So nobody's prepared to play. They go out there. They can't play 4 quarters without getting injured. It's too violent of a sport. There's too much running going on, so everybody's got a pulled hamstring. I just think Baltimore's sitting there going, we're going to run the ball. And I think that's the way to win. Sort of like Michigan went back to Bo, and they're running the ball and playing defense like Bo did. That's where Michigan's winning. I know now they've switched their offense up a little bit more passing, but yeah, the teams that can run the ball have a huge advantage because the secondary is all banged up and they're all these light guys. So if you have a good running back, you put in Walter Payton now, he's gonna gain 2,000 yards by 10 weeks. Eric Dickerson would have a field day. Barry Sanders, these guys, Emmett, they would run for 5,000 yards because there's nobody that can tackle all these little guys running around that can't tackle anyway. It's a shame this league is so bad. Lemon water, it's a little bit of lemon with the ginger and cinnamon, but I'm pulling it out of here so you don't see it, but you can see the ginger on the bottom. So it just, the problem is I make it and then I make another pitcher, and I'm not changing out the ginger and the cinnamon all the time. There's cinnamon sticks in there too. So I need to refresh that, I think. But yeah, that's what it is. My curry chicken will be here in 50. So what is that, Indian? Bobby, now you're Bobby Bonus. A new name. It's not Bobby Bo anymore. It's Bobby Bonus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Bobby Bo. Your typos are very funny. They're better than if you actually tried to joke about it. So you don't have preseason. These guys all get hurt, and they're terrible tackle. There's just terrible teams. You don't have any offense like Oregon and Washington and even Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. You don't have any offenses like that. It's ridiculous. This will be interesting. Yeah, you got a lot of quarter. You got Dylan Gabriel coming out. Hartman, Van Dyke, Penix, Bo Nix, Caleb. Primetime Junior. Yeah, where did he go? He's going to get shut out again. I mean, they're playing Arizona. They're getting 10. Over under 54. I want to go under in the game. I don't see where Prime Junior is going to do shit in this game. They'll be lucky to score. I mean, you think UCLA's got a defense. You haven't seen Arizona's yet. Prime. The meal is coming is Jamaican food. Yeah, I noticed the bonus just now. It's your own. You can't bitch. It's your own handiwork. So this is Jamaican. I didn't know there was Jamaican food. Do people eat in Jamaica? Is what you're trying to tell me? Yeah, oh God. Well, bon appetit. Let's see. Alabama, Kentucky. Alabama can't lose. They got to keep winning. I think they clinched the title. Kentucky's as we discovered, it's really a 32 defense, not a 22. And they gave up 50 points to Georgia. So look for Bama there. Florida State, Miami, good game. Florida State 13.5, 51. Van Dyke the offensive coordinator is terrible for them. Some of the throws that they made Van Dyke do were terrible. Just the play calling is terrible. Florida State might just bury him here. Tennessee, Missouri, really strong game here. Mississippi, Georgia, you think's a good game. Georgia's at home, laying 10.5. Look out. Florida, LSU, again, it's up to Bobby if he plays. This should be an over with this wonderful LSU defense, giving up 28 a game. Florida's starting to score a little bit more. They're not going to stop. This quarterback looks really – the moves he put on these Alabama guys are unbelievable. Texas, TCU. Texas had a big lead on Kansas State last week until Kansas State woke up and made it close. Arizona, Colorado, as we've mentioned. Prime Junior, I don't think they'll get 20 points in the game, Colorado. This is a very strong Arizona defense. They held USC to 28. That's how strong they are. James Madison against the Z team, Connecticut. I like James Madison. They're a really good team, good quarterback. Look for them to blow out Connecticut. Let's see. K-State, Baylor. Baylor's looked like shit lately. K-State should, off the loss at home, they should pound them. Rutgers, Iowa. Iowa 1.5, 28. What is that? Is that like was that a halftime 28? Or a whole game 28? I mean, what can you say? And yet, with Iowa and Rutgers, I don't think they'll hit 28. I think it's an underplay, but it's so low. I mean, even in the teaser, it's 34. Maybe you play one of those 10-point teasers to get it to 38 would be the only way. Let's see. Utah, Washington. I like Washington there, laying 9. Utah, this is where not having Rising. This would be a great game with Rising. This would be way over. Well, I would take Utah in 15 if Rising played. Without Rising, they just don't have a quarterback. They're not going to stop Penix at Washington. Look for Washington here. Let's see. Washington State and Cal. Washington State suck lately. They lost to Stanford 10-7. I initially loved the game over, but I can't. I mean, Cal's got a 37 defense, and Washington State's got a 29, and they both have good offenses, and I can't touch this game because Washington State's so bad offensively. How do you lose to Stanford 10-7? Then how do I bet them after getting 7 points on Stanford? I have no idea. So I almost like Cal plus 4.5. They should eat them up, but I don't know. Confusion. Oklahoma, West Virginia. Oklahoma 13.5, 58. Oklahoma off of 2 losses in a row. You can play with San Francisco with 3 losses in a row, and you'd probably make some money there. Ohio State, Michigan State. Ohio State 31-47 over under. Ohio State, we know, is an A with a 10 defense, and they played. See, it's deceiving. They beat Notre Dame, big win. Is it? Notre Dame's lost to North Carolina State. They've lost to Clemson. They lost to Louisville. They lost to Ohio State. Are they really? They're a 3-loss team. Was that really a good win? Then they go beat Wisconsin, but they've lost 3 or 4 games. That's not a good win. And then they beat Penn State. So the really only good win is the Penn State win. Michigan State the whole team's injured. They're on a backup quarterback, freshman, who's okay. I mean, what you going to do against Ohio State? But it's going to be like the Michigan game, 42-0. I think something in that neighborhood. Rice UTSA. I'm waiting on Rice's quarterback. I like the over if he plays. Frank Harris is back. UTSA scoring again. This is over and over. So I need my Rice quarterback, but he's doubtful with concussion, the bastard. So we need to shoot him and get a new quarterback out there. Duke, North Carolina. Riley Leonard's out. This is a huge rivalry game, like Miami, Florida State. North Carolina, they're the A team with the 23 defense. Duke's an under team, and without Riley Leonard, they're even under. Probably an under in this game here. I think they'll hold North Carolina down. They won't be able to score. Should be low scoring. USC, Oregon, there's your free pick. USC scores 47, gives up 34. A healthy not of points. Oregon, the A team, scores 45, gives up 16. Now, it's a little misleading because against Washington, they played a 36-33. And against Washington State, it was like a 38-28. And Washington State did well before I don't know what happened to them, but they can't score now. So note that, though. You don't just look at the averages and bet. You go, oh, shit. Washington State lost to Stanford 10-7. Something's wrong with them. Maybe you bet Cal in 4.5. But USC, Oregon here, because USC scored on Washington and because Washington scored on Oregon, I feel that USC will score on Oregon. And it's hard there. They play tough games. But because of that, and the Texas Tech game was 38-31, I think that's where I'm getting the over 73-67. Even though Oregon's got the 16, like I said, I think it'll be like the Washington game, 36-33. So we reverse it and go, oh, shit, they put up 33 on Washington, who's got what's Washington? They're a 23 defense now. Funny how as they start playing, the 16 defenses are now in the 20s. But I just see this. It's a big number, 73-67. But I do see it that I'm giving Oregon 60 points in the game. Washington bought 52-42 to USC. Oregon will be in the 60s, which basically covers it. If I get 10 points from SC, I win. I'm expecting mid-30s from USC. So I'm expecting a 100-point game. And then our last little sleeper here, Air Force 18 over Hawaii. Air Force is the A team. Just got killed by Army somehow. There was a couple interceptions. Hawaii absolutely stinks. I think Air Force bounces back. They're playing a terrible team with a terrible defense. Hawaii's got a 34 defense. Air Force has a 14 defense. Look for Air Force to bounce back. And since they run it so well, once they get it rolling, Hawaii is not going to have a lot of possessions. And so I definitely like Air Force laying 12. I think they win like 40-0, basically. I don't see Hawaii scoring in the game. They're not that big of a scorer anyway, as much as you think they should be with Timmy Chung as their coach. They just aren't scoring. And then they add that. They have a 34 defense. So look for Air Force to get kind of pissed. This is a conference game. Look for them to get kind of pissed and look for Air Force to just run it down their throats, and it doesn't look like Hawaii has a real chance to stop it. So those are kind of some of the key games. Yeah, look for James Madison to roll Connecticut. Now, Nick, bet against Connecticut. You've got an A team with James Madison. So let's go tonight. Let's go Lou. Quarterback's questionable. Do we want to lay 14 or do we want to go under 56? Virginia's got a 32 defense. Let's go Lou minus 14. So we'll go Lou Thursday night. And I doubt the Bears or Carolina could beat Louisville. I mean, this is where I don't think there's any way Carolina could beat Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Oregon. Well, let's play Carolina against Oregon. Who would you bet on? I'd be all over. If Oregon's laying 7, I'd be teasing them to 1. Especially if the game was at Oregon, they'd kill them. How would they stop Bo Nix? I mean, it's the same thing with Washington. The same thing. I'm not sure they could beat USC. Seriously, I don't see how some of these pro teams, Arizona, maybe with Kyler Murray now, but these college teams could not beat half these pro teams. I don't think Carolina or Chicago could beat Georgia. I think Georgia would win by 2 touchdowns easy, especially if Brock Bowers played, if he got healthy. I don't know how they'd move on that defense, but I don't see it. It's funny. Maybe it's the coordinators in the pros are so bad, but I see Georgia just shutting down last week. Whoever, Missouri, they really shut them down, right? And I just don't see that defense in the NFL. The best team would be Baltimore, I think, with a pretty strong defense, but I don't see half these teams beating Georgia. I mean, just beating Georgia, I don't see it. But I don't see that style. Look at Georgia's defense. Where is that in the NFL? I don't even – Baltimore doesn't use it. I mean, they literally put so much pressure on the coach. You watch. This week they got Old Mississippi. And you watch the pressure that Dart's under, right? He's gonna go back to pass and get sacked like Herndon Hooker did last year. Go back and sacked. So it's a big game for Georgia because Mississippi's pretty good. But I go back to that Alabama game, and Alabama beat them 24-10. All of a sudden, Ole Miss didn't score. Well, welcome to Georgia. Between the hedges and Athens, they're not putting up a fight there. I think Georgia's all over them there. But and I haven't even gotten to my locks. I've got 3 college locks that are very strong. Gotta love them. Three college locks. I posted my college plays. I got about 10. I mean, it's so easy to find them. The problem is if I lose 1 or 2 of them, I got to be careful. Like last week, I lost, who was it? Texas under, and I had them in 2 teasers. And when I watched the highlights, this is why you don't bet against the backup quarterback because he looks sharp. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful there. The game that surprised me was Ohio State Rutgers. I had that under. I didn't have it locked, but I only had it in 1 teaser. But I think the other one, Notre Dame, I think I maybe had in 2 teasers. That was crazy how Clemson, Notre Dame was high scoring. Not really high. I was in the 50s, but that was crazy. So you got to be careful, even though you're looking at it. We have to bet it now. You can't mate off it and bet it Sunday. Yeah, primetime junior Heisman. you think so, Bobby? Your LSU quarterback's Heisman hopes went up after the loss to Alabama. I'm telling you, the Heisman Trophy winner should be Ollie Davis from Oak State. He is the best player by a mile in college football. It's not even close. And the problem is they go by record. So you've got to be undefeated to win the Heisman. What is that shit? Paul Hornung won the Heisman for Notre Dame in 56, and they were like 3-9 or something. The best player should not matter what record the team is. The team should not be in the playoffs for you to have the Heisman winner. I don't know where they're getting this from. It's like it used to be the MVP, most valuable players. Now they changed it to something else. It's like insane. But yeah, I mean that the running back from Oak State's by a mile. I mean he's like a man, and the rest are boys. I don't know who you give it to. Maybe you give it to Penix or Bo Nix. I mean, maybe you can't give it to Hartman. There's nobody on Michigan to give it to. Ohio State, you can't give it to anybody. Georgia, whatchamacallit should get it. Brock Bowers should get it. He should win it, but the Oklahoma State guy's better than him. So, but he's a tight end, and guy's a running back. And yeah, what happened to Washington State? They actually started off the season really good and have turned into a complete joke. That's because that guy came into our class and said how good the quarterback Ward was. And I said, he's not that good. He just looked good against, Wisconsin, who stinks, and Oregon State, who's okay. He had 2 good games. Yes. Then he went on the road to UCLA, and then it's been all downhill since then. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you could lose to Stanford 10-7 at home. I don't know how they couldn't score. That's crazy. But I'm staying away from Washington State. This is an easy over against Cal. Should be an easy over, but I got to not play it. Watch, I won't play it. It'll go over, but I won't play it because the way Washington State's scoring. Who is the Texas back? I don't know. No, not Manning. It's some Matthias guy or something. This guy's got a cannon. This guy's very good. Mathis or something. Really good quarter. I mean, from what I saw, and they played Kansas State. And you light up Kansas State, you're pretty good. So he looked pretty good. But no, Manning's nephew won't see the field unless this guy gets hurt. Well, it just how Charles Woodson won it, I have no idea. He was a defensive back. He won it because he returned the punt against Ohio State. Oh, well, you're obviously the best player in the country. You returned a punt for a touchdown. And he caught a pass. He was catching pass. He was playing offense to win it. And he was catching passes and running back punts. And but he didn't win it because he was a good defensive back. But he was the same thing. It was like a man playing with boys. I mean, that was a joke. The Heisman's so stupid. I don't even understand it. It's like the Academy Awards best movie. Like, who the fuck knows? We all like different movies. But this Heisman thing, I don't even watch it. I don't pay any attention. I don't know who won it last year. I don't care. I don't care who wins it this year. All I want to do is bet the games. Just the rest of it's insane. And then you start hearing, again, this is part of the game, right? You bet on it, so they take the money out of your pocket. and understand all these odds are not correct. None of them are. So let's say you get 10 to 1 on Bo Nix and 20 to 1 on Penix and 30 to 1 on the Oak State kid and 40 to 1 on Prime Junior. But the odds that's not good odds. Those are terrible odds. And that's really the problem. That's what you're missing. So not really good. This whole Heisman thing is just sheer stupidity. Who is this? So but what do they talk about on the radio now? It's props. We don't have enough bets with the teams with the game. So just, take Baltimore -7 or go over or under. No. We need more props. How many yards will Lamar make? And how many throws and how many sacks and how many this and how many that? They've got you in a revolving door making bets, losing money. Every bet you make in these props are bad bets because the odds are ridiculous. The odds are nowhere close to what they should be. So you're so fucked trying to bet these games. It's a joke. It's not, you don't have a choice here. So keep that in. They're just trying to get you to bet. They're trying to get you to play the game like Wall Street's trying to get you to buy a stock or a real estate trust. Well, you don't trust the stock market. Well, how about a real estate trust? These are just people paying their mortgages. Why would they not? Why would it collapse? Oh, because you're giving mortgages to people that they can't afford them. So that's what you have here. Oh, God, enough, girl. Anyway, keep that in mind. The more tempting they get it for you to bet, the more you're going to lose. That's the goal, is to get you to bet. That's what all these props are and all this Heisman bullshit is. Just ignore it all. It's all bullshit. You got to ignore it. You can't go to it. I'm going to show you one other video. Oh, I wanted to show you something here. This is 1982 Las Vegas, right? Now, what do you notice? What's the thing? Luncheon, $195, dinner buffet, $295. So you don't think there's inflation. This is 1982 footage. Okay. And then I was just watching some other Vegas stuff. But I noticed the price. So you go from a buffet of $295 for a dinner buffet. And I know back then they were like the real good Chinese ribs and steaks and everything. And now what's a buffet? $60. And you wonder what inflation is. This is inflation. This is the value of your dollar going from $295 for dinner buffet at whatever this casino is. 24-hour poker. I love it. I don't know. It doesn't matter what casino it is. But look at it, 295 to, that's inflation. That's how much the dollar's lost in value. I thought I'd show you that. Then there's these Stoic things that it's a really good watch, the Stoic stuff. It's Marcus Aurelius and this whole Stoic thing of how to act and react. Like if somebody disrespects you, normally you would just bitch at them, right? You'd say, "What the fuck?" and you get into a fight. But the way the Stoics do it is to say, tell them to fuck off. You don't say a word. You just ignore them. They call you, you're an idiot, or you're this, or you're that, and you just walk away. You just, okay, you're obviously an idiot, and you don't react to them. You're not letting them disrespect you, but you're just ignoring the whole disrespect. You're like, I'm not giving you the time of day. You can't hurt me. I'm not going to get disrespected by you. Very good, these things. And then this is the place in Turkey I think I'll end up going, Anatolia. Never heard of it until looking at places to go in Turkey. Very nice. A lot of off the Mediterranean. Looks very nice. As opposed to the 27 things to do in Istanbul. It's all mosque, and I don't know. I think the Anatolia is better. I noticed there's 2 airports. You can either fly into Istanbul or fly into this Anatolia. So hopefully it's not more expensive. Hopefully the hotels aren't really expensive. And then I think it'll be a better. I like the beaches and relaxing. I'm not a mosque guy or a museum guy. Daria misses the professor. That wasn't Daria. I don't want to get into it. She's going off on those texts. Alligator time. That's a Chinese restaurant. No, it's not a Chinese. Where do you see a Chinese restaurant? Oh, well, it's in Vegas. I don't know. It could have been. I don't think it's a Chinese restaurant in Vegas, but maybe. They have a Japanese restaurant that at the casino over here that serves great roasted duck. Well, there you go. What is Anatolia? What is Anatolia? Is a restaurant or location? It's a city in Turkey. So trying to decide where I want to go in Turkey, there's Anatolia, which is on the Caribbean. That's a city. You would fly into it, or Istanbul. And after watching like things to do in Istanbul, which is mosque and shit, and then things to do in Anatolia on the Turkish Riviera, I'm voting for Anatolia unless it's really expensive. But the exchange rate's so huge there. So if something costs 1,000 Turkish, it's like, oh, it's $10. Take a boat ride. I don't know, it's $5. I'm like, yeah, I can go to Turkey. Yeah, so it's a city in Turkey that's real, nice place. Hey Todd, leaving for Florida tomorrow. Grilled grouper at Sharky's on the pier. Is that Sharky from the James Bond movie, where the guy got hung up on there? Well, have a nice time in Florida. 2 big locks going tomorrow. You're gonna miss. 35 unit and a 31 unit. I love this lock. This is such a good lock. I got 4 games. So I highly recommend if you just want the locks, you can play a nice 4-team teaser. You maybe add the USC over is not one of the locks. That's a 5-team teaser. Maybe add Washington to it, Georgia, Florida State, Missouri, Texas. I mean, there's a whole boatload of games that we think will win, or California over Washington State. But this is like, okay, I got it this time. So anyway, this whole stoic thing's really good. But I've been watching that, and I do a lot of it anyway without being told. It's just what I do. Like I'll use my mind over people. So when they start hitting me up on gold or silver, I just do that. Or when I was let go from my last job at the Madoff company where they were scamming with the rollers, I was the controller, and I didn't get the system right. They never bought the computer system, and the CFO comes in to let me go, and I just drilled them hard and said, like, you're a CFO. Where'd you go to school? Like, did you graduate high school? Like, I got him good. He can't get me. You can't get me because I'm an INFJ, and with the stoic, there's nothing you can say that's going to bother me. So it's like when I play poker, people try to get me on tilt, and I go, it's never going to work. You can't get me on tilt at poker because I don't inhale it. It bounces off of me. So if you try to insult me or do something, like if you say, oh, good play or good block, something stupid, I lost money, you might say good play. It won't penetrate. And then I can't go on tilt because I just wait for the next hand. And it's very good because I don't play bad hands. I don't play 3-7 because I haven't played in 3 hands. I wait for my hands. And it amazes people that they can't. They say, I wish I had your patience. I go, well, it's not hard. It's very easy. But that's the thing. So when he let me go, he made some comments to me, and I just said, oh, no, what I said was, he made a comment to me, and I says, well, it doesn't matter. You'll be out of business soon anyway, because with the depression that's about to hit us, and you don't have any gold, so you won't be around very, very soon. So it's gone on a little bit longer because really the recession it's hit, but they're not keeping it, and the dollar's still around, even though it's worth nothing. But it's sort of like a hidden gem where we know gold's going to go to the moon, and kind of when it does, we'll just be like, yeah, communists, we kind of told you, but we're not going to rub it in. We're not going to say that, but don't come to us when you need it. If I've told you and you didn't listen, I have no apprehension about saying, go fuck yourself. I'm not going to help you. I'm trying to help you now. You don't want to listen. Don't when gold's 50,000 an ounce and the dollar's out, don't come crawling to me. I tried to help you. You didn't want to listen. You're smarter than I am. Okay, fine. So good luck on that one. So good luck, Todd. Have a nice time. Well, he's going to Florida. Well, you're in Florida, Bobby. There was to be a place called Sharky's in Clearwater that had the best shrimp cocktails. Free pick San Diego Chargers, yeah, and free pick USC over. Those are your free picks. USC over with Oregon, and San Diego getting 9 now from the Lions is all. It's like it's unreal that they're even favored. Bobby's in Tampa. Maybe he'll show you around. Bobby can get you some girls and have a good time with them. Yeah, Todd, you want to get – this is Todd Huntley, Bobby. You want to get you're really not looking to get collectibles because you don't know what the value is going to be on them. But when gold goes to, let's say, 20,000 an ounce, all you need is an ounce of gold, but you need something that says an ounce of gold. And my fear is that either these sovereigns or these double eagles don't say a value of gold on it. They don't even say they're gold. I've seen sovereigns I've seen at my coin shop, and I look at them, and they don't say gold on them, and they don't say the weight. They're actually like a third of an ounce, so they're a little bit more than a quarter. So if a quarter is 550, they're like 600, but I don't know what they are, and how would I sell that to anybody? So if I want to sell the gold, you don't know it's gold and you don't know the weight. So that's why I stay away from that. The double eagles, are they an ounce of gold? Does it say 1 ounce of gold on it? We're really trying to buy the gold for the gold. And when you see the price, it's gold is $2,000 per ounce, not the collectible, not anything else. But keep in mind, that's obviously paper. That's not the real price of gold. So all I can tell you is we're taking this crap, this paper crap that's worthless, and we're trading it for gold. And like I say to you, you're not spending a dime. You are just, so my example was, if I go to Amsterdam and I buy euros, all I'm doing is taking $100 and I'm getting 110 euros. Did I spend the dime? No. I exchanged dollars for euros. I still have assets. I still have cash in my pocket. It's just in euros. So if I take dollars, so if I take $2,000 and get an ounce of gold, did I spend it? No, I still have the money. It's changed from dollars to gold. The difference is this is going to zero and the gold's going to the moon. That's the difference. You're getting out of this into the gold. You haven't spent a dime. So don't feel like you've spent any money. You didn't buy, even if you bought this, you really didn't spend money because you got an asset for it. As long as you're buying it for an asset, you're fine. But the asset you're buying of gold and silver is really very strong to buy. It's a very good play because you can't lose. I mean, you can't lose because they can't print it. It gets down to it, like I say, the Mahomes card. They only made 50 of them, so they can't 10,000 of these. They only made 50. That's that's what I laugh about with Bitcoin. Oh, they're limited to 21 million. This is limited to 50. Which one would you rather have? And it's Mahomes, so don't fuck with me that, oh, everybody wants Bitcoin. It isn't money because it's not demanded by everybody. Nobody knows what it is. It's not money. It's not gold. What the fuck are they talking about? I'd rather have the Mahomes card that's 50 count than 21 million Bitcoin that we don't know what that is. Luke only buys the Eagles. I don't know. Luke, do you buy Maple Leafs or Cougarans? I mean, they're all gold. I would suggest that. And well, Luke buys the silver boxes, but it's fine. But you pay a little bit more for Eagles. Todd, I would just assume go buy Maple Leafs. I just showed they're $50 cheaper, $40 cheaper than the Eagle. Gives you more bang for your buck. Only Eagles constitutional dollar in America, but this is the world. Believe me, I have no problems with my Cougarans. I don't care that it's legal money because do you think this is legal money? This is not legal money. Okay, this is bullshit. The only legal money in the U.S. Constitution is gold and silver. That's it. This is not legal money, and everybody uses it. So I wouldn't get too hung up with constitutional money. I would get that gold is gold, right? So believe me, Luke, if you got a Maple Leaf, people will give you $20,000 for it. They might take off $50 because it's a Maple Leaf than an Eagle, but you're buying the ounce cheaper, right? I showed you on eBay, it's $50 cheaper to buy the Cougaran or the Maple Leaf than the Eagle. All you care about is an ounce of gold. Do they say ounce of gold US, ounce of gold Cougaran, ounce of gold Maple Leaf? No, an ounce of gold. So let's say it's $20,000 for 1 ounce of gold. That's it. They don't care. They sell it all at the coin stores. They'll buy it all at the coin stores. I mean, we go to Switzerland and they don't care if it's American Cougaran or whatever. They're going to take the gold because it's gold. They melt it down. You go to Swiss, they have melting. They're one of the few that can actually melt the gold down. So I guess China gives a bunch of gold they get gold from other places. They go to Switzerland to melt it, and then it's made Chinese gold. That's what they do. Gold's gold. It doesn't matter. Don't get hung up in it, because this is the most corrupt country in the world, and we use regular dollars, not that. So it doesn't matter. The legal dollar has to be coined by the U.S. Treasury. Well, I'll give you that. But it's not. I don't know that gold's legal here. You can't put it this way. You can't go to the grocery store. You want to go to Kroger's. You can't use gold and silver. So it's legal in the Constitution, but you couldn't use it. They couldn't give you the value. They'd give you change. And I mean, what would they give you for an ounce of gold? They'd treat it as it's worth $50, not $2,000. And there's no way you're going to the grocery store with a quarter ounce that's worth $5.50, and you buy $200 at the groceries. You think you're going to get $300 back? You're certainly not going to get $300. You're not going to get like gold back or silver. So you might get $300 if they even take it. Now, if I'm the manager, I would take it, but most of these guys are idiots. They don't even understand what gold is, so it's a very tricky thing. Well, it depends. If it's gold, they'll make it into Liberties. That is that. But you got Maple Leafs, you got Cougarans, you got the Philharmonics that we all like. So I'm buying gold. I'm not worried about what country it's from. As long as it's 1 ounce and it says it, then I don't care. Whatever country it's from, it's fine with me. I'm buying the commodity gold, which is extremely price fixed and undervalued. How about Maple Leafs? Is that the Eagle in Canada? Yeah, I mean that's the Canadian mint. That's why I'm buying them out. The Cougarans, South African, the Philharmonics, Austrian. I don't think Swiss has a gold. It's funny how Swiss doesn't make gold coin. They make the bars. So you see the Credit Suisse and the little bar, right? The little quarter ounce bar, 1 ounce bar. Those are Swiss. They don't make coins. They make bars. But they say Swiss on it. There's some code number. Generally, those are good. I've never had a problem with that, but I don't buy a lot of them. I buy the coins. Hi, Professor. If there's a market, there's a market. Well, that's what a market is. There's supply and demand. So again, if I have this, I have the supply. Is there demand for this? If there's demand for this at a price we can reach together, if I want to sell it for 100 and you only want to pay me 20, we don't have a market. As long as we can reach an agreement, okay, I'll sell it for 75, you'll buy it for 75, that's a market. I have a product, you have the money, it's a free trade, right? It's a free trade in that you give me the money and I give you the whiskey. That's a market, that's a free trade. Gold will always have a market because everybody wants gold. All the central banks, most of the people are starting to wake up. This will not have a market. This is the old 60-year-old at the bar. This nobody will want. That's when it goes to zero. And there's 80 countries that don't want this now. So get rid of 80 countries. How much is left besides England and Canada who want this? And once the people realize that this has no value, then I can't. This would be like this going, okay, I'm going to sell it and nobody wants it. Well, how about $2? No. If I can't sell it for $1, then there's no market. But there's always going to be demand for whiskey, just like gold. But will there always be demand for this? And I'm saying is no, because they'll buy gold and silver. They don't want that. And it won't matter that it's an American Eagle or not, but that's where we're headed, to a gold standard, because there's no other choice. All of these dollars go to zero. This goes to zero. This is a euro. This is a dollar. They're both worth the same. Nothing. They're both worthless. They've been printed to death, and they're all worthless, right? So it's just a matter of time till nobody can want this, and people realize this has no value, and it's all collapsing thanks to these morons who keep printing and printing and aren't backing it by gold. Once you've done that, you've killed it. So if this, well, we'll look at Reggie here. I don't want to offend Bobby Bo, but if we look at Reggie, this is probably worth $5. Why? Because they printed a fucking million of these, right? So if this was 50 count, if this was 50 count, this would probably be worth $10,000. It's Reggie Jackson. This is a 50 count, and it's numbered. So you can see this is gold and this is paper, and they printed and printed and printed. So this has no value. There's no demand for it. I'll give you $2 for it. Maybe you could get $2 for it. That's if you're Reggie Jackson's like kids or something. Otherwise, I don't need it. I don't want it. Yeah, I like Reggie, but I'm not going to do it. So that's the thing. So the big key is this is Mahomes. Well, everybody likes Mahomes. If this was Joe Blow, this would have no value. Even though it's 50, nobody wants the guy. So because it's Mahomes, people will want it. Because it's 50 count, people will want it, knowing it's limited. People want limited stuff because they are buying it to make money. And that's the whole lesson today, is that how Wall Street, their whole gig is to promise you that you're going to get rich. Buy Microsoft, you're going to get rich. That's the whole gimmick. And you need this money, which is actually it's been worthless since 1971. You can see that the value keeps dropping and dropping. That's why I showed you the $2 restaurant in Caesars in 1982. It's $2.29 for the dinner buffet. But now it's $60 for the dinner buffet. What's going on? Well, back then there was the gimmicks. It was like $2.29 for the buffet. Come on in and eat. Oh, and then here's a blackjack table. Why don't you go drop $200 at blackjack? So you really paid $200 for the buffet. That's kind of what they were doing, and I miss that terribly. Now the restaurants are $60, and you're like, fuck that. And they chase you out now. You don't come for the $2 buffet. You leave. You go, how much is it for the $60 for the buffet? Because we're used to $2. And you're like, because I used to go back then, and I'd love the buffet. Sunday it was Caesar's Palace. I'd be at the buffet, Chinese ribs, soup and salad, watching football on the big screens. That was heaven. That was it. I mean, I was in heaven then, and I don't know now. It's like you can't. It's cost you $150 to even sit at the sports book. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What kind of soup? Chicken noodle soup, Bobby. Chili. I mean, I didn't eat a lot. It was like I got these big Chinese ribs. They're like this long, this thick. They were so tasty at Caesars. And I would save room for them. So I would have normally they cut up 1 or 2 for you, put it on the meal. It's a buffet, but they would just slice 1 or 2. I'd say I'd get like 7 or 8 of them. And and that was it. I was a little bit of salad and all the barbecue rib, all the Chinese ribs I could eat. And I can't find them like that anywhere. I don't know where they did it, but they were best fucking ribs I ever had. Soup, salad, and Chinese ribs while watching football. Well, it's not just watching football. It was watching football at Caesars You know how the big screen in 1980 and the darkness. So I'm at the movies at Caesars watching live football, betting on it, and having the Chinese ribs at the buffet 20 feet away. I'm like eating and the game's on. I mean, that's what I loved about Caesars. It was like you're at the movies. It's dark and these huge screens and the games are on. And not only one game, there's 5 games going on. You're like, wow, it was amazing. You ever get the Chinese boneless ribs or the bone in? These had the bone. So I don't know if those are short Chinese ribs or from the Chinese pig or what it was, but it was the sauce they use is so tasty. But see, that's the thing. It's all a market if the demand for it. And my point is with you, Luke, is the Chinese the gold will be demanded because it's gold. They won't care what kind of gold it is, and nobody buys gold for the $50 price on it. They buy gold because an ounce of gold is worth $2,000, not the 50. So everybody has demand for gold, and they can't print it, so you can't lose value in it. Like the dollar, they printed it to death, and now you got this huge debt. If you had gold, you wouldn't have a debt. But we don't want to go with gold there. Luke, when shift precious metals will go no bid, there's not enough of them versus the M2 money. So I don't know what you're saying. When SHTF, I don't know what that is, precious metals will go no bid. What are you talking about? There's not enough of them versus the M2 money. So I don't, you have to repeat that. All those 401ks will be scrambling for some gold, silver exposures, screwed. Well, no, they're going to wake up and all the stuff valued in money, the money collapses, will be worth zero. So I keep saying. So you have a $500,000 house, it becomes worth zero because it's $500,000 in dollars. The dollar's zero, your house is worth zero. Now you're going to get it repriced in gold. How much gold does it cost for you to buy the house? 2 ounces. 2 ounces should buy the house. So everything has to be repriced in gold. Now you won't fully lose the value, right? This car, let's say it's worth $5,000. And the dollar goes out. Now it's worthless. But now what is it worth in gold? Oh, it's worth a half an ounce. See, that's what'll happen. It gets revalued into gold. That's why there's no barter and all this shit. These people are a bunch of idiots saying that. Yeah, anything in dollars, stocks, bonds, that's what I'm telling you to get out of it, because all the 401ks are in dollars, will go to zero. They can't stop it. There's nothing they can control or manipulate. It's been 50 years. It's all over. It's just a matter of time till people realize that there is no market for it anymore. It's gone. Nobody wants it. It's worthless. Now, what they're going to do is come out with a US dollar 2, and they're going to blame Putin for the inflation and maybe now Israel. And they're going to say, oh, yeah, we have to come out with a new dollar. And is this backed by gold? No. Oh, then this is shit too. This is worthless also. So don't be conned or fooled into thinking when the new dollar comes out that it's all of a sudden has a value. It has the same value as this dollar, zero. On Chinese ribs, there you go. You should have got the Chinese ribs in the first place. Well, my Chinese place doesn't have good ribs. That's what I used to get at the buffet at Caesars, was the bone-in Chinese ribs. I never saw them anywhere else. I don't know where they got them from. When I do go get from my Chinese, if I were to get ribs, they don't do them well. Shit hits the fan. So let's read yours again. When the shit hits the fan, precious metals will go no bid. What does that mean? Precious metals will go no bid. Enough of them versus the M2 money supply. No, precious metals prices will go to the moon because you have too much money at 2,000 an ounce. There's not enough gold. So it needs to be 20,000 an ounce to get enough gold. That's what will happen. But again, the money supply is worthless. The gold isn't. So it's apples and oranges. Precious metals will go no bid. No, precious metals, well, at first it'll go $30,000, $40,000. When the dollar goes out, they'll be their own. Then it'll be their own current. They'll be the currency. So it's what does the precious metal buy? Like I'm saying. So you want to buy your house, 1 ounce, 2 ounces will buy you the house. That's the value of the gold. It won't be valued in dollars anymore. That's what you gotta understand. Greg and John, TK, wow, you doing overtime? No, I there's no time limit here. Luke, no bid people won't know what to buy or sell for until it's 20K. It's just going to go to 20K. It's not going to be bid up from 2,000 to 3 to 5. It's just going to go boom, 10, 20, 40. Because once the dollar goes out, the euro's out, the Swiss franc's out, the British pound's out, everybody will be scrambling on the Titanic to get off the boat. And the only off is the gold. And there's not enough gold to go along for the whole fucking world. Right? So the whole world, Brits, the French, the Germans, all need gold because their currency's worthless. So they're all going to jump in and buy gold at that point, those who haven't bought. And that's where the price goes to the moon until there is no more dollars. And then gold is its own price. And you want a house? An ounce of gold. Oh, you want a Mercedes? Here's $100,000 Mercedes, half ounce of gold out to cover it. That's where we're headed. That's what I'm telling you. Buy your house at that point. Once gold is the price, gold is the money, right? It'll be the gold standard again, and the money will be gold, not this paper crap. No bid people won't know. Yeah, they don't know what to do anyway, Luke. They're sitting there buying Microsoft. Bobby the Bow is out. How about Bobby? What did you call yourself, Bobby? I don't remember. Bobby, the Yankees need a hitting coach. Oh, yeah. We heard that one already, Greg. Let's go. Move on. Not at all, Greg. I am not dealing with those guys. They can go hire Jose Canseco or Ken or those other guys. Yeah, he could go play on the Tigers. He'd be probably the leading hitter. He'd have the best average on the Tigers. They don't have a guy hitting over 220. This is why they're in last place, and Texas had the whole team hitting in the 280s, 300s. That's why they won the World Series. It was simple. But again, that's exactly what we're talking about. Is there a market for Bobby to be a hitting coach? Is there demand for him to be the hitting coach? Is there a free market for him to be a hitting coach, and at what price? At what price would Bobby agree to be the hitting coach of the Tigers? Is there demand for Bobby to be the hitting coach first? And then at what price does Bobby take it? It's a free trade. This is what's called free trade. So the Tigers want Bobby. Bobby determines, do I want it? Then he says, yeah, I do. And then they go, how much? And then you say, it happens to me when I'm applying for jobs. They'll go, okay, we're interested in you. How much? And then I'll name my price. And then either we're okay or I'm too expensive. Or maybe they give me maybe I go down a little bit because I'm not working. And I don't care because I'm just there to buy gold anyway. I work to buy gold. That's it. I don't give a fuck about any company. except for Teaser King. So they're all out to screw you. It's just a joke. I had a lot of respect for Ken Griffey, though. He was the real deal of that era, and no steroids. Yeah, he does a commercial now with his wife and some umpire for something. I don't know what the product is. I think it's insurance or something. But he was a good hitter. I don't think he ever won a World Series. Played for Seattle and Cincinnati. Yeah, he could hit. His values on his cards aren't really that strong. The upper deck rookie is, but the rest of them are losing value, which I'm surprised at because, yeah, he was a great hitter. I don't know the guys with value in your era in the 80s, 90s. Half of them got steroided out: Bonds, McGuire, Sosa, Clemens. Then there's Ripken and Ken Griffey and Frank Thomas was about it. I mean, that's Randy Johnson's got no value, and Kurt Schilling's got no value. So at that point, I was buying a lot of football. Oh, there's Barry and Emmett and Joe Montana. Yeah, and baseball's got who? Yeah. That's when at that point I decided to go get the Willie Mays and the Hank Aaron's because there was nobody in baseball to buy in the late 80s. Barry was the best of all those steroid users. Yeah, but because of steroids, he doesn't have a value, unfortunately. This card should be worth $25,000 easy. It's numbered out of 100. How the fuck can this card not be worth? But I don't know if it's worth maybe only worth $300. I don't know. That's the insane part of it. And again, it's all free market and it's all supply and demand. Is there demand for Barry Bonds? There's more demand for 100 count Bonds unless it's his rookie card. I don't know what the appeal is of the rookie card because it's the first card. It's supposed to have this big appeal. I never really understood it. What was so special about the rookie card? That it's his first card. Why is that special? So I got the second card or I got the third card. What's the difference? I never could understand. I never made a lot of sense, but that's what the market was. That's what the demand is, that there's more demand for the rookie card than the second year card, and the price showed it. That's the way the market works. You can't argue with the market. The market is the market. And that's what you must understand. You can't change the market. You can't make electric cars and make a market. The market is either there or it isn't. There is no electric car market. You can't force one. The funny part about this Israeli war, real quickly, all wars are about money. And I don't understand what this war is about because we're obviously not after the oil because we're saying we're getting out of oil. We're going to electric. So we're getting out of oil. We're going to, windmills. Makes a lot of sense. I really want to live in America. We're going to have windmills and solar power, but we're not going to have oil. We're not going to have gas-powered cars. Okay, guys, I've had enough. I'm going to Switzerland. Thank you very much. That's the stupidity part of it. So why are they in? What's this war about? It can't be about gold because we don't like that. It can't be about oil because we don't want that. What else is there to fight about? I don't get it because Hitler wanted gold, and this whole thing I thought in Russia was about the oil in the Ukraine, but I'm not even sure that's what it's about. I think it's about us trying to keep the gold-backed currency out of Russia. That's what I believe the war is now. I think that's what it was all the time, was to keep the gold-backed currency, like they blew up Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi, who tried gold-backed currency and they killed them. That's what I think this war is about, because there is no reason for this war. And Zelensky, the thief he is, just he lives in France, and he's getting paid off by the U.S. To live there. He's getting all this payment so they could do this war with the Ukraine and get all his soldiers killed. And he's gone. He doesn't care. He was a puppet, a U.S. puppet they put in anyway. So he's taking the money and off he goes. He's a comedian. What does he know? Maybe there should be more comedians in politics. There's no stars now in MLB. Well, just you, Bobby. You could have the whole thing to yourself. How about my buddy Gary Sheffield? You got his card? No, his card doesn't have value. I think I have in the upper deck some Gary Sheffields, but his rookie's not worth anything. Again, there's no market for him. Genji was the best player of that era. Yeah, okay. So that's the problem, Bobby. Why isn't your card have a value? There's just no market for it. Can't understand why does Mickey Mantle have such a huge market? I mean, they love Mickey Mantle. They love Willie Mays. They love Joe DiMaggio. I mean, they love Joe DiMaggio. They don't love Ted Williams. Okay. I mean, it's just the Yankees and whatever, but why are so Derek Jeter? I mean, so those players have the market but the Tigers, Jack Morris, great pitcher, got no value. Trammell Whitaker couldn't even get in the Hall of Fame. They're Hall of Fame players. It's just that's where the market is. What is the demand? And that's what I figure out. You figure it out in football. What's the demand for the team? At what point do people bet on both teams? That's really what Vegas should be doing. They're not very good at it. They don't understand, I don't know. Let's look at Washington 9.5 over Utah. Does that get equal betting? I don't think so. I think everybody's on Washington there. I think you need to go to 14 to get even betting, because Utah doesn't have a quarterback. Washington should beat them pretty good. But you see, is the 9 equal betting? That's what the bookies should be doing. But because there's so much, everything's fixed, you're fixing the market. That's why I tell you to stay away from money line and stay away from the props, because it's not something to get even betting on. It's a scam. They know everybody's going to bet the money line on Washington. So the money line is, bet 600 to win $5, but if you bet Utah, you only get 250. What is it? No, if it's 600, it's 600. So what the fuck? That's the problem with it. So it's to get even. The market's always, again, it's what do I think I can sell this for is my question. First of all, is there a market for whiskey? Yes. Now, what do I think I can sell it for? And that's what we're trying to do. And so you put down 50 and it flies off the shelf, I can do 60. And it flies off the shelf, and then I go 75. It doesn't fly off the shelf. So I know I'm somewhere between 60 and 75. So I put it on sale from 75 to 70 to 69, and then I start selling. And the sale's phony. It's to figure out the price. And that's what you see at the grocery store all the time. Cheerios, $5 a box. Nobody wants it. Oh, well, buy one, get the second one at half off. So now it's $7.50 for 2 boxes is $3.75. That's the market, right? But that's what they got to do, and that's why the inflation's a joke. You can't measure it with cost. You can only measure it with how much money you printed. Gary has a Bucks fan and would go to Bucks tailgates every Sunday, or was a Bucks fan. Well, I've never been to these. I think I went to 1 or 2 tailgates. I kind of it's a nice afternoon out. That's what's good about football. Like, go have some steak and burgers and chicken. Now I want to grill, Bobby. And, have a nice time. Then go watch the game. The games are exciting. And then you've already eaten. Maybe you have leftovers and you continue the tailgate. And if you're in LSU, you just drink all day and watch the game at night. But it's a fun day, yeah. So Was a Bucks fan. Yeah, the Bucks. Well, in the '80s, they weren't too bad. Doug Williams. Then they had Steve Young, and he sucked. Steve Young, what a pathetic. He was the first running quarterback, and look how good he did. You don't win as a running quarterback. So I think that's the problem. They're trying to do that because they can't, because the coaches are so bad, they can't coach a kid anymore. Look at Jordan Love. 3 years in, he's like a rookie. What have you been doing with them for the last 2 years when Rodgers was there to tutor him? Why didn't you play him then? Why didn't he get some experience? He looks like he's never played before, and he's terrible. You should have put him in games, realized he was terrible, and off you gone with them. But you didn't do that. I've heard that LSU Tiger Stadium only sells beer. Where did it go? Only sells beer, not hard liquor. You can do a 24-hour stream. I can't. I don't know, time for dinner, and I need a nap, and I get tired. Being an INFJ, this takes a lot of focus and concentration, and I got to recharge. So I'm at my limit now, but I need to make dinner, and I need to relax. This is a bit much. Well, is that something new that they don't sell beer? They only sell beer, but that's the thing in the parking lot. People bring in their liquor, and believe me, people are bringing in liquor in their little coffee cups or whatever, or in their pocket. Plenty. They did that at U of M. There'd be people with a little flask. They'd have it in their pocket, and they'd walk in and pour it in their coffee or their hot chocolate and have their liquor that way. Bobby, but yeah, a great time as long as don't overdo it and end up severely hungover. Well, that I can't help you with. You ever been hungover in the past, Professor? No, not really. I don't drink that much. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby, have you? Well, Bobby, what was it, last Saturday? Well, who knows? It makes no sense because in a free market, you would sell liquor if there was demand for it, which obviously there are. So it's probably the beer companies who keep the liquor out so they can sell the beer. You have to think like that. Why is there a war? Who benefits? You always must think who benefits from these things, right? Why is there a war? What's going on in Israel that you actually have gone to war? Who is benefiting? Probably Russia would be my guess. Who's benefiting from the Russia-U.S. war? I think the U.S. wanted their gold and oil and sanctioned them, and then it pissed off Putin. And he's clearly won. So they're like, how do we get out of it? And then we're trying to get out of it. And what was the point of the war? Well, we thought Russia was weak, and we thought we could get the gold and the oil, but we can't. And that's the globalists who want everybody to be controlled. And Russia's saying, fuck you, and China's saying, fuck you. And these people will not be controlled by the globalists, which is the whole point of everybody going, oh, there'll be a one world currency and there'll be a one world government. And no fucking way. There's too many countries that they all want to be controlled by somebody. They should have killed George Soros years ago. I don't know how he's still alive. He's a fucking, he's a Nazi. What is he doing? It's just, what the hell is this guy? I can't believe he's still alive. Luke, you ever seen the Bobby Bo Nolan Ryan Jose Canseco card? No. Who makes it? Flair? Tops? Bobby, you ever hit Nolan? Well, he got up to the plate against Nolan. He didn't hit him. Oh, yeah, one too many times, but I cut down a lot now. Make sure to stay hydrated and stay within my limits. Oh, we're talking, yeah, I mean, I was never a big drinker. I didn't need to drink it. I could just have a good time watching the girls and didn't need, I'd have a drink, but I never wanted to get out of touch and out of control and drunk. I just never wanted to. I know I had some girlfriends that wanted to get me drunk, and I just don't drink. I'd much prefer sex to alcohol. I thought Greg Jeffries was going to be a great rookie. I bought his rookie card a lot. For instance, I will not have any alcohol until I leave to Louisiana in 2 weeks. I mean, I think it depends on the occasion. If it's Christmas or New Year's or a birthday or the bowl, you have a few drinks and enjoy the party and the company. So if we're in Vegas now and we're sitting at the sports book and we're watching LSU Alabama, I'm probably having a beer or two, but I'm not getting drunk on it. I'm enjoying the game. I'm more worried about my bet of let's go over than the alcohol. I don't need it. I never got into smoking either. I never understood people who smoke because I knew it was poison. And I think I had a friend who collapsed a lung or something, so I never got into it. But I don't understand. Carmen used to smoke, and then she had a problem and needed an operation. She don't smoke anymore. But she used to get mad at me. We'd be in Romania, and she'd go, "Oh, I need money for cigarettes." So I'd give her like $10, and she'd bitch, like, "What? That's only a pack." And I'm like, "Yeah, so buy your own cigarette. Why am I need to buy you cigarettes? You buy your own cigarettes if you want to smoke." Oh, Carmen's nuts. Luke, have you ever smoked weed or cigarettes, Professor? Never cigarettes. Cigars when my daughters were born. Weed, I've tried a little. It put me to sleep more than anything. I would do that when I worked at the grocery store when I was, 18, 19. And you'd go to a party and have a few puffs. And I would, like, in 10 minutes, I'd be sound asleep. So I was like, well, what's the point of that? Although I did once, I can't tell you the year, but I can tell you the game. I picked football stoned, and the Lions were playing Arizona, and the Lions won on the last play of the game. Arizona was throwing it for a touchdown. The Lions knocked it down. They won by 2 points. I won the bet. But I remember picking the game, and it was really weird. And I just had that feeling like, I know the Lions are going to win, and I bet it. But not a lot. I've never been into that. Football's absorbed me, focused on it. And I don't know. It's always been girls over that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I always wanted to be healthy, and so I didn't really smoke or drink too much. I never found the need for it, and it would throw me off by studying of the games. I've been picking football, God, since the 60s, right? 68, 69. So I've always watched football and did my trying to figure out how to bet it. So I've always done that. So I couldn't really do that. Well, I couldn't get high. I was a kid, but or liquor. We just didn't. My dad never smoked. He gambled basically, and so that's where I got into it. He'd have bowling Tuesday nights. We'd go bowling. That's where I met the bookies, right? The bookies at the bowling alley. My dad introduced me to a bookie, and so that's where I found him at. Was at the bowling with my dad. And then so I'm busy trying to pick winners, not and then where am I getting, since my dad didn't do any of that. So I guess if the parents drink and smoke, the kids do. My parents never did. So it was never around. I never thought about it. I saw the other kids do it, but I was always my own person. So I never followed the crowd. I was my own crowd. I never followed it, so it didn't really matter. Carmen's from Romania. You mentioned you were a bookie back in the day. I booked a little. I booked the Hearns Leonard fight, and I used to book football. But I had bookies that I would bet with. So mostly I was the better, and but I did book a little bit, not a lot, just a little. Like I said, the Hearns Leonard fight, I had Leonard, and when you're the bookie, you make a lot more on it because if the odds are, let's say you have Hearns and you got to lay 150 to win 100. On the other side, I get Leonard at 150. So it reverses and you make a lot more money as the bookie. So I can see why the house wins a lot in Vegas. Was it in the city of Detroit? No, nobody was you never go to the city of Detroit. That was very dangerous since the 67 riots. The only time I go to Detroit, we would go through to go to Windsor, or now I go to the MGM Grand, or if I'd go to the RenCen once in a while. Otherwise, it's just the MGM and out and get on the highway. Or if you go to if I go to a Lions game now, I used to go when it was at Tiger Stadium, and that was pretty cool. But now I don't. I've never been to Ford Field. I'll never go. Even if they paid me, I wouldn't go. I don't support losers, so I have no desire. Luke, what's your name, Professor? I don't think you've ever mentioned it. It's Howard. I've mentioned it. Oh, yeah, those fights were great. Who was favored in that fight, man? Well, Hearns was favored because he was the better boxer. But I had so in Detroit, he's Detroit. So all my buddies would bet on Hearns, and I had Leonard getting these great odds, and Leonard wins. I'm making a fortune on it. So where do the Tigers play now? They play at Comerica Park downtown. That's in Detroit. But I did go to Tiger Stadium and watch. That was great. I remember taking my kids. You'll love this story. So I take my kids. My daughter was like 7. I don't know if I took my little. Let's say it was just my oldest. She was 7 or 8. We went and saw the White Sox, and I got Frank Thomas's autograph. I had some Frank Thomas like this Frank Thomas card. If this was Frank. 2 score Frank Thomas cards. I'll show you next time. And he's comes out of the dugout and starts signing autographs. So I give him the cards. He takes them because they're his cards. So he's, and he signs it. And I go, "You're a real nice guy, Frank. Appreciate it. Thank you." And so he gets a hit, and I start clapping, and my daughter starts clapping. Everybody looks at us because they're all Tiger fans, and we're rooting for the White Sox. And I'll never forget this. There's a guy, Wayne Krenchicki, you probably know, and he played for Cincinnati. He's on the Tigers because Sparky liked him. And he comes up to the plate, and I'm booing him because he hits like 180. And I go, boo, but there's nobody else booing, so it really was a loud boo, like you knew, like it was a little louder than I wanted it. And he hits a triple. And I just laughed, going, "Oh, so you can hit. You just got to get pissed off, huh?" And I loved it. And it was, he looked at me, and I just laughed, going, "That's what I wanted you to do. I wanted to see if you could hit, and I pissed you off." Let's see. Oh, that's right, at the Kronk Gym. Bobby, I met his trainer, Emmanuel Stewart, cool guy. Yeah, he was a lot of guys used Emmanuel Stewart. Yeah, he was very nice too. He came out of the dugout. He was the only one, and he signed the autographs. Nobody else, and none of the Tigers I ever saw sign autographs. That's cool stuff. Thank you, Bobby. You got Derek Jeter's rookie? Yeah, I got a lot of them. I caught a Frank Thomas batting practice homer at Three Rivers back in the day. Yeah, he could hit. Like I said, I'll show you. There's 2 scorecards with and he autographed them, and it was very classy. But he was, like you could tell, he was a very nice guy, very down to earth. Yeah, I don't like the interleague. I liked it before when it was like in the 70s, and you'd watch the game of the week on Saturday with Kurt Gowdy, and it was like you would see Roberto Clemente and you would see Koufax and Bob Gibson, and well, I don't know if Koufax is still in the league, but you would see Willie Mays and you would see Hank Aaron. This is probably in the 60s. Yeah, Bob Gibson and that's the only time you'd see him because there's no sports center. And so that was electric, the all-star games with Bonds and Frank Robinson, Brooks Robinson, all these superstars. I think I remember there was one on YouTube. Mickey Mantle's the captain, and like Willie Mays is the captain, like 1970 or something. I got tears rolling down my eyes with Mantle and Mays as the captains. But that was, you never saw those guys. Clemente, who the hell knew, Willie Mays? You heard about him, but you never saw him. And now it's too much. Now that excitement's off. You play the American League, National League way too much, and the same thing with football. So it's just, ridiculous. It's lost its charm now. So just like everything else, they water it down. I remember he had his own video fame, and he was a baseball. He was a great player. Absolutely. I used to love This Weekend in Baseball show. Yeah, Mel Allen had a good voice for it and the music. The thing I used to love back then was Pro Bowlers Tour in the 70s and 80s. Mark Roth and Earl Anthony and Marshall Holman. I loved that show. I would watch it every Saturday. I watch it now. It's on YouTube, and you can, you see a Mark Roth and against Pete Weber when Pete Weber's like 18. And that's what you miss is those stars. I don't even know how they bowl now. They bowl with two hands and they spin the ball. That's not even bowling. That's what is that? I can't watch that. But that's what I remember. Some of these pro bowlers, I love those guys. I love the showboat. It was in Vegas. I actually went to the showboat and got a chip. I had to go where it was a nothing hotel, but it was the bowling alley. And I got, I'd go get it. You could go to the cashier and give them $1 for a chip, and they'd give you the chip. And it was like I had to have a showboat chip. So many great players back then. Was proud to be part of it. Now there's no big names. Exactly. I remember the Cleveland Indians had a great team too. When was that? I don't remember them having not in the 60s or 70s. I remember the Washington Senators with Frank Howard. Jesus Christ, could that guy hit the ball? He should have been like a tight end, man. That guy could crush the ball. That was exciting. But yeah, it was, well, just seeing Koufax and whatchamacallit, Bob Gibson. I mean, you don't have anything like that. Where did they go? Now it's all relief. Could you imagine pulling Koufax or Gibson out of a game? Could you imagine managing Bob Gibson? Bob, you pitched 100 pitches. It's the 6th inning. And he'd be like, yeah, so I'm not leaving. So, take off. The Yankees dynasty is legendary, as well as Derek Bernie Williams. Yeah, that was good too. But the older ones, you got DiMaggio and Mantle and Yogi Berra. Hard to beat that one. That was just, incredible. Bobby, that team was amazing. No teams like that these days. Not the Houston Astros. In the 90s, Professor, they had Albert Bell, Carlos Baega. Oh, yeah, I remember the ones that went to the World Series and lost. Them in Atlanta. Atlanta set the record for most times losing in the World Series, right? Matter of fact, me and the Marlins won the World Series against the Indians in 97. I had a home run in that game. There you go, Bobby. You're the man. Yeah, that was okay back then. But Atlanta kept losing. They kept losing, and it was like incredible. They had a good team. They're like the Dodgers. They're a good team, but they can't win. They're not built to win it. They don't have the pitching. Although Atlanta had Maddox, Avery, Glavin, Smoltz, how they didn't win, it's just beyond me. But I didn't know you were on the Marlins team. That's good. 97, okay. The year Michigan won the Charles Woodson title. Why are all of the newer stadiums so much smaller? Left field, right field, like 325 down the line. I guess they just want more home runs. Yeah, it's all they think. It's like football. They think we want to see passing and scoring, that sells. That's not what we want. We want to see a good game. We want to see big hits. We want to see Walter Payton running the ball and Gale Sayers and Barry Sanders. We want to see that star. We don't give a fuck. We don't want to see C.J. Stroud running around throwing these passes all over, or just these running. We don't want to see that. That's not football. That's ridiculous. Yes, Atlanta made it for about an entire decade with a total of 0 titles to show for it. Yeah, Bobby Cox, he's a great regular season manager. Atlanta and the Buffalo Bills, because you know why? Buffalo did not ever have the defense. Look at the Giants when they beat them. Bill Parcells and Lawrence Taylor beat Buffalo because you must have defense to win the championships, not offense. Dan Marino never won. Dan Fouts never won. They never had a defense. Joe Montana won when he had the good defense. The second and third, he didn't show up. They didn't make the playoffs in 82. 83, they got screwed by that pass interference call on Ronnie Lott against the Redskins when they won. Then 84, they had the number one defense. Then the Bears took over with their number one defense. You must have a strong defense to win, and that's the Dodgers. So in baseball, it's pitching and defense. The Baltimore Orioles with Earl Weaver, I remember that pitching staff. You had Jim Palmer, Cuellar, McNally, and Dobson. They all won 20 games. Could you imagine that now? Yeah, we won. Our best pitcher pitched. Verlander won 8 games. I mean, how do you watch baseball now when you watch that shit, right? You watch the Orioles and Earl Weaver and Bob Gibson and Koufax and Denny McClain. How the fuck can you watch this shit now where the guy goes, oh, it's 100 pitches, we got to pull them, and we go to the bullpen for 8 innings. What the fuck is – they have bullpen games where the bullpen pitches the whole game. Earl Weaver must be rolling over in his grave. Let's see. I had Palmer, McNally, Cuellar, and Dobson. I had 4 superstars. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, my God. And I remember that 71 series when Clemente beat them. And then, you had then Baltimore, I think, won the next year. Luke, didn't they used to be way longer? What? I hit balls 380 in high school. Oh, yeah, the fences, yeah. Tiger Stadium definitely was deep center field. But, yeah, most of those, none of them were like this. They started these cookie cutters. But I think it was just the way they made the stadiums back then. Yankee Stadium was huge. Left field, short right field, and then Boston was short left field, huge right field. So that's why the Yankees always did good in Boston, because they had that short right field fence. Bobby, what was your farthest? Farthest what? Home run? Yeah, I remember the Red Sox and the Cubs were in competition of the two franchises, the longer drought of no champions, and they won with defense. The Cubs finally won. It's funny. They won 1 year, and then that's it. They're gone for another 100. And Boston won a few. But that was Easton Redline bat. Bobby, I hit it over Shea Stadium, dead center field wall, which was 410. So I was up there batting practice. I crushed many over, but in the game, I did it a few times. Remember Bill Buckner? Oh, God, who can forget Bill Buckner? Yankees was 402 center and about 330 on the sides. Yeah, but they were longer in left field, Yankee Stadium. They were short. Well, they were a really short foul pole, but when you got out, left center in Yankee Stadium was deep. Right field was not, like when Maris hit his home run, it was not deep. It was down. It was in right field, but right center was pretty deep. Yeah, Gidry was a good pitcher. But see, the problem is now there's no Mantle, there's no Mays, there's no Aaron, there's no Bobby Bonds, Barry Bonds. Amazing how that worked. Bobby Bonds was great, and then his son's better. I mean, that's incredible. But just how loaded the Yankees were in the '60s, Yogi Berra and Bobby Mercer came on. He wasn't any good, but they had the big lineup. But they always had, for some reason, the '20s, the Joe DiMaggio years. But that was the good. That's what you meant. There was a market for it, right? There was a market to watch Mickey Mantle hit a ball. I mean, it would probably. I never went to a game of his. I wasn't even born until '59, and then I never saw him play. But I would imagine when Mickey Mantle came to the plate, everybody stopped what they were doing. And if it was on TV or at the game, nobody was talking. It's Mickey. And that is the market. That's how you make all this money, is the demand to watch Mickey Mantle or Willie Mays play. And you don't have, I'm going to watch Ichiro or whatever, who's the pitcher, outfielder play. I don't give a fuck about that guy. I never thought Cabrera on the Tigers, he couldn't even speak English. I'm going to sit and watch this guy? You got to be kidding me. That's the problem now. It's nobody. There's nobody like that. And the only one you got kind of close is Mahomes. And now Joe Burrow. Outside of that, basketball, I mean, maybe LeBron, but we're getting tired of his act. Harden, I'm not watching. I mean, you can't. You maybe had Jordan, and you had Magic and Larry Bird. You had Kareem, Wilt Chamberlain. All that shit's gone. I mean, there's just, and these guys are making, the other thing is these guys are making so much money, nobody gives a fuck. I don't want to see LeBron make, $500 million. I can't. Why? How does he even play? If you gave me $500 million, I would not, there's no way I'd be playing on there. I'd be like, my hip hurts. My hamstring. I got a 6-month hamstring. I mean, who the fuck can play? Even after all those guys, the fake still had Jeter and A-Rod, and Red Sox had Big Papi Ortiz. So there were still big names. I don't think I stopped for Ortiz. Jeter and A-Rod, and you had Ken Griffey Jr. Names the game. I remember Don Zimmer was fighting with Pedro Martinez. Major League Baseball is like WWE. It used to be great with great characters. Now it's just a watered-down bunch of garbage. Exactly. You don't have the characters. You need the Hulk Hogan. You need the Mickey Mantle. You need the Bobby Orr. I love Bobby Orr. I never played hockey. I couldn't skate, but I remember watching that guy in like the late 60s, and it was like, who is this guy? Oh, my God. That's when hockey was hockey. Now, I never thought Gretzky, I would say how good he is. I go, did you watch Bobby Orr? Or come on, man. What he did. There's on YouTube, you can go see Bobby Orr highlights for like a half hour, him skating one edge to the other. I think I showed it once here. And it's just electric. And you just I can't name any. I don't even watch hockey anymore. It's too boring. They change it and they lose it. And then they're trying to hurry. Oh, let's baseball faster. Well, if you had Mickey Mantle, you don't need it faster, but you don't have that. So you're trying to speed up the game. Why would you want to speed up the game? You got concessions. You got people there for 9 innings. You want to hold people as long as you can in your store, in your casino, wherever you have, and you got customers. You want to hold them. You don't want them to go. What the fuck is baseball doing? Luke, Bobby and Andy Van Slyke were my favorite player. I remember Andy Van Slyke. When I was a kid, Three Rivers used to give Daryl Strawberry so much shit. Yeah, well, Three Rivers, it's more Steelers country than Pirate country in the 90s. Yeah, those were good old days. WW's, yeah. What team Bobby Orr played for again? Boston Bruins. He was the best defenseman. He was not the best player ever. Was Gordie Howe, and then it was Bobby Orr, and then Mario Lemieux and Gretzky. But because Bobby Orr was a defenseman, they wouldn't score. He got 100 points a year, which is insane. The best defenseman probably got 25 points. He's got 100. He could score. He did twist. So he'd start one way and then he'd just stop and reverse it. He's on skates. This isn't like he was like Barry Sanders, but on skates where you didn't know where he was going. Just very charismatic. And he's like a nice guy. Like you'd want to go have a drink with him. And he seemed very honest, not a prima donna type. Ray Bork was okay, not Bobby Orr. So who's the guy that worked for ESPN? Last name was Melrose, Barry Melrose. He's the player coach, I think. I think he was a coach. Well, back in the 70s, you had the Canadians, late 70s. They won 5 cups in a row. Then Gretzky and Edmonton won 5 cups. The New York Islanders won a few. Boston with Orr won 2. Philadelphia with the Broad Street Bullies won 2. That was kind of weird. It was all fighting. It was like the best announcer ever is Don Cherry. You want a guy that you want to watch intermission. It was the grapevine with Don Cherry. You would wait. You wanted the period dance so you could watch Don Cherry, and he could tell you what it was. He coached Bobby Orr in the 70s, and then he was but then as the play-by-play guy or the analyst in between periods, he would get higher ratings than the game. I mean, this guy was unbelievable. Was I a Red Wing fan? No, I was more of a Bruin. I'm more like Bobby Orr, just like I am now. I did like him, but they never did anything. I mean, they had Gordie Howe till he was like 70 years old. But, I became more of a fan when Yzerman and they loaded up with Fedorov, and then they started winning the cups. You became a fan, but now I don't pay any attention to them. I couldn't name 5 players on the team now. So being a gambler, you follow the winners. You follow what's going to make you money. You don't really follow. Like people ask me, what's your favorite team? I don't have one. I have favorite players, Bobby Orr, Mickey Mantle, like that, but I can't sit there and say, I'm a this or that fan. I'm a Montana fan. I like the Niners with Montana more than I like the Redskins with Theismann. I can tell you that, but I like Parcells with Lawrence Taylor. And then I like Jimmy Johnson at Miami with the Hurricanes. I made a fortune on that guy. That guy could coach. But it was – so I made money on the 84 Miami over Nebraska game. The spread was 14. I got Miami in 14, and I got it teased to 20. And they win the game straight out. I loved it. But so it was, okay, I'm going to bet on Miami for a while. And I bet on them for the next 10 years. And Florida State. And then you move, and then in Nebraska, but then they go away, and then I'm jumping to the next. Oh, now it's USC or UCLA or whoever is the flavor of the month. I'm jumping on because that's where I'm going to make my money at. Is betting on the Jimmy Johnson Hurricanes, and then Nebraska in the 90s, and so now it's who is it? Georgia. It was LSU. I always liked LSU, but when Burrow was there, then I became a big fan. But now I'm not a big fan of LSU. I don't love them, but are they going to make me money? Well, they made me money on the over against Alabama, but I mean, if Daniels plays, they'll make me money. But I do like the colors. I was a Laker fan with Magic, but I'm not a Laker fan with LeBron. So I think I don't like the players. I don't like the team anymore, and I'm not a diehard fan. If you lose, if you cost me money, I'm not a fan of yours. But I think in different terms than most people, because I'm not looking at, I'm a fan of the Detroit. Fuck that. I'm not a fan of any Detroit. I've always never liked the Lions because they would never win. And the rings you liked when they won. The Pistons I liked when they won, but I don't like them now. I don't like losers. So I don't like Ford Motor Company, and I don't like the Pistons when they were Isaiah. Like I said, I met Isaiah at a drugstore. I was coming out and he was going in, and he just smiled at me, that Isaiah smile. It was cool. But then I was a Piston fan. But then when they sucked, Grant Hill, I wasn't a Piston fan. So it goes, it depends who's on the. I'm more the fan of the player than the team. When you going back to the big house to see some live? I don't know. Not currently. When the gold goes up, I'll buy some tickets. I like teams that win me. Well, that's why we're doing it, right? We're gamblers. We're not gambling. We're trying to make money. That's what I've noticed. I can figure this shit out and make money at it, so I keep going. And this has gone on since since the late '60s. I always had an app to know who to bet. I'm sure it was my INFJ, because I was always psychic about it. I could look at a game, and it's almost like the Twilight episode when the guy looks at the racing form and the horse, it lights up which horse to bet, and he wins. That's almost what happens here. It happened last week with Kansas. I looked at Kansas getting points from Iowa State, and it lit up, and there it is. I locked it twice, and I gave it as a free play. That was the light up, and this week I got 4 light ups. But yeah, when I see it, I've done it so long. As soon as I see the spread and the game and the team, I know that's it. I just check for injuries. But I just had that knack for it, so I keep doing it. But I didn't bet a lot of hockey. I bet mostly football because that was good. It kept me. I like to be challenged. I like to figure things out. Let's put it that way. So every week it's changed. Now you got to figure out, USC, Oregon. You got to figure it out. So I like that, and I like figuring it out. And when I get rewarded, when I do it right, then that's the high. That's, instead of drinking, that's the high. And I've been doing this. I remember at the grocery store in the 70s, I was working at Farmer Jackson. I was 16, and I'm betting football. And all of a sudden, the guy at the produce bet football comes up. These guys would come up to me. Yeah, I'm popping beer on the shelves, and they go, "Who do you like in this game? Who do you like?" And back then it would be like Nebraska with, they'd score 100 points a game, and I'm making the produce guys money. I'm making the butchers money. I'm making the managers money. And I'm 16, 17 years old, and I could just pick it, and I always could. And then I figured out the trends, and now they're fucking with me on the trends because you can't even use trends too much because they keep changing the players around. So you can't get a consistency. I can't get, especially college is always moving around, but in the pros, besides all the injuries, you've got all these new coaches and new core. I've never seen anything like it. There's 7, 8 new coaches every year. How the fuck do you trend that? Then you got the players going around, the quarterbacks. All of a sudden, Mayfield's on Tampa, and then okay, Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets. I'm all excited, and then he gets hurt. Now I got to do Zach Wilson, and then Mahomes I can do, and Burrow I can do. But most of these idiots, what am I going to do tonight? Like I said, tonight's game, what the fuck can you do with it? There's nothing you can do with it. Are you going to bet on Vince Young, or are you going to bet on the grocery store guy? How do you can't see? I can't feel it, so I can't bet it. Where if it was at least Fields, I could figure out he runs the ball, he scores a lot of points. He sucks as a quarterback, and that's where I give my determination of the quarterbacks. They don't make you money. When you start losing with Lamar getting hurt or throwing interceptions, you're not a big Lamar fan. Herbert I can live with, especially if San Diego beats Detroit. I'll be a little bigger Herbert fan. Or Mahomes, he won for us. In Germany, we had plus 4.5. He wins for us. Yeah, okay, I can bet on Mahomes. I feel good betting him. Let's see. I was a Brady fan, so I rooted for the Patriots. The Bucks, for some reason, I was a Brady fan is because he made me a lot of money throughout the years. Even though I respect Brady as a player, the Bucks. Well, I was a Brady fan, right? So you followed him to Tampa. I made a lot of money when he won the Super Bowl, and he won all those playoff games, and he beat Breeze, and he beat Rodgers, and he beat Mahomes. So yeah, he almost had trouble winning that first game against Washington, but that's why you're a Brady fan, because he's clutch, and he's going to win. You can count on him. Joe Montana was just like that. That's why I argued Joe Montana was better. He went to 4 Super Bowls. He won them all and no interceptions. He was Mr. Clutch. And that's the difference. Brady lost a lot of Super Bowls, so that's the difference. But, yeah, Brady kind of played with a chip on his shoulder. Montana was just Joe Cool. If you ever get a chance to watch that 81 championship game against Dallas, and you'll love Montana. You watch that game, you'll love Montana. You'll love Ronnie Lott. It's like you could see, I got to bet this guy. Same thing with LSU. They always made me a lot of money, even when they had Les Miles. Well, he wasn't bad. Beckham, you didn't know in college, or Jarvis Landry. They were okay. And the Colts and their band music meant the colors, not the Colts. LSU colors. Yeah, well, they're the Laker colors, purple and yellow, and which is very soothing. You can bet on wrestling now. Big time wrestling or what wrestling? MMF or what? You bet horse racing that can tell. No, I don't fuck around with that. Hey, Professor, what made you go get a master's in economics? Well, I had a bachelor's in business from an undergrad school, and I always liked numbers, as you can see, mostly from my football. So it got me into it. And then baseball, you would get the card and you would look at the. I was very much into numbers. I wasn't very much into people. My people. When I first started to talk to girls, I had no idea what to say or do or what was the purpose of it. So I got into the football, which got me into numbers. So then I had my undergrad, and one day I was talking with my wife. I think I want to get a master's. I want to get more because I don't like what I'm doing with business. I don't know what job to get, right? So I get a master's. I go for a master's in corporate finance, which is budgeting and a little bit of stocks, a little bit of finance, a little bit of economics. Now, in my undergrad, I had Keynesian economics, and like I said, I sat in a class and just walked out. I took the final in 20 minutes. I couldn't. I read the question. I go, I don't know what the question is. it's all Chinese. It's like reading Chinese. So I said, fuck it. So I get to Walsh. I get to my master's. It's a business and accounting school. And I go for my master's. And I had a great teacher. He was from SMU, and he was a very gentle, calm teacher. And he started teaching Austrian economics, which I never knew there was a difference. Nobody tells you there's Austrian and Keynesian. So he rips the dollar and he starts talking about Austrian economics and Adam Smith and the whole thing. And I was just riveted. It was very interesting. So I then took, there's a macro class and a micro class. There was 3 economic classes. I took all 3. And then I did a directed study. Being an INFJ, we started talking about the trade cycle, how the government fucks around with the interest rates, which makes this whole cycle. And I said, geez, I wonder how that affects the stock market. So he loved the idea. So I did a independent study. It wasn't a thesis per se, but it was a class. So I took a full 3-credit class on doing this project of here's the stock, here's where we are in the trade cycle and where we are with the stocks. And I basically figured out that as the interest rates moved up, you got out of the capital interest rate sensitive stocks, Ford, GM, and you got into Coke and Pepsi because everybody would buy Coke and Pepsi, but nobody's buying a car, so their stocks would drop, which is where we're at now. And I wrote this, I don't know, what was it, 50, 60-page paper, get an A+ on it. He goes to me, do you want to publish this? And I go, I didn't know what that meant or why. I should have, because then I could have talked to Mark McGuire and said, hey, I published this paper, because they're always big on, this guy wrote 3 books. I'm not a writer very much. I'm more of a talker and analyst. So it just became where I just loved it. And I wanted to get a PhD in it, but it wasn't offered at Walsh. The only place was in Auburn in Alabama that had the PhD. And I should have, when I was there, I should have went back, but I had no desire now. But yeah. And then I was told it's not going to really get you anywhere. Maybe if I was going to be an economist, PhD would have been good. But normally you got the master's, you're fine. So basically it was a master's in corporate finance and Austrian economics. And I just love it. And you can see as I talk about it, I don't use know. I just know it all. That's how strongly it was taught. And we were taught, there was a time in class we were taught about how bad the Keynesians were, that Keynesian economics doesn't work. And he starts getting into why it doesn't work. And I'm kind of going, look, we know it doesn't work. We know Austrians work. I don't want to hear about the Keynesians. I don't want to hear something that doesn't work. I only want to hear what works. But he had to kind of prove it wrong, which is what he did. So Keynesians proven wrong. And there's only 2 types. There's Austrians and Keynesians, which is what I teach you guys is free market. It's all free market, gold. The way out of inflation is real assets. That's what I learned. I learned about gold. That's when I got this when I graduated. So it was just fascinating for me. It kind of connected the dots of what the fuck goes on, which I'm always interested in. I'm always saying, well, why did we go to Russia? Why was World War II? What really was going on? Oh, Hitler really wanted to steal gold. What was 9/11? It was a gold robbery. It had nothing to do. The building coming down was a demolition. It was just an illusion so they could steal the gold. So I like to dig in. So once I started digging into Austrian economics and I could see how everything was fixed and corrupted, it got my interest. The problem is I started talking to my family about it, and they looked at me like I was nuts. My brother's got he's a CPA, went to U of M, and I talked to him. It's over his. He doesn't get it. He doesn't have a clue, which made me feel really good. But basically, it was just nobody gets it. And I should have done this. Had there been YouTube 30 years ago, I would have done it. But even when I started doing YouTube football, it was just videos. Here's the games for the week, go buy. I'm trying to sell Teaser King. And then I discovered you can do this live, and that's now it's needed for people to understand this because everybody's getting fucked, and I don't like to see that. So I'm really in it to provide information to people who don't have a clue to try to protect them. That's why I'm doing such a long class, and we go from football to economics. But you can see how it's connected, and everything's connected to economics, women, poker, everything. It's all supply and demand, free market, and competition. And women is the biggest. They don't get that it's competition. That's what I noticed. Women, the wife gets older and she lets herself go. And then the guy sits there and goes, "Oh, there's this really hot 25-year-old, and I'm married to this kind of fat, ugly 50-year-old. Yeah, I think I'll leave her for the 25-year-old." And the women don't get it. It's like, we're going to do that every time to them because we think differently than they do. So that's the competition part. So it all comes back to economics and competition and reading people. And that's why I'm good at poker. And I can feel poker like the light goes on when I know I win a hand. I know I win a hand before, like when the river hits, I'll know if I won the hand or not before I see the cards. But that's kind of what I'm made up of. So it all kind of came together with Austrian economics. Keynesian, I just sat there and slept. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I had no idea. Like this elastic, inelastic, I can't figure it out. I know it's like a rubber band, but I don't know, is the one elastic good or inelastic good? Like, I know inelastic, I think you buy things no matter what the price. And elastic is if the price gets too high. And I go, we'll just call it supply and demand. If the ribs are here and you sell them here, you're not going to buy it. I guess that's elastic, but I wouldn't call it that because it's confusing. I keep it simple. That's the biggest thing I learned, is to communicate is very important, and to keep it so people understand what you're doing is extremely important. Where are we at? Who's my favorite wrestler? Oh, I don't know. I always like the Hulkster or Piper or Macho Man, Miss Elizabeth. The professor could went to Auburn and taught Cam. Yeah, well, I got the degree in '95. I don't know if he's probably there. Newton about gold and silver. Yeah. I don't know if I would have been a teacher. I would have been a student in getting a PhD. Luke, so when is gold going to the moon? Next week, month, year? It has to be coming soon. This shitstorm is about to blow. Is Kenzie a hot 25-year-old or a fat 50-year-old? Kenzie is a hot 25-year-old, but she's in my mind a scammer because she wants money to meet me, but she won't send a picture or a Skype, or I don't know that it's her. And so therefore I won't give her. And she keeps going, well, quit wasting my time. Why don't you just give me the money? It's me. And I go, I'm not an idiot. I'm the professor. So don't fuck with me. I don't believe you. I get pictures from Daria and Jenna. And Irina, why don't you give me a picture? And, oh, I can't. My manager won't let me. And you're like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It doesn't make sense. I don't buy it for a minute. It's the old, I'll come and meet you and we'll have sex. And I go, no, that's the biggest con in the world, is the I'll have sex with you. And that's the bait. And then you give them the money and they don't show up. Well, unless I see you and know you're real, I don't trust you. And you're not getting my money. I'm not going to get scammed. Now, if you want to meet, I'll meet you, and then I can give you money if, that's what I do with Jenna, but I don't pay Jenna. I just help Jenna. But when we meet, I know she's going to be at the airport, and I know, we'll have a good time together. And then I give her some money for food and to get back to Ukraine. But I know she's going to be there, and I know we've met several times, so I'm not doubted, and she's not doing it for the money, and I don't pay her for the money. I don't pay her for the time. This is not an escort. She's a girlfriend, and just like any other girlfriend. But I don't. But Kenzie's just. I don't believe she's real, and if she is real, she's got to prove it. Like any other girl, she's got to prove she's real, which she won't do. And if she's not going to do it, there's nothing I can do. I can't make her, but all I can do is I'm not going to send you money. I'm not blindingly sending money. I mean, that's the key. So you've got to analyze it and go, it makes no sense. Just like the Kansas line last week made no sense. Why is Kansas? You just beat Oklahoma and you're a dog to Iowa State? Really? This makes no sense. So you can't call me or send a picture. Who the fuck can't send a picture nowadays? I send her a picture. She doesn't want to send me a picture. You don't get any money. You only get money is if you're real, and you're obviously not real because you won't send a picture and you won't call me. So fuck off. And that's what I do. And that's why I want to meet Daria. And the only place we can meet is Turkey. So that's where we're going. Laugh out loud. Luke is paranoid about the price. What price? Don't worry, Luke. Well, Luke's got to understand the concept. It's not, if you come back, what you'll see is the U.S. cannot get out of the dollar. Everything's built around the dollar. And the U.S. can't let gold go up without a fight. So they're doing all they can to keep the price down, to make more derivatives, to keep the price down. But Russia and China said enough's enough, and we're going to do it. And as I said, it's like the Titanic. It's a big ship. You can't just turn it. It's going to take a while. So if you understand that the Titanic's a big ship and takes a while, that's what gold and gold in the dollar is. So the Russians, Chinese want gold to go up. We want gold to go up. But the U.S. doesn't want gold to go up. So J.P. Morgan and the Brits are out of gold, so they don't benefit if gold goes up because they're too stupid to be in gold because they're all Keynesians. So they think we're just going to print money, but they've been caught. It's sort of like, they're in the back room printing money and nobody knows. Look at us. We just made $1 million. And then you tell them, yeah, but now it's not worth anything because you printed too much. You should have been buying gold. Well, they don't want to hear that. So they have the printing press to print it, but you're printing air, you're printing toilet paper. And they don't want to hear that, but they want to keep printing so they can keep making money. And they don't want gold to go up because people will then leave the dollar. And then if there's no market and no demand, the price goes to zero because it can only be a market, as I pointed out with the Canadian Club, if somebody's willing to buy it. And then you got to set the price. And so that's what's happened. So for 50 years, they've kept the price of gold and silver down. So why would I buy silver? It's $25 an ounce. It doesn't move. There's inflation. It doesn't move. People aren't looking into the reason. That's what I did. And I found because it's derivatives, it's paper, it's not physical. That's why the price doesn't go up. Not because there's no demand. And don't tell me this is the supply demand for gold and silver. It's not. This is not supply demand free market gold and silver prices. This is the U.S. keeping it down so people don't buy it, derivative price. Once you understand that, then it'll go up, but you've got to realize the U.S. is trying to keep it down so you don't spend the dollar. But what they don't realize is everybody's bailing out of the dollar anyway. So you're going to have, everybody's going to go into gold and silver. They won't be able to control it. Before they could. Now, with what BRICS is doing and Russia and China having all this gold, they can't control it anymore. So they're trying to control something they can't. Instead of buying gold and silver themselves and letting the price go up, they are being like children going, well, no, I want paper. I want the paper dollar. I want this. I don't want gold. Yeah, but if you buy gold and silver at these low prices, you make a fortune. No, I want that. We'll keep this going. This won't go out. And you're like, yeah, it's going out. It's gone. And it'll probably be January or so, roughly. I think you're right, Bobby. It could even start sooner. Things are a mess right now. I think it'll go up quickly, like Professor said. Fiat is crashing. Well, it's what happens is there's people don't want it anymore, right? The market, electric cars, nobody wants. They're not going to be around long because Tesla's trying to sell them at $100,000. Nobody wants it. Go find a charging station. Who the fuck wants to fuck around trying to charge a car in the winter in Michigan or Minnesota or Wisconsin? It's bad enough taking the 2 minutes to fill your car with gas, but you're going to sit out there with the electric and fuck, you got to be kidding me. So nobody wants it. And then it'll crash because there's no demand. There's no market for electric cars. And that's what will happen with the dollar. There's no demand for the dollar. That's the critical thing. You've got to have the free trade. You've got to have supply and demand. I can only sell this card if somebody wants to buy it. Otherwise, I can't sell it. But because it's Mahomes and not Jones, people will buy it because there is demand of who it is. So people won't want the dollar because they can see between the sanctions and it's not backed by gold. And the more people that understand that, wait a minute, there's no, it's not backed by it, it's worthless. And then BRICS comes out with the gold-backed currency. And once that happens, that's why the U.S. has been killing people who have tried to come out with the gold-backed currency. Because they know once that happens, the dollar is worthless. Because who wants a dollar? You can have gold. Everybody should want gold ahead of the dollar because you can't fuck it up. You can't print it. It can't lose its value. And that's the frustrating pain. In 2008, when the attack on Wall Street guy loses 60 grand, why is anybody doing RITs? Why is anybody dealing with these Wall Street guys, with Goldman Sachs? Why is anybody dealing with these idiots? These investment bankers, why is anybody dealing with them? They just fucked everybody over and you still want to deal with them. Okay, good luck on that. Well, see, once it's the Titanic, right? So me, you, and Bobby, we've seen the iceberg hit. We're in the lifeboat now. We're already in the lifeboat, right? We're in the gold boat. We got our gold and silver. We're in the boat. The iceberg's hit, but there's the other people aren't as smart as we are, so they're still on the boat having brandy and dancing and swimming and all this shit, just ignoring the fact we hit the iceberg. And then eventually, as there's 5 feet of water in the boat, people start realizing and they frenzy out into the lifeboats. We're already there. And so we're kind of like, when it just happened, we're like, well, when where's everybody? And then finally they come, and that's what's happening. As people realize what's happening, they'll all frenzy to gold, and that's when gold will really shoot up because the demand, there's not a lot of gold versus demand. And the central banks are buying all the bars and not selling them. So there's not a lot on the market. But once everybody joins, that's when my friend Julia said to me, I says, I'm just trying to help people. She's the one I gave 10 ounces of silver to. And she says, Howard, I try to help people too, and they don't want to listen. She says, fuck them. She says, I'm nice, you're nice. I says, but fuck them. It's more for us. Because if they all start buying gold, there's not any for us to buy. So she said, I'd shut up and we'll be the ones buying the gold because it's going to run out and we want to still buy it. And that's the point. So even when I go to the store, they always seem to have a few ounces around. So that's where I'm at. But I'd like to buy more, obviously. And I'm caught in. I don't want to spend too much money because I don't want to have to start selling my gold at these ridiculously low prices. So I'm kind of holding money to use until the gold goes to the moon. Then I won't care about the money anymore. Why did gold last go up so high? Gold never went up high. 1913 went up 25 times. That was $25. No, it was $25, but I don't recall it. I don't think it was at $1. Was it $1 in 1913 and went up to $25? I don't know. It's been suppressed a lot. But there was, in the 1800s, there was gold standards that was used. But keep in mind, the dollar was was worth a whole lot. I mean, if you look, it was like, you'd get something, it was 25 cents, or, you watch these old movies, it was 10 cents for a pop, or a hamburger was 30 cents. So gold would be cheap comparatively. It wasn't cheap, but the dollar was so cheap. 1913, the Federal Reserve comes in, they start printing, making the value drop. So since 1913, we've lost 99% of the dollar. So back then, if you watch Leave It to Beaver, or you watch these 1970s shows, watch Kojak or something, they are, you buy a hamburger, it's $2, it's $1, it's 50 cents. So the dollar went far more to now it's $10 for the hamburger. Just like I say, with gold, it used to be 35 an ounce. That was 1971. It's now 2000. It's the same ounce. That's how much the dollar's eroded. That gives you a firm picture of the dollar. And even that's not correct because the 2000's price fixed. It would be like going from $35 to $20,000. That's how much the dollar's corroded. Could do the same now, maybe more. It will. It's just gonna. Egon says it the best. It's like the pool, the stadium that fills with water in 50 minutes, and it keeps doubling, right? So first 1 ounce, then 2 ounces, and after 43 minutes, it's only 7% full, and then the last 7 minutes, it's now 100% full. And that's what he's saying. So once people realize they're getting fucked and they get out of the dollar and they realize the only place to go is gold, you're going to see this move dramatic. And that's why I'm saying buy it now before you can't, especially at these prices. We don't want to sell. I don't want to sell at 2,000 when I know it's going to 20 or 40 or 50, or the dollar goes out, which is eventually, and then gold is the price. It's how much gold does it cost for a car. That's where we're headed. And I know that's where we're headed. So therefore, I don't want to sell now. I want to buy as much as I can. And you just ignore all these idiots that think, oh, the dollar's fine. We're the reserve currency. Well, it doesn't mean anything. We're inflating it to zero. I don't give a fuck if we're the reserve currency or what. If the dollar is worthless, if nobody wants it, if you understand what a fucking market is, you would understand it's worthless. It doesn't matter if it's the reserve currency. So were the Romans. They were the reserve currency and they went out. So I use that because imagine if we're in the Roman Empire, there's no way the dollar's going away. There's no way we're going to have inflation. They don't even know what inflation is back then. There's no way we're not going to be the dominant player. And then all of a sudden they collapse because their dollar gets inflated to zero. They take all the gold and silver out of the dollar. And now it's just brass and nobody wants it. They all want the gold and silver and they get defeated. And I'm sure nobody in Rome thought they were going to go down, but it didn't go down right away, did it? It took time for it to finally collapse, and that's where we're at. It's going to take time for it to finally collapse, but with what Russia and China are doing with the gold-backed currency, it ain't going to be long before people realize, oh, fuck, we got a problem here. And they're all going to run for gold and silver, and what I keep warning people is is that it's going to be quick. And when people realize it, you're not going to be able to find gold at 2,000 an ounce. That's why I'm telling you to buy it now, because you're not going to see it soon. And then your question, Luke, is how much do I buy? As much as you can, because you know the ending. You know gold's going to be the price, not dollars. The dollars will be gone. It'll be gold. So how much is enough? Well, there's no answer. It's as much as you can eat, because it's all going to be worth a fortune. So that's really the key to it, is as much as you can buy, you buy. And I'll buy more, but I got to be careful with it. Gold is awesome. Gold's our protector. Well, gold's going to go, it'll go up very high, but then you got to realize that it won't be priced in dollars. Initially it will be. It'll go 10, 20,000, 50,000. Then it'll go to gold. The dollar goes to zero, making gold the money. And now it won't be priced in dollars. It won't be $100,000, because the dollars will go to zero. So gold will now be the value. And that's what I mean by it depends how much is the Canadian club? Well, that's going to be a silver quarter or a silver dime. You go to Target, and it'll be priced in silver. It'll be a silver dime, a silver quarter, a silver half, a silver dollar to buy certain things. You're going to buy steaks. They're $10 a piece. Might be a silver quarter. Might buy you a New York strip. And that's how it's going to work. So probably what you'll do is you'll put the money in the bank, but they need the gold and the silver to do it. Or they'll have silver certificates, but you're still going to need it backed by gold and silver. So that's going to be the problem. They don't have any. They got to get some. So they're going to go back to the Chinese and the Russians, probably the Chinese, and buy gold back. Only instead of 2,000 an ounce, they'll have to pay 50,000 an ounce. And it'll have to be that high, because they won't be able to print enough dollars in gold and silver to cover everybody. So they're going to, at the 2,000. So that's why it'll be 50, 60,000. So it'll be much more valuable. We're reversing the clock where the dollar lost value. So the 60-cent hamburger became the $2 hamburgers, now $7 hamburger. It'll be reversed back down to 10 cents for the hamburger, because it'll be in real money. That's been the price the whole time. Because you're printing the dollars, the dollar keeps losing value, but not the gold and the silver. It never lost value. It just was it took more dollars to buy it because of that. And that's what inflation is, but they don't want to tell you that. And that's what I laugh at. Inflation is printing the dollar, making it worthless. And people will say prices, and that's absolutely 100% wrong. Prices are prices. Deflation is deflation. It's what the market is. It's not inflation. It's got nothing to do with economics. It's the market. If Canadian club, so if this goes to $100, and then now the deflation hits, and now I can only get 50 for it, all that means is that's what the market's willing to pay. That's the market. That's not anything to do with inflation, deflation. Inflation doesn't make the price of this go up, and deflation doesn't make the price of this go down. This is controlled by me and you at the market. What do we want to pay at the grocery store? So now if they go from this is $75 to $125, and I say I don't want to buy it, that's not inflation. And then they lower the price back to make the sale. When they do that, that's not deflation. That's the market. The market is determining everything, and it goes up and it goes down, and that's the market. It's got nothing to do. Inflation is only about the money. That's it. You printed too much fucking money. That's it. And these wars aren't helping because they're very expensive. How do you pay for the war? Printing money. The more money you print, the less it's worth. So they're trying to destroy the country and blaming the wars, and then I'll blame Putin and all that. But it's the government printing the money, and the government should never be in charge of printing money. And if you backed it by gold, you wouldn't be able to print it. Just like this, you can only print 50 of these. You can't print 5,000 of them because that's all the number is, 250. Now, is there another 41 out of 50? I hope not. Could there be? Maybe, but I hope not. But that's really the key to it. So that's really what economics is. It's the thinking. It's really supply and demand. I mean, but that's the whole world. You see a girl, is there competition for her? What is how many girls are there, and then how many demanded? So you see a girl, the prettier she is, the more demand to go out with her is. So maybe you don't go for the prettiest girl. Maybe you go for the nicest girl who's still somewhat pretty. And maybe there's less demand for her. And that's, so it depends what you're really after. But that's the key to it. And the same thing, there's different cars for different markets. There's $20,000 cars and $100,000 cars. So you determine what you want to buy. That's the whole world is all economics. It's all Austrian economics. So that's really what you're looking at. But gold is the thing that can't be fucked with. That's why we like it. You can't print it. They call it counterparty risk. That's a bullshit explanation. It's nobody can print gold, so there is no risk because you can't print and lose the value of it. So you can never lose the value of gold because you can never print it. So when you see gold going down, it's all fixed. It's not real because nobody's selling gold to lower the price $10 from 2000 to 1960. Nobody sold gold. Nobody sold an ounce. It's all bullshit. But if you understand that it's bullshit, then you can go on. Luke, it'll go near 100, and then it won't be in dollars anymore. Gold will be worth whatever it purchases. A house, a car, that's where we're headed. Because they can't stop it, because people will understand that the dollar is gone. I mean, Greg, do you get gold and silver too? Well, silver to 2K, and then silver to 5K, and then silver will be not in dollars. Gold and silver will eventually not be priced in dollars. Just like in Rome, right? You had a gold coins and silver coins. They were priced in gold and silver. You wanted milk, you probably gave them a silver dime. And that's what you did. And you paid in the gold and silver. There was no banks back then. So that was the market. It's what it would bear. So some guy would milk the cow, and then some guy would sell the meat. And, I don't know how they lived, because you didn't really have, I assume, refrigerators in the Roman Empire, although I don't really know how that would have worked. That's the thing we take for granted, is refrigerators and stoves. I can cook a steak and I can eat it. And if I don't finish it, I can put it in the fridge and heat it tomorrow and finish it. Well, back then they didn't. I don't know how they cooked it, and I don't know how they stored it in the fridge, and what did they do the next day? I don't even know how they survived. How did you? But well, put it this way: they didn't eat every day, and there certainly wasn't no chips and pop to really ruin people. Jenna's frustrated me a little because she had a problem. I says, well, look, I don't know what it is. I'm not a doctor. Just stop sugars. And she says, oh, well, that's for you. Not everything's about sugar, whatever she has. And I'm like, everything's about sugar. Everything's about gold. Everything's about sugar. Sugar causes all your problems, right? Anything, your feet, your legs, your neck, your heart, your strokes, everything is based on too much sugar. So if you stop sugar, you're going to be healthy. And I kind of get a little offended going, well, what do you think? I'm an idiot? Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I know no matter what, if you stop your sugars, you're going to feel much better. And anyway, so I was a little bit, but then I kind of consider the source. She's in a war, so yeah. And then I watch my stoic, how to handle that kind of stuff. And you don't let it bother you. So basically the lesson learned in the stoic video is you don't let things bother you. Just you consider the source that these guys are idiots. And so if I get a negative comment, it used to bother me. That's why I don't like comments. But if I do get one, now you would just ignore it. You would just go, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Off I go. So that's kind of what I would do. Like somebody saying, oh, how about Bitcoin? Or I don't like gold. Well, know that I know I'm right. I know you're wrong. And I just move on. So that's kind of where I'm at. All right. I think 6 hours is enough. I will see you tomorrow, I guess, when I wake up. So the pool, so what I've been doing is sleeping in a little later because I've been staying up later. So I've been sleeping in later, hitting the pool about 10:30, and then I get on the bike, I swim, and then I get home, and then I eat lunch a little bit quicker. And then so I've been on a little bit later, like, but tomorrow's Friday, then we got the weekend. So anyway, that's the key. And I didn't bet Louisville because I've been on here. But go Louisville. They should probably kick the shit out of Virginia, but we don't know if the quarterback's playing. He'll probably play. Well, thank you, Bobby. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Well, thank you, Luke. Yeah, see, but you guys lead me to the questions because I'm kind of just open. Like, what do you guys want to talk about? I know I want to talk football, and then I know I want to talk gold and what's happening. Those are the initial questions I want to do, and then we get steered by you guys, which is what I want. I want you guys to ask the questions that are on your mind, and then I can answer them, and then we can go from there. Anyway, have a wonderful night. www.teaserking.com. These are the stocks of the year: 35 unit, 31 unit, 4 teams, not 1 team and 2. Although I've got them in other teasers because believe me, highly recommend a 4-team teaser. Get your odds. 5-team if you want to go with USC over. It's not one of the locks. And off you go. So we're waiting on the pros. I got to do a deep dive and really figure it out because I'm getting frustrated. How I lost Seattle against Baltimore, it makes no sense. I would never lose that bet before. That pissed me off. And I hit Cincinnati, Buffalo, which was good. But that's what I'm looking for this week. And I'm probably, really thinking about the Niners hard. How good's Jacksonville? I got to really dig into that. All right, everybody. I will see you tomorrow about 1:30-ish, 1:32. Well, you heard me at the airport. How long do we go? An hour and a half waiting for the plane? I don't mind because it's interesting. If it was something boring, talk about it. But I enjoy the talk. That's just me. All right, everybody. Have a nice night. www.teaserking.com. See you tomorrow.